Zion, turn me up.
Jump, like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this, jump, I just jump like this, jump, put your hands on the wall like this.
Zion, this fire.
I find it hard to think. Icon. Some days are easier to. I find it hard to think. Some days are easier to. I know it takes a heart. the heart of break. Hey, there's no way without you.
You're listening to 148.8 The Coon. And now, for a word from our sponsors. Sponsors for Single Player Carl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe On Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, Smart Negro Brand Colonized Sheets Dating App, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your Nicktree today, or you hate black people. Hey everybody, how you doing? We are gathered here today, dearly beloveds and papargents, to find out truly, once again, if it is truly understood. First, apparently, whether or not it is truly possible for 100 men to beat a gorilla. But whether or not, truly, that Saberspark is bad. He's not. TLDR, he's not. I had half the mind I could say end broadcast, but if I did that, I would actually end the thing and I have to do it over again. Well, what I will say here, the short answer is he's not. The long answer, we'll just keep watching and find out tonight. Brought to you in part by entertainment and a fan. It's hot in here. This fan will be on. Best I can do is turn it down to 2. Fans. Why women hate them? Negroes love them. Y'all are so dead ass arguing about this goddamn topic. I actually had half a mind to cover the 100 gorillas versus 100 men against a gorilla topic, but you know, black people, so I'd rather not. The second I open my mouth, I know exactly what you're gonna do. I know what your words are gonna use against me. I know how they're gonna talk about me. So I just didn't. That's for Poe. I don't give a damn about that shit. Anywho. Take your chairs, take your seats. And while you guys argue about that, I will be doing my thing over here. For people who care to know, it is broadcasted from inside the server, should you wish to see the content directly. And all common proceeds to your favorite Negro goes to me. Because I need the money. Don't you like to see black people have money too? If you too like to see black people have money, consider giving me your money today. I'll get this thing going. Let us begin with an overview. Which is basically, assuming that the microphone still does not have that issue, which if it does, I don't care. I've tried my best. Why are we talking about Saberspark? Short answer. People will not get the fuck off his dick. They have been determined to call this man everything but a child of God. So, we're going to find out. We're going to start through the allegations. We're going to learn about the people who made those allegations. And we're going to do everything in our power to make sure we understand why these individuals are fully in that ass. That is it. Maybe a guest or two might pass through. You never know. You never know. When we get to a particular person, we might even be able to find out. We'll never know. We'll never know. So, Saberspark. Let us begin with the first piece of material and information that it started from. Or at least, as far back as I have right in here in my notes. As was provided by our wonderful Horror and Hellfire. And other figures that have been talking about it. But mostly horror. We start, as it always does in drama, with a brony. Enter Brony Van Don't, who, by the way, has apparently decided to run from the issue, as one is chosen to do. It is actually hilarious that this has happened. I don't know. So yeah, Brony Van Don't. So, at this current time, Brony Van Don't has locked down their profile to make their posts protected. However, fortunately, because it has been saved in video format, or at least video picture format, we will read what is inside the post thusly. It reads as follows. Very big. It's very big. It's very big. Very, 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 very big. Then I have to take off some of the filters here, actually, just so that we can fit it on the screen. I became a fan of Saberspark when I was in high school, when I found his video essay titled, Ballad of the Brony back in 2011. After graduating and turning 18, I added him on Skype to tell him that I was a big fan of his. He added me back almost instantly, and we had a conversation, ending with him giving me his phone number, which was a really big deal to me at the time, since this was the first time interacting with any sort of celebrity. I had developed a parasocial crush on him, due to him being starstruck, which is something that he was aware of. We would talk on Skype and text each other semi-frequently leading up to the first time meeting him. In 2012, I went to my first pony convention. This was the first time ever traveling by myself, and soon after, the two of us became friends. When I met up with him in person, he invited me to his hotel room, and he showed me the video that he was editing on his laptop, causing me to internally geek out. I was really nervous being alone in a hotel room with someone I was a huge fan of and had a crush on, but tried to play it cool. He was 4 to 5 years older than me, making me feel nervous and out of place. He would bring up prospects of the two of us dating and how it didn't feel right for us to do so. Somebody start the music. Somebody start the music. Somebody start the music. Don't worry, I'm gonna do it myself. Oh man, starts talking about this story, and all of a sudden it's like he's regging out the romance music. Man walks inside the room and he starts acting like this is the soundtrack that's playing. And just before the bit, I'm going to continue reading it with the music. After that, he almost immediately initiated making out with me and guiding me to his bed. In this moment, he did not directly ask me for consent. I was thrown onto his bed, and he would insert himself into me. Saberspark was also significantly larger than me, as I was an 80-something pound 18-year-old girl, so I physically couldn't stop him. I felt extremely nervous and uncomfortable because I had never experienced having any sort of sexual intimacy with someone I was not dating before, much less somebody I just met. I was very new to meeting people online in general. At that moment, I laid there, disassociating, as it felt very wrong while trying to rationalize it in my head to convince myself that it was a safe and normal encounter. He rushed off to clean and finish. Himself. Rushed off to clean and finish himself. Don't you mean he rushed to finish himself and clean off? Don't question it, chat. Don't question it. You're doubting the survivor. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Right back into it. He rushed off to clean and finish himself and came back to the bed and offered me a handshake saying, "Friends?" This would cause me for the rest of the event to feel like I was taken advantage of and ashamed of myself for not trying to stop the interaction. Though, I tried pretending that I was fine to everyone around me. I was and still am demisexual, and being put in that position was not something I wanted. I maintained this friendship until a second occurrence occurred. You maintained the friendship until a second occurrence occurred. I'm sorry. Were you amongst the raped? Were you raped? Was this sexual assault? Was it violence or not? Was it violence or not? Because, if you don't want something, you say no, assuming that we choose to believe the information. Of course, it is very important that you know that this is a statement that is being made from the account Brony Fandom. As reads on the post, the following is a testimony of rape by coerced consent between Saberspark and the victim in said testimony, unnamed. There were 2 isolated incidents, in 2012 and in 2013. This will all be in a video expose by I Love Kim Possible a Lot, releasing today, made on the 1st of May at 10 a.m. We're not done here. Going back in. Doom, 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 doom. I maintained the friendship until a second occurrence happening at a completely different PonyCon at 2013. So what you're telling me is that pony conventions are where you go to get fucked. I believe we need a different kind of lust and bedroom playlist, but I'm committed to this bit. This time, we met in a public space, but had no one around, and had talked for a while. Oh! So you're telling me you got back into contact with the person who you claimed made you feel sexually coerced and unwanted in the sexual action that you are claiming you do not consent to after the fact, but did not enthusiastically consent to during or before, by being in private with this person. So you go to another venue where you are in privacy again. I'm just checking. I'm just checking. Chat, I'm just checking. I'm just checking. I'm just checking. All instances are different. But I put the question to you, chat. Do you feel like if you've been assaulted by someone that you should be in privacy with them again and willingly put yourself into a private situation with them again outside of the normal reasons? Not talking about work, not talking about family. I'm saying you had a sexual interaction that you did not want with this person, but you did not communicate through enthusiastic consent. And apparently didn't tell them afterwards when you gave them a friends handshake with nuts still on their palm. I'm just checking. I'm just checking. Let's go back to it. I understand your situation, Horror. I'm not calling people like you or even myself out. I'm just establishing some context and some relative knowledge that can glean whether or not we think or know that this is some bullshit that's being accused of the accused. Death Row, kill the music! I maintained the friendship until a second occurrence happening at a completely different PonyCon in 2013. This time, we met in a public space but had no one around and talked for a while. He kept bringing up the prospects of us starting a relationship but how it felt wrong. He would grab me by my hand saying how it felt so right, only to push my hand away saying, but so wrong. I had decided that my crush on him was something I needed to get over because I felt that my emotions were being toyed with. He then suggested going to a more public space around others, and we went into an elevator to go to the lobby of the PonyCon Hotel. As soon as the doors closed, Saberspark forcefully shoved me against the wall and shoved his tongue down my throat. It scared me and actually hurt, triggering another attack of dissociation. Once again, he did not ask for consent when throwing me into this situation. Once the doors opened and people were present, this led me to feel very embarrassed. He got off me and took my hand and guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we just were, and into a men's restroom where he pulled his pants down and guided my hands and head to perform oral sex on him. I was afraid of denying him because of past experiences with sexual assault, so I did it to get it over with without wanting to cause a problem, where he would ejaculate on my face, apologize profusely, then offered the same handshake as he did at the con. I initially met him saying friends, despite pretending I was fine. I had slowly begun pulling away from Saberspark. Where'd my music go? Despite pretending I was fine, I had slowly begun pulling away from Saberspark. I cried that night while staying with a friend, but waited for that friend to fall asleep so no one could hear me, and I would cry for months, feeling ashamed of myself for putting myself in a compromising situation with someone I hardly knew. I don't feel like you should be telling us this story on behalf of somebody else, Brony Fandom, because this is very much in the and then everybody screams kind of situation. But for the benefit and sake of the doubt, we're going to assume that this is true, chat. We're going to assume that this is true. Because, of course, remember, the reason why we cannot confirm this being fully true is because the raped, as I have mentioned, has decided to remove their account. Or at least protect it for a time being. And I quote to you, chat, the reason why this is the case is because good old friend of the channel, the op block, which is to say Foggy.exe, has put the fear of Pony God into this human being. The following question, and I quote from the timeline of clips that we actually have because Foggy saved them. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Okay. I have an assortment of them. Starting from here. Charlie Van Won't, by the way, chat, is not the victim. They are a third party that is relaying the Anon account. From the slot block. However, incredibly convenient that they are blaming a drama channel, the Hot Block, and co-conceived YT, for new evidence coming forward despite all that people have ever inquired. Crazy, from Brony Fandom, interacting with internet video essayist to the stars and BreadTube, Anthony Ramuccia. He also subtly defends Griffon again in his video. The bigger rebuttal will come soon. So where is it? Everything that was talked about last night, I thought what was happening, has fucked up due to an intervening drama channel. I hope it's today. It was supposed to be this morning. But it's not up to me. Posted on May 12th. From the timeline, we also have this wonderful bit. I'm sorry. I was promised things would happen a certain way and they didn't. They still aren't. I'm going to explain as much as I possibly can without exposing the victim. They will come forward. I just don't know when anymore. The night before Saberspark posted its response video, I love Kim Possible or Not, now forwarded to as I love Kim Possible, or just simply KP, threatened the victim with a voice memo over Discord. Afterwards, me and the victim got into a call and planned for what to do about it. The plan was for her to come forward yesterday. I don't want to see if Lazy makes a good video or not. She's already spread misinformation about me in her last video due to her lack of research. And now she's proven she's not a journalist at all. I don't want her, Courtney, I love Kim Possible a lot, mentioned as AKP, the Op Block, or Foggy.exe, expressed as Op, etc., having power. To which Foggy's response was, "Oh, my man was a word of power." Yes, we knew. And yes, the video is incredibly comprehensive. Again on another post, this is what happens when you speak out against rapists. You win, everyone. I'll shut up. I'll never do it again. Griffon would be fine if I didn't help. And that's because no one else fucking tried enough. And I'll make sure no one ever does again. Please don't go. All my haters leave me. To which then responded another few hours later from this post, noted by Co-Conceive, a voice note, followed by, "Look at that, two snakes fighting. When I'm dead, I want this post to be cited. You fucking freak!" As you can notice, Brony Fandom has been posting up a storm on Blue Sky because he ran from Twitter. It's delicious. It's very delicious. Hi, Ebony. It's delicious. It's very delicious. It's very convenient. Very interesting. And very delicious. But in front of us, we have the rate. Out. As Horror is informing, that it's not just a case of he didn't run. He threatened committing suicide on Twitch livestream, admitting to it. But this is where it starts. Where does it go to next? It goes to here. From I Love KP a Lot, as she then states, I have spoken to the victim at length and can confirm their account seems true due to timeline and circumstantial evidence. Send some love. Many people noting, no evidence, no chat logs, an anonymous victim. Yes, I would like to take this with a bucket of salt until actual evidence drops. Don't get me wrong, if this happened, Saberspark's a piece of shit who deserves what's coming to him. But we need substantial evidence. We don't need another pyrocynical, quite situation on our hands. Update. Saw the expose video. Stuff with unfunny memes that are super disrespectful to be in a video with allegations that severe, quickly being unlisted and being deleted, but from what I saw, the creator of the video doesn't take the situation seriously in the slightest. It is, as best as I can say, chat, not admitted to it, got admitted. Got it, thank you, Lord. It is a non-stop shit show. Which then brings us to this post, which then has a message inside of it that reads as follows. So I'll do the screen here, as I should now be able to fix this back to what it was before. Oop. 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 And it's chopped off a little bit on the side, but we should be able to read this. I've heard the concerns about a recent video, and I want to acknowledge parts of it didn't land the way that I intended. While it was reviewed by several people, including CSA survivors who were comfortable with the tone, I now understand that others experienced it very differently, and that's valid. This was my first time covering a topic of this nature, and I'm still learning how to handle serious subject matter with the light level of care. I've taken the video down, and I'm considering how to approach it with more thoughtfully if it is revised. The intent was never to diminish anyone's story or experience. Thank you to those who provided feedback. I appreciate the chance to make the changes necessary to give proper respect to the materials discussed. So, the video came and went, but what was in the context of the video? Let's make sure that Carl from the last night made sure to save everything before I was done with it. Apparently Jethro did not, so I have to physically look for it. 1 second, chat. Preferably a hot link, if anything. Otherwise, we will have to look at another piece of context that will give us the majority of what the inside reads were like. People in the server don't get to see. It'd be cheating. There we go. Here's my re-upload. There are several different re-uploads by several different people. I happened to grab the one that was from a dark place. There are 2 versions. One of them has a few extra 2 minutes in the back. Since we're going to be doing a majority deep dive, we're going to use the longest one. Cue this up. Be advised, there is shit that should be censor crawled. Got it. If you happen to know the timestamps, it would be very helpful. Because there is a chapter section. What the fuck is in my tooth? Lolicon and a poor censored dick pic. Alright, 1 second. Scanning through the timeline, marking the section off. Scanning through the timeline, marking the section off. It's entirely possible that I may have to watch this with sections that I want people to be able to see when I bring it back up on the screen, because if we cannot get a timestamp of where the material is, I'll just have to make sure to have it being censored live by me. Because there are no marks inside of the chapter sections, and there are no marks inside of the notes. Because I can't find it by scanning. Which video is this? If you're watching inside the server, I can post the link there. Somebody who's watching inside the server can then pass it to you. Preferably not in the YouTube chat. Sorry. Are you? Alright, let's begin. I'm adjusting the sound actively through the side on my volume master. This is 150 volume. Please press 1 if you can hear this very clearly so I can start the video proper. Okay, wonderful. Let's begin. When I've gotten to the section, when I'm looking at it on the screen, I can then safely be able to put it back on the screen. Because there's no section of warning of where the shit is. I have the description archive here. But unfortunately, there is no marking point for the unsafe sections. So, from the beginning, it has beginning disclaimers, the opening, Part 0, which is disproving the KP rep. There is the days minded. There's Part 1, the origin with Chris. There's Part 1.5, the escalation with being unsafe with minors. There's Part 2, where Ryan is a checkbook pedo. Part 2.5, grooming story allegations. Then DA Games victims interview. The miscellaneous, Will's racist memes. Then Part 3, how DA Games handled the Chris situation. Then Part 4, how Saberspark handled the Chris situation. Then Part Wherever, Chris is the victim. Gabe segment, then Saber victim testimony. Then a discussion about consent. A Part 5, why to make the video. KP's guide to dealing with bad people in your community. Part 6, shitting on Lily Orchard because it's fun. The gum story, and then an outro. As well as links to DA Games screenshots of their misconduct and the Saber victim statement, which has been removed from the URL. Sorry, the file you requested does not exist anymore. Pretty sure the other link should still work, though. No, that one's removed. And that one's removed, too. The only thing that still remains... Oh, that doesn't even work either. No, wait, that link is broken. It forgot the T in DeviantArt. Does it even work? No? The DeviantArt for Island Kim Possible lot still exists, but everything else is broken. Every link inside the archives are broken. Probably because it was all taken down. And if you want to look at what this person posts on a regular, feel free, do so yourself. There's the link that goes to the DeviantArt. One of the first things that immediately catch my eyes, which is assumptively a picture of Shigo wearing a sweater with a pregnancy belly, and lots and lots and lots of Dr. Draken and Kim Possible members fan art. And also Danny Phantom betting his goth best friend with the caption Rough Night from their favorites collection. You best start believing in cringe toys, chat, because you're about to hear one. And because there's at least one person inside the audience that's listening here that's also watching inside the server, you can be able to confirm the moment that it happens and let me know exactly what the timestamp was, so that we can be able to look at the section without it being seen on the screen.
This video is not suitable for all viewers.
God damn, that's really low. 1 second. I'm bumping the internal audio.
Only be viewed by viewers 18 or older.
Is that better, yes or no? Groovy.
Due to the nature of the content discussed and the discussion of sexual predators on the internet. Trigger warnings for the following: pedophilia, lolicon and child pornography, suicide, grooming, anti-Semitism and Nazi imagery, sexual harassment and sexual objectification, bestiality and zoophilia, and rape. Please do not harass anyone named in this video.
Hello viewers, welcome to another segment of Maybe the Internet Was a Big Fucking Mistake.
Big mistake. Big. Huge.
On a more serious note, this video
Yes, that's what we need to see every single time we start. We need to start with a white woman. This, I believe I can put on the screen. The way that we should start this content is that we should start with a white woman on the screen choosing to use clips from Pretty Woman while wearing a Discord necklace. That is exactly how we should start.
covers sexual gratification as well as general sexual harassment, and it's a very depressing story. If you're a kid who somehow got past the age restriction, please go away now. Please go. Now, I don't like covering these stories.
This is a video that is being posted on YouTube. Even though it has now been taken down from your original channel, you put this material in here, and you thought that kids weren't going to click on it, knowing how Saberspark's career has grown from when he started, let alone yours?
We're an animation channel. We cover very important stuff like Disney and not Disney things sometimes. But I like to think of myself like the Jon Stewart of the YouTube animation community. I call things out when I feel like I can add some.
The Jon Stewart of the YouTube and animation community. Jon Stewart, one of many comedians on Comedy Central who made a channel and a show about satire and lampooning the news from a left-wing perspective. Damn, we're really cooked now.
With the conversation. And it's important to talk about when YouTubers are misusing their platform, so it's no fun situation because I hate it here.
I don't want to be alive anymore.
I've chosen not to keep this person anonymous because I believe this is not a mistake or a slip of the tongue. This is an active attempt of slander and misogyny, and that's just not acceptable. Also, this incident wasn't freely admitted to me. I had to have someone else tell me that this was going on in a professional setting.
He couldn't even tell me himself.
Chris was a team member roughly from 2014 to 2015. I know, I'm old. Chris was generally a nice guy in my time knowing him, but he exhibited weird behavior. Like, you just draw this for your boss, right? If memory serves, there's also a nude version.
That's disgusting.
He was also my first trip.
So, the image that appeared on screen just now, chat, which I cannot show you, but I will describe to you.
Weird behavior. Like, you just draw this for your boss.
It is a picture of a blue-skinned horse in the MLP style, with the MLP nose and face, with red panties around their knees, and a purple skirt that matches the purple and royal purple blouse they're wearing, with the same hair color of the animated woman on the screen, sitting with their hands and fingers clasped, as such, on their hands and knees, possibly pissing or shitting on the toilet. As such. Just imagine the empty space is my thighs. Ow. I don't know if that is the art question that Horace is talking about, but I definitely wouldn't let my kids watch it. Ellen chat. I described the cursed meme, and thus we were knocked temporarily off air.
Right? If memory serves, there's also a nude version.
That's disgusting.
He was also my first trip to Evergreen Northwest, the one you did the blog about. He's this guy here. The story is as follows. I'm not gonna read it myself because...
That's disgusting.
He was also my first trip to Evergreen Northwest, the one you did the blog about. He's this guy.
So, she has identified that the person that is being described on the screen here is the gentleman in the newsy hat. Third on the table.
Here. The story is as follows. I'm not gonna read it myself because it's gonna make me sick, so I'm just gonna have someone else read it.
At some point over the last few years, Chris told his story, allegedly several times, that in
The section that you are hearing being narrated is being narrated by popular content creator June the King. Something that is going to be coming up with this particular piece of content, chat, is that you are going to be hearing famous and or popular content creators reading particular sections. Now you might think, oh shit, they got a popular person on top of this. This must be really serious. They're willing to lend their voice to this content. Chat, you would not be mystified, but you would be disappointed to learn that this was effectively a bamboozle. It was a doozy. A trick. KP paid these people to give these voice reads and did not tell them what the content it was meant for was going to be used in. And then asked for it to be retracted afterwards. So, on first watch, people wanted to know why they were hearing about a certain topic like this that would be better read by people like June the King, with memes latent throughout the work. This trend will continue.
the bathroom of the hotel where the group was staying, he was masturbating to KP's clothing. Chris states that this is a lie, as he was actually constipated during the trip, and there were no witnesses to his masturbation story in or near the hotel room. We don't know the details about who the story was told to, besides the whistleblower who will remain anonymous, but it was likely Will Ryan, head of the YouTube channel DA Games, as Chris and Will are friends, as well as friends and or employees of that YouTube channel. Chris also started working for DA Games shortly after leaving the I Love Impossible law production team, so the timelines track. Once KP was informed that this incident took place, she confronted him via text and an audio confession. The audio is linked in the description if you'd like to listen to the whole thing yourself.
All right, well, first, I think it's the obvious thing is one, just want to profusely apologize for that terrible fucking thing I did. And that was an absolute horrible person so many years ago, and you didn't deserve that. So.
Right. So I have a couple of things. So my source says you told the story in front of Will and Sean and a couple other people. Is that correct?
That would probably be correct, yeah.
So Will has heard the story probably in passing a couple of times, correct?
Yeah, probably once.
Okay. Same with Sean?
Yeah, Sean.
Okay. Did you talk to Sean privately about anything else that happened when you were working on the team that I don't know about?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Nothing I say is meant to excuse what I did, because it's inexcusable what I did.
Do you want me to say what the story was just for context, or do you want to explain?
I mean, I guess it makes more sense if I do, because
Sure.
I don't think it's fair for you to have to reiterate that horrible thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the old tale goes is that I pleasured myself in the hotel bathroom we were sharing during one of our breaks when everyone was gone and whatever, and that I fell off the john after basically getting lightheaded from what would be ejaculation falling on the floor, where your dirty clothes also happened to be, and that my face planted on their underwear.
Right.
Or
And
in my PG version, I have a 6-year-old in the other room, so.
okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for being honest.
Chris, in his audio testimony, assured his other boss, YouTuber Saberspark, wasn't told this story, but it's unclear how truthful Chris is being when he says that. Chris also tries to steer the conversation to not include too much explicitly, stating that, quote, there is a baby in the other room, unquote. But that also might have been a ploy to lessen the harshness of the anger present. Regardless, since Chris says he was lying about the whole incident, it's difficult to take his word on anything due to this lie and the actions he took regarding it.
So once I was informed of this information and got Chris admitting to it, I sent that proof to Saberspark through mutual friends and to DA Games. After reaching out twice and waiting months for any private messages, I eventually received someone at DA Games in their totally real HR department that totally exists, even though I couldn't find any proof of it on mine. That's totally not run by Will's roommate, who's financially dependent on him. And for the record, I assume Chris knew he was being recorded because it was a call about safety. It only gets worse from here.
I'm gonna need every last drop of this.
Let's bring a political comparison. For those who forgot or are not American, good for you. The 2016 leak of the Hollywood Access tape was a big deal. In a bus, we have an orange man who shall not be named, and Billy Bush, a member of the Bush family. He's a cousin of President George W. Bush, or as my Gen Z audience would know, the shoe guy.
Who throws a shoe? Honestly.
Orange man was talking about women in an inappropriate way. Google it if you want to. This whole script is giving me a fucking headache.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just like kissing them. It's like a magnet.
Now, even though this was a
Keep in mind, chat, this is KP's first attempt in ever making what is effectively a drama/exposed video. She is incapable of reading the material or even saying the names of people like the President of the United States while attempting to address a serious matter such as sexual misconduct, sexual exploitation, and sexual abuse. Outside of all the other things she has is a issue with material, good, and focus. I couldn't tell you the reason why they're bringing up the Access Hollywood portion bit, but hey, she's cooking. Let's see where she's going with this.
In 2005 and leaked in 2016, and even though Billy Bush was now working for the Today Show and not Hollywood Access, where the tape was obtained, Bush was still fired on moral grounds, not contract obligations. It seems like keeping him on staff would be a bad look for the Today Show, despite this happening over 10 years ago. Imagine that. So I find this before his contract excuse to be weak at best. The ironic thing is, Bush was mostly going along with what was said. Chris actually did more than Bush did and suffered less consequences. As well, if Chris told the story multiple times, I would assume one of those times was after his contract was signed. But don't worry, Chris can still run for president. Just listen to how Bush described it affecting his family.
What was it like for you to go back home after the tape had been released, to face your daughters, your wife? What was that moment like for you?
Well, the initial moments were total chaos. The paparazzi were never interested in me before, now they're outside the gate and ready to go. But once we settled and got to connect, there was a powerful moment. My now 16-year-old daughter called me, and she was in tears. And she was really upset, and I said, Mary, it's going to be okay, you know, don't worry. And she said, no, why were you laughing at the things that he was saying on that bus? Why were you playing along with that? It wasn't funny. I said, Mary, I am sorry, and there is no good answer for that.
If you take another extreme example, do you guys remember the Michael Vick controversy? For those who don't know American football, player Michael Vick was caught running a dog fighting ring, you know, where they take poor little puppies and make them fight to the death for gambling purposes. Why would you do that? I'm pretty sure there's no clause in his football contract that says don't do that, but he was also fired on moral grounds. Imagine consequences for your actions. At the very least, let's assume the absolute best of the situation. Chris was being truthful, Saber and Will wasn't there to hear these conversations. This happened before he was hired somehow. I'm glad a whistleblower came forward, but even so, if this is how someone is talking about women, shouldn't you tell their future bosses? Does an employee talking about women in this unethical way make the company look bad? I mean, this isn't just a slip of the tongue, this is a purposeful attempt to objectify women due to bitterness and self-esteem issues, and should be taken seriously in any workplace, even a virtual one like YouTube. And the fact that DA Games and others value Chris's safety and privacy more than holding him accountable makes me worry, because this is harassment. And I don't have to take it. New developments. I posted part of the email exchange on Twitter again, and that blew up, I guess. DA Games released a statement due to public pressure. If not, then they would have released their statement.
Back to the place.
I posted part of the email exchange on Twitter again, and that blew up, I guess. DA Games released a statement due to public...
So, it is at this point of material. It's not her first. She makes a video about Lily Orchard allegations. It was supposed to be quirky as this one with collaborators told her to tone it down. Just wait until we get the pissing on the moon bit. What I need is a timestamp, Jack, of material in question. So, read this for you all quick. We're going to use full screen version, because it's going to be hard for people to read in all of that small space. Hello! We are aware of the accusations that have been made towards Chris. At this time, Chris is on indefinite leave from DA Games, as he releases a statement and works on himself. This action Chris is accused of preceded his employment at DA Games, and when we were made aware of this, Chris did take accountability, and we did reprimand and retain her UK business / protocol and law. And at this time, neither us or Chris find it healthy to have him involved in DA Games' world, despite restraining, retraining, and reprimanding. His actions outside it and preceding DA are his own and does not reflect the feelings of our team and employees. We do not want harassment towards any of our employees to occur due to the actions of one individual who at this time is not involved with the DA ecosystem, which is 3 out of 5. I will go get the other 2 messages. Get it fast, get it right. Jarvis Accounting. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And pull this up here. Boom, boom. Once Chris releases his statement, and we will be linking it below with his side of the story and further context and clarifications of these accusations, where it is then linked below from November 16th, 2024, clearing this information. This document is 2 pages long. It's so small. It has come to my attention that a former acquaintance and employer has made some allegations about me, and I'm clear to clear some things up. As I do not want to directly incentivize harassment, we will refer to them simply as Blue when appropriate. I was not going to acknowledge this, but since people who I care about are being dragged into the situation, I felt best to make a statement. First of all, I want to again apologize to them for what I said in confidence in the past. The joke I told was immature, appalling, and not a reflection of who I am today. It was conjured up out of spite and anger for someone who had mistreated myself and many close friends in the past, and was only meant as a locker room joke for those who were also upset and burned by Blue. It was inexcusable, and I am sorry. Content warning. This next paragraph is inappropriate. The tasteless joke goes like this. I was in a hotel bathroom, sitting on the toilet, pleasuring myself. When in the middle of ejaculating, I lost balance and fell. landing face first on a pair of underwear, which belonged to Blue. This joke is not based in reality. It never actually occurred, and Blue was told about this when they asked about its validity. Although the intention of the joke was made more at my expense instead of theirs, it hurts and disgusted them, who had told to them long after I had stopped telling this joke many years ago. How it affected them is more important, not my intentions. As Horror states, TLDR, KP tore a man apart who at worst did stupid shit. Didn't actually masturbate with it, but tore him apart over how she felt about a joke. I had not been working for Blue when this poor excuse of a joke was created, nor was I telling it well into my employment with the other individuals. So for them to be accosted at all is not right. This is a matter between Blue and myself, and should remain this way. I have received reprimands and retraining accordingly by my employers. I do not want to have the people who gave me employment, long after I have grown past this stage of my life, to be facing ire for my personal actions, and insist I release my statement on my own instead of dragging them further into my actions. This is my fault, not theirs, and if anything, I ask them both for forgiveness for bringing them and my coworkers from both companies into this situation. I haven't spoken to Blue in years, and I am not currently speaking to them now. But when they messaged me on Discord, asking to talk about the joke that had been told to them years after I stopped telling it, roughly 8 years I believe, I was in shock to hear it repeated back to me from them, and I profusely apologized. Rightfully, they were upset. But Blue had told me they wished to discuss the matter in a private call, to which I agreed. This call, where I took full responsibility for my past behavior and expressed my sincere regret, was recorded without my consent. Recordings without my consent. Why? Why would you do that? Very interesting, chat. Very interesting. In our agreement to not contact each other after the fact, which I have upheld to this day and have no intention on breaking now or ever. The only self-writing of this recording existing as you can hear my apology in our agreement. As I believe screenshotting private conversations and recording calls without consent to be gross, I can't provide any receipts, so I cannot present my side of the events. But the recording is out there, you can listen for yourself and make your own conclusions. I do not condone what I did back then, nor do I expect to change any minds, but I want to simply fill in some holes, Kappa. I want to simply fill in some holes that were left out of the story. Thank you for reading, and please be respectful. Keep in mind, chat, alongside this, KP doesn't pay her editors. It is known for employing minors. So, one of the people in the story is an individual who wanted to take another person to task publicly in this piece of the content that we just finished looking at and hearing from. And in this material, the argument that they just tried to make, the moral argument that they attempted to make, is remember when Trump said, grab him by the coochie? Or, for those of you that have watched Sinners recently, grab him by the coos. And remember when Michael Vick used to dogfight with pit bulls? This is what it felt like when I chose to take this man to task for telling a joke at my expense, but it wasn't my expense, it was his expense. But I heard about it, and I got mad, so I tried to ruin his life over it. And am continuing to ruin his life over it by bringing it up in a piece of information against EA Games. For the first time ever addressing content on my channel. And I'm treating it with the sincerity of a YouTube poop. This does not improve as we keep going along this chat. Back to the video!
With pressure. If not, then they would have released their statement a year ago when this email exchange took place. Chris is going away on work training. Can I have proof of that, please? Because you've already been pretty untruthful to me. I think you guys are just trying to wait until this all dies down and everyone forgets, and then Chris will just magically appear.
The picture in question. Well, actually, no. This is safe. I can put this on screen for you. Reset size. Transform. Fit to screen.
You guys are just trying to wait until this all dies down, and everyone forgets, and then Chris will just magically appear.
Good to know that DA Games brought Chris back without any proof of freeform training and gaslighting for anyone who cares to ask about it in their server. I guess sexual harassment is drama now. Classy, guys. From any trash. From now on, if it is brought up again, you will be instantly warned. I'm sorry if it sounds harsh, but we want to make this space drama-free and fun for everyone. Otherwise, I'm glad to see y'all are enjoying the new video.
Wait until this all dies down, and everyone forgets, and then Chris will just magically appear.
Wasn't Chris on indefinite leave? Nice to see that Chris is back. Hope they let bygones be bygones. Hey, he's alive! He's back! Oh my god! And that's exactly what they did. So, at this point in the video, she wants to assert that DA Games is down with sexual harassment and equates it to saying that they allowed for a man to commit an action comparable to dogfighting with pit bull puppies. Because it wasn't just pit bulls, chat. She said dogfighting with puppies. So pit bull puppies. And asserting that men have the right to grab women by the coos. Therefore, they can just walk up to a woman at any time and touch them, fondle them, assault them, mouthfuck them, and other such illicit and lurid actions, not suitable for public consumption. Let's get back to it.
Chris's statement also came out, which is really respectful, calling me an employer.
Oh, by the way, I was being sarcastic.
And then trying to make himself the victim. Chris, if you felt mistreated, this is the first I'm ever hearing about it, so politely talk to me directly, or shut the fuck up.
You need to shut the fuck up!
So, I should address you directly, but you recorded me without my consent, and then used that material to then destroy my reputation. So I should go to you and have no evidence of what I say to you, so that you can then use that information to destroy my reputation. What I'm noticing is a theme here, chat, is that KP likes control, and she also wants to sit in the royal indignation of being a victim, and does not like when actions victimize other people, because it prevents her from victimizing the person. I'm just noticing. I don't want to put a label on it. I'm just noticing, chat. I'm a big noticer.
I know we have this dude bro culture around YouTube entrepreneurs who have never been to business school before and don't know about good company ethics. As far as Chris, I would hope he gets an official investigation into his character from both parties, and as a lead with the Billy Bush example, possibly terminated. I don't know if Chris has personally changed or what his character is now, or if there are any other victims out there, but do you really want this kind of guy to be representing your company? To work in the media industry is a privilege. Why protect sexual harassers, even if it's just a dumb internet job?
So, the picture she just put on the screen is as follows.
Official investigation into his character from both parties, and as a lead with the Billy Bush example, possibly terminated. I don't know if Chris has personally changed or what his character is now, or if there are any other victims out there, but do you really want this kind of guy to be representing your company?
Do you really want this kind of guy to be representing your company? I'm going to be classy, and I'm not going to put up what I would assume is a bad picture of I Love Kim Possible a lot. I'm going to be nice. Until it's time to not be nice. I'm going to be nice in this instance. I'm going to be nice. Honestly, he doesn't look that bad. Sure, he's got a double chin, he's got hair on one of those chins. But you know what? He cleans up better than most people who consider themselves in the sphere of influence and content creation. I was not going to bring up the watch party until it was mentioned, but since people in chat are bringing it up anyways, I'm just going to let the chat speak for itself, because the chat's on screen and can be read, guys. Anywho,
to work in the media industry is a privilege. Why protect sexual harassers, even if it's just a dumb internet job? And I know, this all sucks. Hearing this is probably gonna suck. Working on this video has sucked real bad. I've cried a lot. But it seems like that minors are in threat of being preyed on.
She does in fact leave out that Michael Vick atoned for his crimes. She did indeed do that horror. Because, you know, black people, we're like tokens. You pick us, you use us, you spin us like you're trying to play a game of COD Zombies. And you leave out the context and details that don't let you get away with what you're trying to say. Use us as victims, use us as perfect paragon examples, even when we fucked up in the middle of doing those examples. We're just useful tools. We're just useful tools in search for a master. How common of a white woman! Stopping myself before I even get ahead.
This all sucks. Hearing this is probably gonna suck. Working on this video has sucked real bad. I've cried a lot. But it seems like that minors are in threat of being preyed on. Will himself has done some suspicious behavior, and it seems like nothing's going to change unless it's talked about in a bigger way.
If I don't do it myself, then he won't receive true punishment. That's what's going to happen, so I need to make sure I spread it far and wide across the internet where everybody can see and hear it. Because that's my job. That's my job. It is my job to punish him.
Can't take this anymore. So that's why we're here. Part 0, disproving KP rep. For some reason, people think I'm unqualified to do this, or have false information about things that have happened in the past they are using to make a judgment on this case. And that's concerning. So let's go ahead and disprove some KP's bad stuff. For example, when this was trending on Reddit, I got comments like this. And if that's still not enough for you, listen to this. And another...
So, comments.
Qualified to do this, or have false information about things that have happened in the past they are using to make a judgment on this case. And that's concerning. So let's go ahead and disprove some KP's bad stuff. For example, when this was trending on...
When she shows this on screen, it has a section saying, this isn't her first controversy, like, didn't she abuse her staff? And more info, in short, no. Following with,
on Reddit, I got comments like this.
oh man, I forgot all about it, KP. I loved watching your videos, but I think I unsubscribed at some point because of a controversy or something. But can't remember what it was. I think the controversy was that KP was abusing her staff and sweeting it like a sweatshop. Yeah, that was the allegation. But it turns out Michael Vog, the guy who made those allegations, later had been caught saying that he made it all up.
And if that's still not enough for you, listen to this.
And another aspect that I didn't really take into account until rather recently is that on top of all the work that the team members are having to do, there's something to be said for all the work that goes into managing those team members. I can't imagine it must be an easy job, because you have to make sure that everyone is on the same page with everything, all the time. Everyone's keeping up to date with progress and is generally handing things in on time, all while trying to keep them happy and make them feel like they're in a positive working environment.
And at that point, I said, look, I'm sorry I couldn't finish it, but I need to get back to my other work. And KP, she let me go. She didn't force me to stay. She didn't say, oh, you have to keep working for me. She said, okay, you can go. Maybe I'll contact you again later when you're not busy.
Started a channel to spread her opinions and build a team around her. I've seen her make mistakes, take them to heart and return the proof. She is a leader, so she must lead in the way she knows, but she is always ready to listen to help, and when she is unsure, seek advice herself.
In the wake of all of this, I had the privilege of meeting some of Team KP, to which my initial reaction was, she still has a staff? And it's true. A bunch of real sweethearts, who, in defiance of Twitter, reason, common sense, and probably human resource statutes, actually still love I Love the Impossible a lot. A lot. And take my word for it, they were just as nonplussed about all this leaks business as anyone. Actually, no, don't take my word for it. Go check out their page and get it from the various horses' mouths yourself. Darling people.
The whole non-KP leak situation is as follows. I do not regret making it because at the time I truly believed I was doing something for the better good. Michael, this is illegal.
Did you really think no one would check? What, do you work for iTunes? I guess never underestimate the power of too long didn't read.
Can I get paid now, Rachel?
For those playing at home, the TLDR is that this is utter nonsense, especially this bit.
But KP, what about this?
She was exposed as a manipulator and a user. Somehow, she managed to get an entire team of people to get to work on her projects, only they didn't get any compensation for it.
God forbid people have hobbies. I guess every reanimated is just an anti-capitalism abomination. Discussed at length here.
I remember watching a video that she posted on YouTube a couple of years back. It was a long drawn-out video about how she was almost cancelled from the community, and how she was a victim of stalking, and her struggles with PTSD, which she brings up like every time she gets the opportunity. Like, what?
Shaming trauma victims probably your best move, my guy. I'm just saying.
She probably thought that because the fandom had died down a bit, nobody would go on the attack. She also had like a Twitter meltdown when she had to pay like for her own way into BronyCon. I think. I can't remember which convention, because I didn't bother fact checking. Whereas other members of the Bernalis's committee, like Silverquill, got in for free. Really goes to show how much of a tight-knit group they all are when it comes to preaching about love and tolerance, like peace.
That's not what happened. I was frustrated that BronyCon changed their minds about my guest spot based on false information, and they were informed it was false information from another convention head. It's very victim-blamey. More details here.
Which probably...
So every time she brings up these sections...
about my guest spot based on false information, and they were informed it was false information from another convention head. It's very victim-blamey. More details here.
They direct them to a video on screen with a timestamp given in said content. One time I almost got canceled by My Little Pony fans. And it is very important to you, at least to me, that I tell you that most of the people speaking have pony personas with sweetie marks related to video editing and software editing. It is very important that I tell you that. Hi, operative.
Which probably explains why people don't see her much after that with other committee members. All in all, KP just strikes me as just another individual who constantly acts like a spoiled child, who acts out when they can't get what they want.
This guy obviously doesn't know me because it's not really my character.
These types of individuals believe that everything should be like handed to them with little or no effort, simply because they are recognized in a group or community. I know it sounds like I'm saying like hashtag burn the witch, but my actual point is she's just another example of what happens when you let internet, or in this case horse fame, go to your head.
Why would we work so hard on dumb little horse videos if they weren't fun? Because art and media are definitely only made for attention. More details here. Make me your horse god. This is a confrontation between someone who was supposed to be helping the team, but was actively leaking assets to the team and lying about it. And then they were caught. You can guess how this confrontation goes. But ladies and gentlemen, the day Zane minded. For more context, Zane, the head of the team at the time, is a pretty soft-spoken guy. So this is the maddest I've ever seen him.
do you mind if we take a minute?
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, what the messages were a betrayal to the team that you claim to represent.
This I can put on the screen.
Spoken guy. So this is the maddest I've ever seen him.
Do you mind if we take a minute?
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, what the messages were a betrayal to the team that you claim to represent. I would say less so a betrayal to Rachel, still a betrayal though. But quite frankly, I'm insulted by what you chose to do. You sat there, you claimed to be representing the team, you claimed to be wanting to improve the team, and you sat there and you lied to our face, okay? Now, I'm fucking lost for words.
And the fact that I gave
What the fuck made you think that was okay? Like, how did you think you were helping? What the fuck have you got to say for yourself?
And then even now, I gave you the chance to come clean and say, is there anything you want to say? And you didn't say anything. And you were denying it until I said, I have access, I see everything.
Initially, you can see that maybe your intentions were good, but there's absolutely no fucking denying the fact that by the end of that, not even by the end of it, halfway through at the very least, there was no denying that. That's my problem. You claimed that you were doing this for us, and yet you sat there and lied to us. You lied to me, you lied to every single person in that group. We sat there and we said, can we trust everyone in this group? And you sat there and said yes. You betrayed the team. Okay? You betrayed fucking me, personally. I'm taking that personally. You sat there and you told them, Zayn is about to upload that video. And what did you hope to achieve? It happened that I was preparing that video, and that's when I told you, by the way, we're putting it back up. We made that decision weeks ago. We made that decision when we posted it in the radio play chat, when people would explain that we're not happy. We said, yes, we have a video ready, we'll upload it in a few weeks. That's why that video was going up. Did you ask me? No. Did you think that maybe a bit more, something better could come out of this? Did you fucking talk to us? Okay, nothing good came out of that group. Nothing that Twitter. Nothing. You know what good came out of this? The Skype group. The group of people that sat down like grown men and fucking wrote down their complaints. Nothing good from that Skype chat. Do you want to know?
Perhaps I should let chat narrate every single play-by-play for themselves. I had a whole thing, you know. It's all good, Testy. Yeah, for context, chat, the two adults are currently yelling at a child here in this call. Individually, with no other person for them to lean on. This is how they speak to a child.
So everybody else on the team, the only two people that said anything bad to the end on Twitter are the two people in that group not on the current team. Do you know what everybody else has said to that Twitter? They fucking said, fuck off, because you're not helping. You are literally here to be malicious. You're here to tease Rachel. You're here to nag at her. There is no defending it. That Twitter is universally accepted not to have been a good thing. The entire team, while you were in that group, was saying that these guys are dicks. Nobody on the team supported them. And yet, here you are, claiming to represent the team and supporting them, and lying to the rest of the team while you do it.
Part 1, the original incident with Chris. Something I also wasn't aware of is that...
There's not really much I need to really say there as context, but she wants to shame and destroy the life of a person for telling a joke. And then they put the fear of God into a child with a yelling, screaming, what I can only assume is British, European, or Welsh man telling them how bad their actions and their reactions are, with no adult or other figure to help attempt to support them, to put clear how detrimental their actions were.
But Carl, are you saying they're not allowed to criticize their employee?
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that they're yelling at a child, belligerently, double-teaming them, in a call. That's it.
Will made a statement after his team member Boggs, you know, the one who was harassing me, was fired. It doesn't mention me, or that there was any victim, or even what he did was bad. Will even calls him a great person. So, starting off on a real high note there.
He's no longer a member of DA Games. He's still a very good friend of ours. Like, especially me, like, I will sometimes DM him, we'll be on Twitter, the big tweeter sometimes, but I'm not one for grudges. I don't do that. So don't think this was out of any bad, massive hate. Just a lot of back-end stuff that kind of conflicted with our channel. There's a lot of things that didn't meet our requirements. The video started getting worse.
The screen cap currently on screen says, actively lying about why Boggs was fired. The epic Reddit Chungus memes are not going to stop, by the way.
Worse, but it was more or less just, I was pressuring him a lot. There's a lot of things he had to do, and there just wasn't enough taking time except for the situation that we were going through. Come to mention it, there was a lot of like things that maybe would have detrimented us in the long run if we would have kept this sort of conversation going. And I don't want to bring in logistics because that's not a thing that should, I don't want you hating the dude because he is a fantastic being. He just did a lot of wrong things, and we're all learning from him.
Yeah, so I don't think there was any mistreatment, or I can't really explain why Chris would be so frustrated enough to do this. So I brought my friend James, who was on the team at the same time as Chris, to give some testimony.
Hi, I'm James. I used to work for KP and I was the head editor of the first team. I worked for her for about 2 to 3 years, and I was asked to give a statement on Chris's work ethic on the team. Chris, in particular, was an extremely good editor, usually doing stuff the rest of the team couldn't do, but he was inconsistent with time. I'm coming out about Chris because in his recent statement, Chris claimed to mistreat him by being on the team. But as someone who was there, it just seemed like he had unhealthy and alternative motivations. And it was clear that he would often say more than he was doing.
Do you think maybe he's compensating for something?
In particular, though, he often said more unsavory things, either just jokes to be funny, or what usually felt like personal. This was never a paying gig, so it seemed that he was upset that it wasn't helping his career, money, or even a romantic situation. It usually felt like he would push himself to be really good and then fall flat, like he had ulterior motives and stopped other editors for their work to make himself look better, really honing them. He was often fixated on if KP liked or approved his work, bragging, which again was inconsistent. In my opinion, he also seemed to have a crush on KP. It seemed obvious to me, if you know what I mean. Sometimes he antagonized another team member to get her attention, and also downplayed it when talking with others. It was odd that he would feel unappreciated when he was acting out his own will to help. Though not fully joining the team, he still committed to projects. Near when he left, it would be a lot of, she doesn't pay us because she's too greedy, specifically saying anti-Jewish semantics such as fucking Jew will pay us, or another, she's cheap, and she's the only one benefiting from this. But
There's your anti-Semitic statements.
the reality is, no one ever got paid. Often in private conversations it would come up, but he wouldn't be shy about bringing it up during group conversations, and this is if he attended any meetings at all. We were a little intimidated by his status to bring us up to KP at the time, though. Chris ultimately left the team with almost no word. His work ethic dropped dramatically over the months we were all there. Overall, his experience was wanted, helpful, but inconsistent.
Part 1.5, escalation to being unsafe with minors. If this video was just about Chris making up a gross story about me a while ago, I can see the argument for why bring this up now. But things end up extending to more actions that are questionable, and make it seem like these people can't really be trusted around children.
So, before we begin this section, recap. Attack a man over jokes. And now, character assassination of this person, as well as yelling at children. Just wait until you get to Saberspark. Just wait. Just wait. When we get to Saber.
We have a testimony of a minor who Chris made uncomfortable by mentioning bestiality to. Here's that story. She's chosen to be left anonymous for obvious reasons, but more about that in the interview.
Back in late 2018, I was in a voice chat with Chris, Will, and one other person who I cannot remember. They were another fan, so it isn't very relevant as to who they were. I was 14 at the time. I do not remember how the conversation got to this point, but at one point, Chris made a joke about me being into bestiality, specifically using the term bestiality, which I didn't understand at the time. I simply responded being confused about the joke, and Chris seemed to find it funny. My camera was on. They were using a third-party tool to have cameras with voice chats at the time, and I had met Will sometime before to voice chat in person. They had to have known I was underage. This by itself is not that awful, simply weird. But together with everything else that has happened and what these people have done, I think it's important to share as it shows a pattern of people in and around DA games creating an unsafe environment.
There was also an incident in WallyCon, where sexual images of cartoon characters that are children and accidentally exposing that material to minors in Chris's private server. Allegedly to test the bot, WallyCon is already subjective in nature in the first place. Cartoon characters that are children and accidentally exposing that material to minors in Chris's private server. Allegedly to
On the screen, at this point in the story, the message plays, "Holy shit, I just realized that this debunks the he was just testing a bot excuse."
test the bot, WallyCon is already subjective in nature in the first place, as people can make the argument that these are fictional characters and not real children.
Okay. We have found the images. Fortunately, horror, the images themselves are, I'm going to air quote this, censored. The people inside the server that are also inside the live chat can agree to what I'm saying as I describe these. Image 1, top left corner. Amy on top of Sonic, galloping. Image 2, a squid boy and a squid girl from the Splatoon universe. What I can only assumptively assume is the inverse lotus position. For those that don't know, guy on bottom. Guy on bottom, woman on top, spread eagle outwards. Image 3, Hatsune Miku, legs agape, spread eagle on back, assumptively getting railed. Picture 4, bottom left corner. What I can only assume is Circus Baby, currently straddled on the shoulders of a human figurine with semi-dark translucent skin, riding on top in the standing position. Picture 5, Otaku and Midoriya, your classical one hand on leg, one hand on frontal, missionary in the position for the procreation of a child. But it is made in such a way where you can see everything. And the last one is slightly censored by the picture of the fish from SpongeBob SquarePants that says, "My eyes!" But I have to assume it is some type of picture that either relates to the Skullgirls universe or relates to the Soul Eater universe, Soul Eater the anime, of what I can only assume is a woman also galloping on top of a nondescript humanoid figure's body with all of the midriff and chest showing. This is very, very tame, chat. This is extremely tame. There is not a single child in these images, unless we are assuming that we're going by the standard of the age of the characters describes the age of whether or not they are considered lolicons, to which I'm going to give away a healthy and hearty shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of here. You're clearly not an adult. But let's just pretend and say, oh my god, I can't believe it. All of these images at different points in time, 7/14/2018, 7/14/2018, 9/23/2018. Goddamn, these get smaller. Very hard to read. I'm assuming 9/23. The image is very hard to read because of the quality of the image, and I'm actually looking at it in 720p. It is very hard to tell the images of the timestamps because the way that it was cropped by KP was cropped in such a way that they were more interested with the images than they were with the timestamp of the images. But some of the pictures actually do have, at least at minimum, the timestamp of the AM/PM post posted to it. But I believe reading the dates are important. I'm going to assume either 4 or 9/23/2018, 7/14/2018, and 7/13/2018. Some posted at 4:39 a.m., 4:42 or 43 a.m., 3 a.m., 8:59 a.m., 4:52 a.m., and 10:48 p.m., respectively. I can only assume that if this was not to test the bot to see if it could catch the images to stop them, man was gooning. Man was gooning. He was gooning. Moving forward.
I don't think anyone will argue that maybe we shouldn't be letting children see sexual imagery. The big problem with that, besides the incident happening in the first place, is that it was never officially addressed. No apology, no nothing. Instead, the threads were deleted. Sounds kind of sus to me. Oh, it gets worse.
So, going back.
The incident happening in the first place is that it was never officially addressed. No apology, no nothing. Instead, the
God damn it.
threads were see sexual imagery.
I will slow it down if I have to.
The big problem with that, besides the incident happening in the first place, is that it was never officially addressed. No apology, no nothing.
Slowing it down.
The big problem with that, besides the incident happening in the first place, is that it was never officially addressed. No apology, no nothing.
So, the important part that I'm attempting to capture here, people inside the server can see what I'm seeing. If not, I'll point it out to you. I can even break it down second by second if I have to.
The first place is that it was never officially addressed. No apology, no nothing.
So, the important parts that I'm attempting to address, can't put it on the screen because one of the images are still there. The chat specifically says, from Will D. A. Ryan, in Not Safe for Work has image. They physically searched for the images. The image on screen shows what they are attempting to find, which is Not Safe for Work has image. Not safe for work. The images in question that exist inside of this server part are based on the images you can see here. An image of the logo that denotes Zone, the well-known hentai animator, as well as a meme that says, I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a Willy Stroker. Willy Stroker, judge, being the joke. As in, I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a Willy Stroker. And I have no idea what a PS5 controller has to do with the joke frame of this. But they specifically went into the Not Safe for Work picture image section to find the images in question that Chris posted to the Not Safe for Work channel. Not Safe for Work images. Images deleted from Not Safe for Work channel. If the argument is this wasn't addressed, it was swept under the rug, children shouldn't be exposed to this. All right, let's believe what we're believing. Okay, let's shift to the fantasy. We're now in the world where this is a problem. Oh my God, they have children in that server. These children are accessing this content. No! Right? That's what we would have on the sin here. That children are accessing not safe for work content. I do not believe that there is proof being given of the kind of other content that is in there. Because if that is the images that are inside that server for not safe for work section, I'm not saying that it's acceptable. But I am saying is, damn, they don't do anything to compare to what we have inside of Luke Goomer Hell. Holy shit! We got shit with voice acting. And jiggling. Motherly figures. X-rays. Right? Now let's shift back to the normal timeline. We are now back where we normally exist and be. Bro, this is a nothing burger if I've ever fucking seen one. They didn't address that there was porn images inside the porn channel. Labeled as the porn channel. And we definitely didn't demonstrate that there were ways for them to segment the children from that part of the server. No, Lewd Coomer Hell is not. I would say that it's not necessarily untame. It's that we don't have the kind of things that people post. We just don't have the wilder people that we used to have in the server anymore posting shit. For one reason or another. But what I'm trying to say, Alex, in comparison, should you be able to see what we have inside there, the things that we have inside Loot Coomer Hell are a lot better drawn. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We have a lot better drawn things inside there. Okay? That's the point I'm trying to get across here. Lock in. Focus. So, unless we can show examples of minors that have somehow been groomed, I'm gonna take this with a hard grain of, nigga, are you serious? And a very healthy, I'll believe it when I see it. Let's hope they have evidence. Shut me up immediately. Prove to me that he was in there telling the kids, yeah, and you stroke it like this. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to see. Because if that's what you are talking about, and that's the argument you're making, based on the fact that it was inside of a place that was labeled as not safe for work, you're grasping at straws, KP. Moving forward.
But instead the threads were deleted. Sounds kind of sus to me. Oh, it gets worse. Part 2, Will Ryan is a textbook pedo, and probably very unstable person. Sorry, yo.
That is a staple question and answer that has absolutely no proof. Just posting that forward for no goddamn reason and accusations that I hope he does not, or does, depending on how sticky you want to get with this shit, to court for. A lot of defamation is being put here. A lot of defamation. A lot. It sure would be a shame if you got some of that good legal justice. So this thing can be made a precedent on YouTube. So we don't have to litigate these kind of issues in public ever again.
If that all isn't a big deal, then child grooming is bad, right?
Well, no shit.
So enter player 1 in this.
Now, is at this time I'm going to ask, is that all of the child porn and or lolicon and or sexual material that we were supposed to learn? Can I put the video on the screen now, Horror? To the best of your knowledge. Or anybody else who knows that formatter. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. How bad is it? We just got past the section that I was warned I would need to censor off the screen. I'm asking to make sure the person who knows more than I do on the subject matter, if we have gotten through the segments so that we can now put the material on the screen. Because I'm certain there are going to be people who are going to be like, well, bro, I don't know what he's doing. I just look at the screen and there's nothing there. We're just listening to the audio. Because there's a reason, and it's because I don't want to lose my fucking channel. Because KP doesn't know how to fucking censor and edit her own content. Well, see, the point, Lucas, is that I want to know that we're past what we were being told was the Lolicon content. If it's not a yes, then it's a no, and I can't put it on the screen. That's what I'm concerned with. Also, your name's not horror. So I'm going to move forward with a no until I get a yes from her.
In this case, the YouTube channel DA Games. For those who aren't aware, DA Games is a YouTube channel that makes a variety of content, including Let's Plays, their own animation, and fandom-inspired music. The four main current members of the channel are Chris, Will Ryan, Cosmic Keyframe or Chrissy, and Sean Webby. Will himself is problematic for a bunch of reasons, not limited to dating a minor in 2015, when he...
The screen flickers with the image dating a minor in impact statement red on black multiple times. Epilepsy warning, I guess. Fuck everybody else. I guess that was really important.
He was 23, and that's shady at best. Here are the screen caps. These are great.
So, on the screen, there are images. The images look like this. DA at Nintendo YT. DA at Official Games. I'm turning 18 next month, lol. Will. 3/31/2022 at 9:42 p.m. When she turns 18 and wants to have sex. Too late. 15 years too late. DA Games. Anyways, promise my girlfriend I'll sleep early. So good night, folks. Have an awesome day. At June 18, 2015. Earlier, June 9th, 2015. Thanks to my girlfriend, name redacted, for the emotional support. It really means the world to me. The future's gonna be so bright. Pinhead, happy face, X. Even earlier, well, later. April 13th, 2017. Name and user post redacted. Also, happy 2-year anniversary, DA Games official, XX smiley face equals 3. This deserves an anniversary baseball.
I guess you can be Jerry Seinfeld, who dated a 17-year-old when he was 38.
Direct accusation of grooming a minor.
So, what are you gonna do later?
I got a date with Nikki.
Oh, yeah.
This part is safe. I can put this on screen for you. This is a whole skit that they got from someone called FedPot, like by Fed Honeypot 2025.
So, what are you gonna do later?
I got a date with Nikki.
Oh, yeah, she's a beauty.
And she's also 17.
Bold and beautiful.
I'll tell you the big advantage of dating a high schooler. If you're going out with someone your own age, you can't take advantage of them.
I suppose.
Oh, come on. That's a huge feature. Think about it. She's so young, she doesn't realize I'm a predator.
Jerry.
Yes?
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think we should see each other anymore.
Oh, that's okay.
What?
No, it's fine. No problem. I'll meet somebody else. Sure. There are plenty of high schools in New York City. It's fine. Anyway, it's been really nice grooming you for a while. I'm gonna go scope out at Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, you too.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she...
Dating any...
This looks pretty safe at this point. Thank you, William. Please keep in mind, they did that as a joke, and they decided that that was important and needed to be in a issue that was the first time ever of a content creator attempting to confront the issue of sexual allegations in their media, on their brand, as a part of their channel. And they thought that that skit was funny. A moment of silence for all the jokes that we lost. In the future, we won't have to have a moment of silence. I'll just simply play the soundtrack In the Arms of a Negro. Coming soon from Nappy Boy Records. Alright. I've been given the word go. Let's continue properly. In the arms of a N-E-G-R-O. The word for the color black in Espanol. Yes, this video is supposed to be covering actual allegations, buddy. It's her content, not mine. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm just the guy that reads tweets. Give me a second, people inside the server. And we're cooking with chicken grease.
Anyone 18 falls into a legally gray area depending on what state or country you're in. But the general rule of thumb is anyone 18 should not be dating anyone who's younger than 18. That's the internet lie, I looked it up. Part 2.5 is grooming. But the most problematic of all of this is minors straight up being groomed in their public spaces. Who you'll hear from in a second was 15 years old and someone around 19 years old started sending them self-harm pictures. Censored screenshots are on screen. It's not a fun video.
Image reads as thusly. Azrael is being mind controlled. Sans was out of mind control suit, yet he snapped, and Frisk was erased and replaced by Chara. Shh! Photos of self-harm, which look like the forearm of an adult male. Oh fuck no, wrong one. Shit, how do you delete? So, the picture was not linked on purpose. It was linked accidentally. This is clearly not being covered as though it was done accidentally. It was done intentionally, as something that should not be in the scope of this accusation, but it is instead involved. Alongside a screen cap that says, you are, or rather I am 15, you are 15.
That's the internet lie, I looked it up. Part 2.5 is grooming. But the most problematic of all of this is minors straight up being groomed in their public spaces. Who you'll hear from in a second was 15 years old and
Yes, you are 15. Posted February 3rd, 2019.
someone around 19 years old started sending them self-harm pictures. Censored screenshots are on screen. It's not a fun video, I warned you. Was pressured to help this individual and manipulated to break up with their current partner at the time. This escalated to nude photos and constant communication until...
Whoop. You found the pic. Fortunately, it's censored, but not censored enough. I trusted you. We trust you. Not that big a deal. Twitch goes down. Twitch goes back up. I could. It doesn't even have the proper name on the title, so that's wonderful. If anybody asks me what I'm doing, I am resetting timeline pictures, specifically connected to Twitch, and setting a timestamp for myself at the beginning of this section, in case I need to edit it later. 1:40. I'm going to review that picture really quick. People inside the server will see what I'm seeing.
Second was 15 years old and someone around 19 years old started sending them self-harm pictures. Censored screenshots are on screen. It's not a fun video, I warned you. Was pressured to help this individual and manipulated to break...
Groomer. 28/2/19, segmented like the European standard. So February 28th, 2019. I have a question, just pure curiosity. I hope to God it doesn't happen, but if you and, name of my girlfriend, were to break up, who would you go to? I mean, is there a chance?
break up with their current partner at the time. This escalated to...
Oh, I'm gonna come! Photo of dick poking out of pants from groomer. Posted at 16 minutes past midnight. It is the head. People on the server can confirm what I'm looking at. Hey, KP, very serious question. Do you know how to fucking edit? Don't just blur and pixelate the image. Black it out! Black it out! You know, blacks, those groups of people that you like to use as tokens when you want to go shaming other people. Make it like the color of our skin. You know, you can take my complexion. You can take my complexion right here. Yeah? Just take that, pull it from a camera feed, color match, paintbrush right over the entire picture. Edit and censor it out so that nobody can make sense of it. This is lazy. This is lazy editing. This is lazy fucking editing. Not to mention irresponsible. Not to fucking mention irresponsible. Fortunately, this passes the standard of YouTube, but it does not pass the standard of Twitch. Hence why I had to restart the broadcast. Sorry, everybody on Twitch. Moving on.
Nude photos and constant communication until staged a suicide attempt and blame then came back
There's more images that are passing by very, very fast, so I have to go backwards.
to break up with their current partner at the time. This escalated to nude photos and constant communication.
So I'll be reading them while the inside of the server sees what I'm looking at. Fuck, I'll tell you, I'm standing on the edge. The skies are beautiful, stars looking down on me, waiting
Staged a suicide attempt and blame
to join me. Fucking Christ. Fucking spastic jump cut style editing.
manipulation until staged a suicide attempt and blame
Jesus fucking Christ. This third picture goes by so fast.
communication until staged a suicide attempt and blame
You were eating straight eggs, no bacon. What the fuck are you doing? I'm attempting to capture the image on the screen because somebody's dumbass editing is so goddamn shit. Ah, yeah! Thank you for your donation. Welcome, Just a Girl. It's a family picture. A family picture of a cock.
communication until staged a suicide attempt and blame
I had it and I lost it. We're going very slow this time. 1.5.
suicide attempt and blame
It even goes by when it's at half speed. She edited this shit so fucking spastically, you can't even see what is being accused of the accuser who's being accused of doing a suicide attempt.
staged a suicide attempt and blame
Thank Christ, got it. Oh, even at my final suicide attempt, this is all you can do. Tell me, how does it feel? That feeling of being helpless. Hopless. H-O-P, hopless, lost, and confused. How does it feel? Because I've been feeling it for 8 years now. I was but a ticking time bomb. And now, my entire life, and now, I ticked off. It's time, I guess. Okay, this is weird. What? What are you saying? And why am I in a hospital bed? Who are you anyways? I'm suicide? What the hell? No.
then came
I don't remember that. I don't even know you.
back
Posted on August the 4th, 2019. Every frame per pause. That's funny, Solace.
in fake memory lock.
Unfortunately, that doesn't work for me, Grace, using the semicolon to attempt to go frame by frame. I have to use it using the YouTube standard. I could have tried to use this. It probably should have occurred to me to drag and pull, but for some reason it didn't want to drag and pull properly. As you can see, it just broke there. I could have probably done this, but I didn't think of it at the time, so it is what it is. Because as you can see here, That entire section is missing from the deeper dive frame by frame. So we would have had to gone frame by frame such as this. The only ones that come up are these images here, which start at 3121, cross over to 31.4, and then end at about 31.40, 42. YouTube's not very good with frame and frame, unless you're going super slow. And that's the precise editing. I would have had to do it myself anyways. Period and comma. Ah! Now I understand you. Thank you, Grace.
Came back in fake game server.
Well, we're past what we need to. Hopefully now we're past all the rest of the bad editing. Putting it back on screen.
Contacted Will about this and then came back in fake memory loss until
There are more images.
was locked completely. And how was it handled in the DA game server?
Will, DA, Ryan, victim. Hey, I didn't want to do this publicly because I don't want people to know about the Twitter thing about me. But yeah, it's about me. I get that you don't want this affecting your image and the image of the team and server, but this is bigger than that. You really hurt my feelings with what you said. I know you probably didn't intend to hurt anyone, but it came off to me like you care more about your image than about victims. My intentions were never attention or love. I wanted to stay anonymous just as much as I could avoid that. I just wanted to warn people of this individual. I get why the link was deleted, but I feel like you went too far with putting that whole rant there. But maybe I'm seeing that wrong. I'm not upset, just disappointed really, but I want to hear you out too. I just think there are better ways than what has been going on. Way better than every single day pulling up some rando when all they did was say a mean thing and a very personal thing. Bringing our name into it, our community as a whole into it, is not a direction that'll work. Whatever problems there are, I would appreciate my name and my image not being brought into the equation. People can expose all they want, but involving my brand in this, when in actuality involves none of us, I don't think is okay to do. When it comes to major things like pedophilia and whatever is excusable for a expose, that can be done without using a brand name and community title. I just don't see what good it does to anybody when the community space has to get involved. We are all supposed to feel safer individually, so hearing they walk among us isn't going to keep anybody calm, and indeed has resulted in our community falling dramatically in volume. More than is necessary, more than is needed. Again, I'm quite happy to be rid of the most dangerous people on the planet, but I can absolutely take someone down without involving an entire community in the picture. Yes, whatever you think you're at fault with, I haven't the slightest clue. That was aimed more at the people like Singing Guy and their crew, who lately have been going after several people for the most quiet and personal of problems, involving our name. Victim. Because this was about a tweet that I made on a side account to address all the stuff that got posted in the bunker by someone else, that got deleted by mods. That's why I thought it was a direct response to that. Will. I never actually saw the link, nor did I see the tweet. I've been playing Dad of War Ragnarok since 12 hours ago, non-stop. Haven't had time until I had a break to eat food to check in. Victim. What would you like to do? I think it helps for context, but it might be triggering enough. Might as well, honestly, for D.A. Ryan. Okay. Then it has a Twitter @ of someone called Expose Marketing. Expose Marketing status, where the first thing seen is cancel blank.
Contacted Will about the situation, who sympathized privately but didn't do anything publicly. But, like, what's accountability for exposing minors to a predator? And just left the space on his own. Eventually had to make his own Twitter thread with screenshots of proof.
And this is the internals of his Twitter thread. Exposing blank. Cancel blank. Trigger warnings for grooming, sexual assault, and emotional abuse, sexual harassment, and suicide. In this thread, I'll share the story if what blank did to me in the time we talked was in October 2018 all the way to February 2020. After this, he disappeared until we had an argument in June of 2020. I'll share screenshots of chats I have with him, including censored pictures he has sent me. Names are censored too. You'll notice that it's mostly messages that he has sent me. Mine are missing because in 2022, I deleted every message I sent him in hopes it would help me process it.
prove the account was true. I mean, come the fuck on. The least you could have done was ban a pedophile. The bare minimum, what's that? Let me be clear. This isn't only Will's fault. It's everyone involved in the company, including the people I named before. And I know rent is a thing, but sacrificing putting children at risk because you don't want to publicly speak out about this behavior and threaten your livelihood, and because you don't want to go to college, is just shitty and selfish.
Oh, you are just the worst type of person.
As he said, it is not necessary to blow up a community by trying to constantly put people's names and faces on things if it has nothing to do with their company. And it appears that you want to salaciously attack them because they did not want to blow everything up in trying to attack and find a pedophile, who then left of their own accord and removed themselves from the equation as you are litigating another person's story in your never-ending drama to attack another person entirely. Which, in this case, considering that the title of the stream says Saberspark, and she's still bitching about DA Games, it is necessary for you to understand and know, as was revealed in another bit of content, when she then reveals it further in the future, she brought in the sections about Saberspark after the bit by railing in DA Games first, then adding on Saberspark. She didn't even have the balls to make a call-out video targeted all about him. She just included the extra bits in there, and I guess also some shit on Lily Pete. Because, fuck them. As they say. Let's keep going.
Next is and his friend Pixel talking about problematic behavior in the DA Games community and the situation at large. Welcome to the No Fun interview section. I have two people with me who have previous personal or professional experiences in DA Games in the past, and they made a document about it a year ago, but I brought them on to share their personal stories in audio form, so it's a bit easier to digest, as well as provide some context to these things, and that these are real people, I promise.
Hi, my name is KP, and I'm bringing on two people who have harassed and accused people in the past that have a whole dossier and a whole manifesto about it. And here's me platforming them to this position so I can attack somebody who isn't even the focus of the original content, while I harass another group of people who I think didn't do enough, because I believe I want to play YouTube police.
So why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'll go first. I was a fan since 2018 until I became friends with Will, one of the game's owners. In, I want to say 2020, 2021, I'm not sure. I was commissioned by him in late 2022 to make a concert outfit, but that's really all I got. Well, that's all I have when it comes to my relation to him. We were friends, but not really.
So you had a professional relationship with Will?
Yeah, I was commissioned once, but that's about it.
Okay, so Pixel, what's your background?
So I was a fan in 2018 or 2023 when I was a fan of the server. I did a lot of general fan art and general interpretations of the stuff, and I never worked with him professionally, but I was friends with him during 2023, and we DM'd pretty often for a couple months, like, we talked in VCs and stuff.
How did that start? Did he notice your fan art and start DMing you, or what?
It was kind of interesting. He was friends with first, and other than the DA game server, there was another friend server that he was in, and at some point the topic of me came up and he was in DM, and he noticed that I wasn't on his friends list, and he was just kind of confused about that, and so it was just kind of, he thought we were friends already, and so it was around early 2023 that I accepted his friend request, and we started DMing from there. I think we officially started a conversation after incident just Kinu. She was like harassing me for like 2 hours, and I had that conversation with Will. I was like, your friend is doing this, and this is what happened, and here's a conversation that we had, and after that we just started having normal conversations.
So I guess Will does this, where he'll just take people from the fan server and try to build a personal connection?
Yeah. So there's actually this second server that a lot of his friends, including like Law and Inu, are in, that sometimes just some people get invited to, I guess.
Okay, I guess from what I'm getting at so far is there seems to be a lack of boundaries. Not that it's a bad thing to make friends with fans or anything, but I feel like it's almost competitive if you have like a server of people who likes that are also the fan server.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Accusing a content creator of trying to groom fans and bring fans across fan lines to a personal server where when he has done a nondescript amount of time of vetting of them, that he brings them into an additional server for them to then discuss and talk to people without the liaisons of the official group server for which they are fans of. So, a side server full of people who know each other as friends, who may have started out meeting each other over the content, who then grow closer over time. So natural human connections of any kind. I feel like bronies can't handle personal relationships. Also, thank you, Just a Girl. As a former brony, her editing and content has always sucked. Also, she will frequently go into things with no knowledge of what she's talking about. She also used to be friends with Lily Pete. Very interesting. $48.18. A video of this is barely edited. Deserves you to watch more. What is the timestamp in relation to, Gladia? Censored content? $48.18. 1 second chat. I'm at 35.15.
He went through those two people and it was heavily sanitized.
48.18.
He wanted me to say he apologized in DC, he did this, he did that, and I was supposed to...
All I see at 48.18 is images of text chat. What am I supposed to be looking for? It's just text chat, that's fine. 35.
A server of people he likes that are
Yeah.
also the fan server.
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, so what happened for me was I was friends with Lala before I was invited to that server. So because I had a mutual friend with Will named Lala, I was invited there. It's officially Lala's server, but it mostly gets used for Will stuff.
What exactly is in the server? Is it just like personal jokes or similar layout to the other server, but just kind of private?
It's supposed to be a friend group server, but it's really centered around Will.
Yeah, they had this rule where if you weren't active enough, you'll get kicked, and if you couldn't go to VCs, you'd have...
From Lala, the inactive purges begin soon. Make peace with your gods and react to this message to plead your case. Right, if you want to survive the purge, you must prove your loyalty. It is time to swear fealty to the bar. To survive, you must be somewhat active. You must have reacted to the above, and you must explain in the general chat why you want to stay and include at the end what is your favorite sweetie is. So has been written. So y'all shall get the fuck to it. I'm manic right now. Deal with it. I'm Al, Lawface. Everyone at again. So, they had an internal server full of people that they invited, and over time, they would make sure to prune the people that had access to the content inside of said server by making sure that they were active and not just simply sitting there and then leaking information to people frequently. So, a normal AFK check unlike a person putting content on a side server that's not meant to be seen by anyone at any point in any time, by any regards, and they are doing so because they know they cannot have it publicly in a public space that befits their brand, so it's under tight lock and key, where only the highest of the high know about it, and only the upper echelon that have been vetted and checked thousands and thousands and thousands of times, aka groomed, until they can be trusted to not leak it, are allowed to see it. So... a fucking nothing burger. Again, KP. At 4817, they're looking through images he posted in the Not Safe for Work chat. Again. 4817. When you say 4817, they're looking through, or that the section starts at 4817. Because I have to look at it going through bit by bit. So, the images in question, I can't tell what it is you're talking about and looking at unless I look through it. Somebody else can confirm what he's talking about inside the server for me, please. Thank you. We'll handle it when we get there, Bloodia. So far, we've got... he has friends that go inside of a separate friend server, and they have a procedure for getting rid of the inactives. Interesting. That's nothing but interesting.
One time with me and
Were there any mine?
an hour in, Will joined and he got upset because
Go back to where I was. Right
active
here.
enough, you'll get kicked, and if you can go to VCs, you have to explain yourself, like, oh, I can join VC today because of X, Y, and Z. And generally, from my experience, a lot of people had to get rid of it, like, going back and joining the server in general. They used to let people in pretty generally, but then they just have restricted access. Like, the only reason I got in there was because she actually invited me in there. A few times she actually gave out invites, but it's technically a friend server, but they have, like, not official events, but they do VC a lot. Sometimes days, and they just generally expect you to be active a lot.
So it seems to me like the whole point of the server is for Will to talk to people and get validation. Is that it?
yeah, definitely. I remember this one time that me and a friend who was in there were watching, I think it was Hellraiser 4, it was one of the worst Hellraiser movies. We were like cracking jokes and stuff, and like an hour in, Will joined and he got upset because we were talking over the movie when he didn't even choose to watch it. We did.
Were there any minors in the server?
Yes.
Yeah, there were.
I'm not gonna say names, but I remember there being like several, at least.
So I guess it's kind of questionable that he made a separate server to invite most of the fans of his main server, which I guess is the worst thing in the world, obviously. But it's things like the boundaries that are weird, the rules as far as VCing that are weird, and the fact that there are minors in there. Were there inappropriate jokes and stuff like that?
Yeah, there used to be an NSFW chat even, and like people just share their kinks in there and stuff. I remember this. It got deleted eventually, but it was weird. Like the time I was in there, and the chat seemed that I was a minor at the time. I think I don't remember exactly. I'm sorry, but yeah.
So, big one moment of bad vibes. Bad vibes. The vibes were bad. The vibes were off. Bad vibes. Outside of also having minors in a place where adults are also found, and having minors in a place where adults can be found, also posting content that children should probably not have access to, but it doesn't sound like it was done without restraints, but I cannot confirm or deny whether or not they had roles separating and given to said people that had to confirm their age. So, bad behavior. Bad. Bad.
It was really sexual and racist and stuff.
Okay, not off to a good start. That seems to be the running theme with DA games in general, that they're being inappropriate with minors. They make inappropriate or not safe for work jokes in front of minors, and no one seems to be willing to do anything about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, sometimes they, like, for forever now, I want to say, they refuse to even acknowledge that there are minors in their audience.
Yeah, I remember that when the first version of Doc dropped, we were looking at the point that he was traumatizing to minors and talking about things that younger kids should be hearing, and he relies a lot on his fan base for personal support. There's an entire channel on that server dedicated to just giving him therapy support, and the entire movie server is dedicated by how he's screaming that day. And when we mentioned that in our document, like, hey, he's trauma dumping, he's talking about all these horrible things without a filter to these people. And people were giving the excuse, well, they're older teens, they're like this age. When in reality, the age range was a lot broader than like 16, 17. There were 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds in there. The broader range is like from 13 to early 20s in that server, and it's unfair to assume that just because it appears that people are older, that you should trauma dump to these people. They did have an NSFW channel on that main server, but I wasn't around when it was a thing.
And what year was this about?
I'm not entirely sure. I remember being there when that channel got deleted, I think.
When did you guys join the server?
I joined the server in May 2018, and it was around then.
I joined in December.
I don't know how long it was around, like the server existed since 2016, but it may have been around since the beginning, I'm not sure. But it was around 2018, that's for sure.
And another thing I wanted to bring up is that the moderators do not go through formal training, from what I could tell. I was there and he just picked someone and he was like,
no moderator has formal training on how to be a moderator. There is no moderator Discord school for how to be a good moderator. You learn on the fly and you learn based on the community standard that people have. This is bullshit. If you have to hire a person to be an official Janny, you have bigger issues than the fact that you hire Jannies. Like, why do they work for a job where they're an officially paid Janny for a Discord community?
It's like, oh, you should be a moderator now. You've been a friend for long enough. And like I said, he's hiring minor moderators. The most recent one just turned 18 last year.
Thanks, Carl. I have a business idea. You're welcome. Alright, we have a chat on the screen. By the way, I'm 11. You're fine, though. I'm 2 years older. Lil. But see, I called your age out higher. You think that kind of stands out as older than your age, right? Yeah, because you are more mature. You're another great mod that lets loose every now and again. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's okay to do that every now and again. This is another bad instance. What should I call my Discord mod school? Chat, we gotta brainstorm on this. What do we help Just a Girl name the school? I feel like Discord Kittens isn't exactly accurate because we're dealing with bronies here. The Discord Sweetie Stable. Yays or nays? Yays or nerds? Yays or nays? Yays or nays? I'm fine. Ow. Let me move 2 through. 1 second. Okay. Move forward.
They graduated high school last year and they were moderated the entire time from server from 2018 to 2023. And I'm 20 now, so they were younger than me that entire time. And as far as I'm aware, I heard they were recommended to someone.
No, they got picked randomly. I remember this. Yeah, it was weird. They just got picked for no reason. And they even told me several times in DMs when they were moderated, like, you should have been it, not me. Because, I don't know, they part of them with themselves as not being capable enough to be a moderator, but they were anyway.
Yeah, I can get the point of having moderators being subjective, but at the very least they should not be minors. They should also know it's actual work and should be okay with whatever work they get. Usually mods are like, hey minor, don't go in the 18+ chat, or have a question, we'll help you. Just
exactly.
So with minor activity in both servers,
I can at least agree with that. You should probably not have underage people as moderators in your server. That is bad to do. I don't care how mature that child is. Don't call it Finish Line Racing School. That just sounds like they're racing for a money shot. Shame on you, Juan. Shame, shame, shame. I think that you should not have minors, no matter how mature you think that they are, inside your server handling mod job positions. Because it creates a blending of authority where they do not know how to limit and separate between what definitely should not be seen by other minors and the cognitive dissonance of being a trusted member but not being allowed. I'm pretty sure it is an official school, but you know what I'm saying. Listen, some words in some contexts, one, they change their meaning. They change their meaning. Like calling somebody a sweetie, for example. It changes meaning, no matter how you look at it. But at the very minimum, by having minors be responsible for moderation of content, you are exposing children to content that children should not see. And you are trusting that that child does not get brain blasted for you choosing to put that content out there for them doing shit. Simple as. It is as simple as that. That's pretty much as straightforward and go ahead. It ain't that difficult, it ain't that hard. Simple stuff, simple stuff, simple stuff. At least that's my opinion. I've never had minors in that position. While we've had minors in the server in the past, we did not have them have any kind of access to that material. Or at least, I should rather say, we did not allow children to have extensive access to such materials inside of my content. And we have since changed to the policy of an 18+ server to begin with, where we libelously ban any person who we find is underage and they cannot return until they are of age. Along with a external bot system that confirms the ages of the people in question, so that those that are getting access to the inside of the Not Safe for Work channel have to have a specific role that they have to self-select to get. I have the ability of demonstrating and checking if this material has been launched for said person, and if they have actually gotten the role, or if the role was given to them by somebody else other than me or any of the moderators we have here. And of the moderators that I have on my staff, they are people that have put in a mod application, that are aware of the policies and rules of my audience and of my server, and how I expect them to conduct themselves and business inside for the regards of talking to people. And in the future, when I choose to have community mod positions, who will have less responsibility than the mods, more like community representatives, members of the HOA, if you will. The members of the neighborhood HOA will have the ability to speak to people so they can understand things in the capacity of normal business. So when there's a movie night coming up, they can be able to ping people and talk about it on behalf of the mods or myself. Or when we have content ideas coming up for the community, like the upcoming content that's going to be going into Helldivers 2 because they decided to make updates to the game. Pretty decent. Etc., etc., etc. I think we can all agree that having minors be mods is fucked, for obvious reasons. But it does not sound like he was grooming people. It sounds like he was just dealing with the responsibility that comes with slowly figuring out, yeah, I've got to figure out how to keep you guys safe. So, very, 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 very much of a less subjective nothing burger, but still a nothing burger. I caught the bowl.
But there is a fucking bottle cap lodged in my foot!
158.52 has barely censored furry porn. Thank you. We'll keep that in mind when we get there.
Was the only thing that gave off red flags, or was there any other behavior?
Oh, there's way more. I remember in the games community, there's a lot of predators, like rumors and such, and they got exposed like monthly sometimes. Like every other month there would be another one, and we never get acknowledged by the team. And it was just horrible. This guy I have here personal real quick, but at some point I was ruined by someone in there, and I exposed him like 2 years ago. And I posted it in the server, I made a Twitter thread, and I posted it in there. Well, I asked my friend to post it, because I didn't want to do it myself, because I was a public figure at the time in the DX community. And I got deleted like instantly because it was just drama tarnishing brand, and
So to summarize, it's not abnormal for predators to be attracted to online spaces that maybe make fandom content, but it's kind of scary when the mod team is burying it.
One of them really got arrested for having CP in their possession.
Yeah, this is one guy that got arrested for like 34 counts of child like 2 years ago, and they never got acknowledged by the TV either.
And he was pretty prominent in the server. He would make animations and
He was really popular.
And he was kicked once that came out at the very least, right?
We don't know.
There's a probability he probably was, but they do have a thing where, like, if you suspect someone being weird, they will investigate and kick them, but...
It's done very badly. It's done really badly. Like, from personal experience, it's so bad. Like, I tried to come forward about my rumor, like, way before I posted about it, and they were like, hey, you have proof of this? And I was like, no, I deleted those chats because I don't want to see that shit. And they were like, okay, but you can send them back. And I was like, okay, how could fucking help me? Because I was panicking. And they're like, figure it out yourself. So you're going to tell a child in a panic state to just figure it out themselves, or else we're not, or otherwise we're not going to do anything. It's really weird. I don't know. I'm getting heated. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just so fucking dumb to me that they don't do the bare minimum, or just like don't have a server that's open to minors.
It reminds me of last year when he was doing a set list for MomoCon, and he has these killer robots, and he was describing how they kill people, and I was asking him, should we put a content warning on there? Since most people are like coming for the DA game stuff. And he laughed at me. He was like, no, why should I do that? I have a song called Mr. Dirty Balls playing. People should know that we're not for this because that song is playing. And then the next day, he had to add content warning anyway, so I just kind of like threw up my hands like, okay, you had to add one anyway, so why were you doing it about it?
Yeah, he gets upset at like the smallest things ever, and it's so annoying. So it's really hard to like come forward about bigger stuff too.
Were any of the other team members supportive when you came forward? Because my understanding is that when you go to Will for stuff, he kind of brushes it off.
Well, he either brushes it off, or he sends HR. The person that's currently HR usually will just go into your DMs and be like, yo, don't bring negative stuff to Will, he cannot handle it right now, and he never handles it, so it's frustrating as hell.
And they just made them HR this year.
Is the HR person a public figure?
Not anymore. They did have a Twitter account, but only the parts I have is as an HR person who live with him. They're friends with everyone in there, so when it comes to certain situations like yours, technically they should not be handling that because they're not a mutual third party.
Does she have like a social presence? Like, is she known for being friends with Will?
Yes, to some degree. Like, if to some degree she's public, when he goes to DAM's live stream, she will be there as a moderator. Things such as like that.
It seems like the main theme is Will can't handle whatever the conflict is because he can't address it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so let's talk about some troublesome behavior you saw from Will. I know he dated your minor in 2015, and there was a lot of N slurs and a lot of anti-Semitic slurs. Great stuff.
Mao.
Well, let's talk about some troublesome behavior you saw from Will. I know he dated your minor in
Dating a minor.
2015, and there was a lot of N slurs and
A lot of N slurs. Because people are not allowed to post jokes early time on the early internet, we're going to relocate those problems into the modern era and get a cancel culture mob on top of them. So, life ruination, specifically for DA.
a lot of anti-Semitic slurs. Great stuff. Do you have any anecdotes or things to share on top of that?
Just recently, someone did some more digging when they found out on the live stream clip. I was looking at some site called like youngpeople.com, and they did some more digging in the Wayback Machine.
What drove you to make this document? Was it the predator thing? Like, what was the straw that broke the camel's back, and you just were like, fuck it, we need to write all this stuff down?
I think it was just generally we were frustrated about a lot of things. We talked to each other, and then we found out about the SW stuff, and we decided, nope, this needs to get out there.
That's pretty much how it went. We stumbled across this wall. We were literally just messing around, and that's when we found it, and thought, well, this doesn't look right. And we did some digging, and we were like, this isn't right at all.
So you went back through Will's history and saw the anti-Semitism, and there's one point where he justifies using the N-word as a white person, and so you went back through Will's history and saw the anti-Semitism, and there's one point where he
4/15/27 at 7:25 p.m. You may say the N-word in your own rooms. You may do as you please on your own self, where no one can hear you and no one else can feel offended. It's your own sanctuary. But in a public server where it's bound to hurt many people, that's really a no-go.
He justifies using the N-word as a white person, and I thought...
Because we believe in freedom of speech, but in a public environment, freedom of speech that isn't handed to everyone, it is about respect. That's what you give the right to communicate. An individual personality with a unison goal.
That was really sad. So what was the response when released the first version?
So, he did not give people carte blanche N-word passes illegally. What he did do is he said, and I quote, "If we don't hear you in your house when you talk, that's fine. I didn't hear it, so I can't be offended. You say this publicly, people will be offended, I will be offended, and I'm going to do something about it." So a nothing burger again.
The document.
Well, the first version came out like really weird. Like we tried to get like fans to see it, so we made a fan account, and then like they did a release account. It was stupid. That one went really bad. Like could you even say more about that? Like it affected you mostly.
Yeah, it just went really badly. We were still friends at that point, and we were just like really heartbroken. So the doc was very emotionally charged, and it just had stuff in there that didn't really need to be in there. And then also after he came out trending on Twitter, like 2 months, one of them was this HR person came to me and they put me in like a group chat and told me, you have to fix this. And I'm like, I'm gonna cause this. I can't fix this right now. But I still had to do this anyway. And after a couple more screenshots from like the HR person's like, is there anything else that's going on? Because if there is, I'm gonna step away from flipping switches and ruining lives. And I was really scared of that. And rightfully kept me doing my friend group because I was so scared of what was gonna happen to them. I just ended up throwing them under the bus because I was so scared and under pressure.
Like we changed the password for Twitter and everything because we could not have this feels out.
Yeah, and when the second document came out, I reached out again and I was basically confirmed that was what happened. And I put out my secondary statement on Twitter because the initial apology, or the quote-unquote apology, that I made the first time, it went through those two people and it was heavily sanitized. They wanted me to say he apologized in DC, he did this, he did that, and I was supposedly there to witness when he did those things. And as a result, people started disregarding everything as fake, and so I wanted to make that secondary statement to explain that nothing was fake, and I was pressured into writing something I didn't really believe in. And then later those two people come forward in private and apologized to me for doing that.
So let me get this straight, guys. So 2 official DA Games ambassadors, mods, whatever you want to call them, basically tried to legally threaten you to formally apologize or else swaggy finger. Is that basically what happened?
Pretty much. This HR person, she swagged about being up on the corner and like making stuff up about people. So
1 second, chat. People are trying to bring up drama. Some people just don't know how to leave well enough alone. Anyways, moving forward.
she had a capacity to do those types of things. Those people on websites do, and I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that to happen to any other people who are working with.
Yeah, I was especially scared. I was especially scared because they will commission me. Like, what if they save the packaging, I send his outfit in, and have my address? Like, I was scared as fuck. So I logged you out because I could not have the
Yeah, that's fair.
So what happened after you released the second doc? Did anyone come after you or try to have you reprimanded?
There was this, it was really weird. Like, this time it went okay. Like, we posted it on, like, Reddit and stuff. And it actually had some reaction. It was really cool. But there was also this one person that either was the HR person, or someone pretending to be the HR person, still haven't figured it out. Because the HR person has to have a stalking me, specifically. And they threatened to, they acted like they were going to sue me.
Yeah, I remember that. It was just horrible. Another thing is the second doc, it just kind of inspired someone to go through the server logs. And they found that people like Chris were going through and deleting all the racist stuff that they said. And they found videos. And they made like a whole archive just going back. That they were like just going back and deleting things.
So Chris got caught being racist and sexist just in general?
Yeah, pretty much.
So before I move on to the last question, can you guys give some context, as much as you can, from the anonymous Chris story that you interviewed the victim for?
So that's actually my best friend who told that anonymous story. So this had to do with her username, which had the word animal in it, and then her name. And so like actually gave them that. Like, it was weird. Why did they say that? Why did they think it was appropriate to say that to a 14-year-old they knew was 14?
What took me off guard is that the 14-year-old had met Will before. Was that at a convention?
Yes, it was at a convention.
Okay, cool. At least that's cool.
They're also pretty prominent as a person in the community, so it would be weird if they didn't know how old she was.
Is she still prominent?
No, she got banned, and now she fucking hates their guts, so...
So the whole team has a controlling presence with their fan base and on social media, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So my last question is, unless you guys wanted to add anything else as far as any general stories or experiences or anything.
So as I mentioned before, I was a fan artist, and at the beginning of Iris, I would make interpretations of characters, and we would go on the chat and say, these interpretations give me anxiety because now I'm scared and not going to be able to live up to these expectations.
Let me backtrack. What is Iris? Is that a song they've done? I'm not familiar with their content really.
It's one of his IPs.
Yeah, it's an original story.
Yeah, it's a dystopia thing. There's a lot of characters, but not a lot of designs. So what a lot of people like myself did was like, let's make a design on this character based on this very vague description that he had. And people would also make covers of songs too, and get high enough anxiety over it. And in some cases, he called it the facing. I got caught out for the way I drew one of these killer robots because he's like, well, now you my design looked like horseshit, even though I heard no one else complaining about his design or anything like that. And on top of that, I went to the artist and apologized. I'm like, yeah, we're so sorry. We didn't know I was drawing. This stuff upset you so much. And never said anything until now. And he made it a rule in the server for a while that you couldn't post interpretations, or you couldn't post covers with more than one instrument or more than one vocal track. And he just now changed that rule. I heard from someone that's still in there, and he just changed the rule back to where it was before, so you can do that again.
I can't get over that because that's the stupidest fucking thing. You should be happy that people are making fan art because they enjoy the thing. It's like he's punishing his fans.
Yeah, even on Twitter, someone was asking about it. He's like, well, I'll go forward making more character designs when I'm sure that they won't be tampered with. And just a lot of extreme words for stuff that wasn't extreme. Being a young artist at the time I was 16, and I was devastated to me. And when I was telling him, it was really hurt when he said that. He was like, we don't have a cow, it's not that bad. But not really acknowledging how I felt or how any of these other people felt about that.
That's a problem he generally has, like, when someone comes forward to him about how he or their feelings, he's like, yeah, it's not that bad, like, bro, you hurt someone, it's not cool, man.
Oh, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. I mean, predator shit, the child porn is probably the worst of it. Okay, to recap. So I was going to say it sounds like it's pretty bad between the allowing predators to be in their spaces and not really doing anything about it, or threatening people who make fan art, or Will dating minor, and Will looking up child. I remember saying that because I thought that was the worst thing Will specifically had done, and then Chris just had behavior being sexist and racist too, and gross with minors. So what would you guys like to gain from coming forward on a bigger platform and speaking about your stories?
So my original goal would be, like, acknowledgement of this stuff happening, like, I don't think that's gonna happen, like, ever. Being realistic. I don't know exactly what I want anymore, like, I just want this stuff out there, I guess. That's all I can do.
What I personally think is Will needs to take a break from the internet because this sounds really unhealthy from a third-party perspective.
This is gonna sound really mean, but I don't think he's capable of taking a break from the internet. I mean, he went on the championship with his family and he was on swearing and he was in baseballs the entire time. So even then when he was supposed to be out in nature, he wasn't taking a break. There was multiple times he said he'd leave Twitter, and then he never did. I believe someone caught him lurking because he was pretending to be off of Twitter, but then like he retweeted something and then quickly unretweeted it. He's on Instagram mostly now, and even now he's pretending to be offline on Discord.
Something I've noticed too is that people who enable him are dependent on him, like the HR person who's a roommate of his, and is dependent on the channel's income in order to live.
Yeah, exactly.
All of this is circumstantial shit. This is so fucking lame and gay.
Like, the HR person lives with him and doesn't have a job outside of HR for VA games. I think we don't know because they're not a public figure. We don't have any connection to them anywhere. But I think the only thing they do.
So it means that if they don't have any real connection to them and they're not a public figure, it's not somebody who has power to try and hurt people. Now, is that the fucking case?
Is sit in Will's house and send out angry emails to us.
This is what the kids call an allegation, something we don't know is true, but based on a theory and evidence.
Yeah, she used.
Yes, KP! That's what an allegation is! So why are you airing it out like it's a fact of the matter?
She would have a job like as a childcare worker, but she stopped. And then she was like art commissioned, yeah, and then she did like art commissions for a while, but then she like fucked up her wrist. So I don't know what she can do if she has a job.
Sounds like a healthy work environment. So the only time they acknowledge anything wrong is when I retweeted one of the emails a couple of weeks before this recording, and they were like, Chris is taking a break. Chris is taking hiatus, which I think means we're gonna wait until this blows over because we're not gonna show you any proof that Chris went to any HR training.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and allege that he did not go through any training. Like I said, the HR person was only made HR this year. DA is only 4 people. Even emailing and doing NDA was against the ACAS guidelines. So I don't know what training he would have done if there was any. I think we had a timeline down. Like a day or so after retreat came out, he left here the day after. He was streaming the night after, and the day afterwards he was saying I got training. Like at what point during that timeline would he be getting trained?
Yeah, and keep in mind, for those who don't remember, I had the original conversation with HR a year ago. And I was feeling antsy because I wanted to make a video for a while and we were waiting for the right time, and then this blew up, and I'm like, this would have been great a year ago. But ideally, it doesn't sound like the team is even safe to make content because of their feelings around others. Like, Will himself dated a 17-year-old when, how old was Will?
22 or 23.
That's great. So when you date a 17-year-old, regardless of when it happened, you should know better. Like Chris telling the story, regardless of when it happened, he should know better. So I guess we'll hope for the best. I think at the very least, if there's going to be any changes, they have to show proof and a plan, or else no one's going to believe them at this point, I think. A public apology is probably a good start.
Yeah, that's like the big thing. Like, you would think that nobody would believe what the DA are saying, but they do. And it's weird. Like, even when you show them, they're like, oh, it's fake, you're just haters. Like, their fan base is very, their fan base is like very, they just really want to believe that they're good people when they're not, because Lord knows why, actually.
It's because he built up a parasocial relationship with them.
True.
Even with the lolly thing, when we told people about that, they were like, well, actually he was using it to test the bot, and I'm like, well, why is it still there? And it wasn't even in the same server. Again, the fans have a very parasocial relationship. You have this mature 20-something-year-old telling you all his deepest secrets and stuff, and all his childhood traumas, and you feel closer to him. And on top of that, you have this whole Discord channel dedicated to just giving him support. You're encouraged to look at his Discord status and see what state he's in. When I was younger, could even go as far as to like delete his Twitter account and like threaten to delete the YouTube account because he was feeling bad. And when you go through that over and over again, you want to feel close. You want to feel like this person can't be bad. I did all this for him. I went through all this for him. And I'm just sorry, I'm getting really a bit heated here because again, I went through all of that and it's such an emotional thing to go through. It's like, no, you shouldn't be doing this to 13 or 18-year-olds. You shouldn't be telling them all these things. Like, I'm doing a YouTube channel where, when I was bullied, I got my head bashed in.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the worst example I remember is I think that he said in his Discord server that he was going to kill himself because his fans were so fucking annoying. I don't have proof of this, sadly.
Very big thread.
Remember is I think that he was going to
doesn't even start at the beginning!
It's like, I'm doing a YouTube channel where, when I was bullied, I got my head bashed in.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the worst example I remember is I think that...
Or it does, but scroll past it very fast.
All these things, like, I'm doing a YouTube channel where, when I was bullied, I got my head bashed in.
Yeah, exactly.
Da-da-da-da-da. Emotionally, mostly, well, both. Personal life has been the absolute worst. 8 suicide attempts, 3 hospital visits, a mass amount of life or death bankruptcy, all led by a life of disaster from Will. I am mashing this key, chat. I am mashing this key. Big ups to Grace for making sure that I knew how to use the frame technique.
It's like while he was in the hospital as well.
Yeah, I remember this.
I swear there's more.
He never really did it afterwards.
He can kill himself, he's okay.
He posted several times, like, my head bashed him.
Yeah. Okay. Like, the worst example, I remember.
There you go. Ah, fuck, Christ. Again, another instance of this being a problem. Why would you put the content there, then speed through it in such a way where people would not be able to catch it? Holy fucking shit, dude! How legit is all of this? It could be very legit, it could be not very legit. It appears to be, since it is confirmed by Will themselves, that this is a legitimate suicide note that was written with intent to attempt, but they survived. It reads, "This is perhaps the last you're going to hear from me. After this post, I will have attempted to take my own life. The world has become so intoxicated with no chance of recovery and no chance of redemption. Someone died recently, and now millions have marched in protest. Some peaceful, some most horrible. An entire message spun off of its ass, and now the previous message is just an echo in the wind. Now it's all about violence. But this is a human science, not some placebo. The world will perish..." Excuse me. Pressing the button on the wrong screen. I'm out. "The world will perish because of how sentient the human mind has become. There is a counterpoint for absolutely everything thrown at you. And now, there can be never a single agreement in anybody. Everyone's selfish egos being the legendary critique of the world, constantly waiting to be above everyone else as opposed to standing side by side. We're nothing more than primates at heart, though. Vicious. It's spelled like viscous, but it's vicious. So, vishkish. Fishkish. I'm breaking! My mind is fracturing at the hinges! Trick question. My mind was never unhinged. I find it funnier to read it the other way. We're nothing more than primates at heart. Viscous animals that thirst for anything that lands under earth. Are out noses, ravenous parasites, sharing conspiracy, conflict, tragedy, out of context gospel, gullibility. I saw a world that worked in unison. As a white person, I have nothing but the most profound of respects for each and every person of each and every skin color, and not because of their skin, but for them being genuine people. The world has become so insecure and scared to believe that equality can and will exist that we somehow have to justify violence just to fulfill that selfish desire. For you to turn around and say, I threw a giant rock at your window, so that has to mean I don't like racism. Well done. You got your point across. But at what cost? You're all destroying buildings, you're killing innocent bystanders, you're attacking several officials, and officials are attacking several of you citizens back. When not one of you remember that we have a global virus, so this was definitely during COVID, that could potentially kill you all anyways, you become animals against every single person's opinion. But oh no, you should be proud of your opinion. Fuck what anybody else says, all while making a contradictory statement on your own profiles, immediately looking like hypocrites, infectious riddles and parasites unable to come to one fucking agreement. Whatever happened to mental health? I'm sorry, chat. He is cooking right now. He is cooking! He is not wrong! He might have been in a dark place, but he is not wrong right now! He is unironically cooking! the exact same shit that I said when I put up my COVID videos, where I was probably at my most black-pilled. Literally, I said the exact same shit. I didn't say it the way he did, and I did not make attempts in my life, but it's the exact same shit. What happened to those suffering from chronic depression over this? Another big thing that's been underlooked in history. I'm tired of living. Astronauts flew to an international space station today. I thought that was the most inspirational part of history that I'd seen for a while. Well done to NASA for that. And well done to each and every person who tried to fight for me. This is not something any of my friends have forced upon me, as they've done nothing but try to keep my sanity afloat. Sadly, this world has gotten too much to habdle. This world has gotten too much to habdle. Clearly it was handle. There's no rational thought between anyone. I wanted to live in a world where we as the people could come to one defining standard, and that's equality. Frankly, I'm not seeing the message spoken in the right places, and as we know, we're facing a global warfare soon. And quite honestly, I'm fed up with being abused by close people to my life who come and go. I've gone through enough. I've fought long enough. Now let me die in peace. I can't decide what happens to Earth after this, so make with it what you will, but I'm not sticking around anymore. I love each of you all, for those who have been a support system for me for so long. My family, friends, 2 S's, coworkers, they were defining memories. Keep making more, okay? Yes, use the man's suicide note to demonstrate how he's manipulative, not that he was going stir-crazy watching people destroy their cities because they wanted to fight to defend the justice and honor of a speedball addict stroked out on fentanyl, who definitely probably had an aggressive takedown maneuver used on him, and then used as a martyr to destroy the Americas because of social justice and COVID and 2-week strain and keeping the curve down. We've crossed the line from cuckoo kachoo, this is hilarious and funny and very sad for KP, to holy shit, you thought this was something you should have put in with fucking YouTube poop memes. Negro! What is wrong with you, KP? Truthfully, the only thing that would make her happy is that he did succeed at this. The fuck? What the fuck? Nigga. Stale in the cookie, but fresh and cream. No wonder her and Lee were friends. That's what I'm saying! Something inside of her mind, in the deep, profound wisdom or lack thereof, she thought this was material to put out there. Now, excuse me a second, I'm writing a tweet. 1 second. We're going to get right back to it. I just need to finish writing this tweet. Back to it.
Like, I remember seeing it.
I posted a suicide note on Twitter.
Like, several times.
And then Chloe had to come out saying, no guys, he's fine. And then he just like, he never deleted it afterwards.
He didn't kill himself, he's okay.
He posted several times, like, while he was in the hospital as well.
Yeah, I remember this happening when I just was a fan, like 2018, 2019, this was happening a lot. And like, I felt super close to him when I literally just knew him for like 4 months. It was weird, like, I felt this super close connection to him, and now I understand why, and it's so fucking awful.
On that note, do you guys have any advice for people that are kind of in similar shoes that you were when you were finding all this stuff out?
Talk to people, like, you're not alone going through this, like, please talk to people, even people that are still fans, like, talk to them. It's okay if you don't feel okay going through this, because it's fucking hard. Having to sever a connection that feels so close and personal to someone who turns out to be a terrible person. It's okay to feel mad, it's okay to feel sad for the things you lose. It's okay. Like, you're gonna be fine. Talk to people.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, like, just talk to people. One of the driving factors that led me to become friends with again is I talked to someone about everything that happened, and I suggest just to talk to people who are outside of the server, go to different servers, and just know that this is not how things are supposed to be. Like, I talked to her for nothing to do with DA or anything, and they were like, that's not normal. That's not something that should be happening on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think that's a good note to end on. Therapy's good, guys. Alright, well, I guess on that note we can end. Thanks everyone for being here and telling your stories. It sounds like a hot mess.
It is, like, it's so messy right now. Like, on the DA subreddit currently, they're like censoring words, you cannot say the number 11 anymore. Shit like that, it's stupid.
And if you try to post anything without context, I was trying to post context of what was going on earlier, and they just deleted it immediately.
Yeah, they knew.
They deleted content that was being posted specifically to cause attention and drama? Oh, wow, that's so abusive of them. I can't believe they did that. That's so weird. That's so weird, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. How could they do that? They silenced her truth.
Okay, instantly, like, I got banned from Reddit.
As someone who took a media literacy course, this is not how you deal with backlash. You apologize, but it's kind of hard to recover when you have minors and predators in the same space and you haven't really done anything about it. These are really serious issues that aren't like a oopsie, so...
Media literacy, chat. The way that you deal with harassment is a forward-facing behavior, but not on your terms to the people who deserve it. But when people just blast it out like a shotgun, not caring about who they target in the middle of it. Just, where's my gun? Where's my gun? I need my Nerf weapon. You just take out the weapon and you just drive back and you're like, bystander! And then you pull out another one and it's like, bystander! Yow! And you pull it out another one and it's like, oh my god, it's school children! Oh, little Susie's getting away! Sorry, I'm gonna have to do you like that one Russian at the Olympics. Yow! Then you spin that shit on your finger and you go, I got him, Chief. Accountability has been met. Justice has been done. That's exactly how we handle drama and attention. As loud as possible, with as much and as many collateral as can possibly be managed. The wetter the better. The wetter the better. Oh, my drink went out of liquid. I need my third back up. God damn, we finna be here for a while. Fuck me running! So far, on the list of sins, we have allowed minors to be moderators, possibly might have exposed children to the tamest of porn. Not saying that's acceptable, I'm just saying the list of things we have. And also inappropriate management of another third factor being used to harass the DA brand through the person in question you actually have problems with. And on the other category, we have stirring up drama, using anonymous parties and other drama-based parties to litigate and relitigate your problems in publicly, and intentionally doing so to cause as much physical, mental, social, and life status damage as you possibly can, up to and including explicitly for the goal of ruining the credibility of the brand and the life of the content creator of the brand, to the point that he feels that he is surrounded in a world full of pain and agony and sorrow, to the point he wishes to take his life. Not that you caused it directly for this goal, but we're going to just write that one down as life ruination, alright? Just life ruination. Et al. As well as yelling at a child employee, attempting to shame, tar, and feather, not physically, but spiritually, chat, someone over a joke, and attempting social and professional life ruination of that person. Like a petty Betty. At this point, KP, it appears to me the list against DA is shorter than the list against you. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, chat.
No, they're dealing with it so badly, like, it's embarrassing for them.
I know, I heard through a mutual friend that they originally weren't going to say anything because they didn't see a reason for it, but oh, there's no reason for it, it's going to go away.
Alright, thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you.
So there's 3 players in this Shakespearean tragedy. Chris, a former member of my production team who made up this gross story about me. His first boss, DA Games, a YouTube channel run by Will Ryan. And his second boss, another YouTuber named Saberspark. Missed Will's Nazi, racist, and anti-Semitic memes. There's also racist and anti-Semitic memes. It never ends here. Part 3, how DA Games...
Getting mad that he used words that are no-no words on the internet because, oh my god, I can't believe he did that. Very gay, very gay, very gay.
Handled the Chris situation badly. Back to the Chris situation. The DA Games team first responded to the situation privately in November of 2023, citing the issue had been resolved to their own satisfaction, and that Chris didn't work for them at that time, even though there's proof that suggests otherwise, and that Will Ryan was likely in the room to hear the story recounted at least once. They can...
The evidence. Hello, blank. Thank you for your patience in this matter. While we understand you personally are serving as the primary point of contact for the case, we believe it is important that Rachel is given correct communication as we proceed. Therefore, we will continue to CC Rachel on communications of this matter. The choice of whether to read these communications is at her discretion. As a company, it is very important that we are certain that all necessary information is reaching all relevant parties. Should Rachel give a signed statement that she does not wish to continue communication during our investigation... By the way, did anybody else realize that the CC means continued communication? I didn't. I learned that 12 minutes before I started the broadcast. Because I was doing some emails. Sorting out something. Because I bought dinner for my woman today. And she had to go pick it up. And they were giving her issues and problems that made her late going back to work, getting the shit that I bought for her. Fun fact. Fun fact. You can go to bed tonight saying, outside of this drama, you learned something that's actually meaningful to your lives. Should Rachel give a signed statement that she does not wish to have continued communication during our investigation, we would accept and honor that. We are currently creating an investigation report into this matter, which, after reviewing all the evidence, we will decide on which disciplinary action will be taken going forward. We are more than happy to share this report with Rachel, with the express understanding that the contents of the report are kept on a strictly confidential basis. This is in accordance with ACAS guidelines and the General Data Protective Regulation. The investigation report will be given upon the signing of a document confirming Rachel understands this and the consequences of breaking this confidentiality agreement. We would also wish to clear up a point of confusion that is written during these communications. It has been raised by a point of Rachel and yourself that the YouTuber Saberspark has removed Chris from his employment. During our investigation into the case, we have communicated directly with Saberspark, who has confirmed this information to be false. Chris has not been terminated from his employment. Saberspark has given consent for this information to be given. DA Online still has its own company policy and procedure and shall be following this with regards to the case. Therefore, we will not be considering the actions of external employees during the investigation and disciplinary process. Finally, with regard to communication, we believe enough evidence to conduct a thorough and viral investigation as per the previously mentioned recorded call. Should Rachel wish to give further information, we would be willing to accept a written statement. Under GDPR guidelines, we will not be consenting to recorded verbal interviews at this time. Make sure you stick in that under guidelines, we will not be consenting to you recording us. So when and if they were to occur, they can say, because you know, KP's willing to do that. Regards, blank, DA HR representative. But yeah, it's a rare cosplay piece. I take care of it. I don't want the paint and chip. I believe we modified and altered it from a Valkyrie. One of those ones that were designed for girls. You know, handbow gun. Used to find them in the toy aisles 5 years ago. But 5 years ago, we had a Toys R Us in our town. Now we don't. Homosexuality. Homosexuality. Sexuality. Excuse me, I'm doing another thing that's important again.
Her own satisfaction, and that Chris didn't work for them at that time, even though there's proof that suggests otherwise, and that Will Ryan was likely in the room to hear the story recounted at least.
Right? Zoop. All redacted, including profile picture and name. 11/16/2024, 12:20 p.m. I remember the general group of people that would frequently hang out at the time. Blank was my main connection to the group in 2015, and Chris and Will would frequently be in calls with me and Blank. I wouldn't be surprised if Will heard it, but I can't say with 100% confidence it was because it's been such a long time. Definitely more likely than not. Then, set at 12:24 p.m. on the same day, even if he wasn't there the first time I heard the story, it would have heard it from one of the other times.
At least once. They continue to lie about my legal rights, and basically put pressure on me to stay quiet about everything. We'll show you those emails in a second. At a last-ditch attempt, DA Games attempted to send me a cease and desist. My legal rights, and basically put pressure on me to stay quiet about everything. We'll show you those emails in a second. At a last-ditch...
KP. Another dumbass DA Games update. They sent me a totally for real cease and desist, over-exaggerating or lying about current law. Best part, they cited a lawyer. I called the lawyer's office and they had no idea what I was talking about. Get wrecked, DA Lanes! At 4:54 p.m. on December 18th, 2024, seen by at least 9,894 views at the time of screen capture.
Attempt, DA Games attempted to send me a cease and desist. So we're going to go through some highlights of the emails here, but feel free to pause the video and read them for any context that you'd like. Hi Matilda, I was told to
Will we be able to do so? Because of the fact of how quickly you run through this shit? Let's find out, chat.
Regarding the aficionados Chris case.
Many months later.
Hi Matilda and the DA Games team. It's been 3 months since I last reached out, and I'm disappointed in the lack of urgency. I'm reaching out one last time to discuss the issue and solve it privately.
Hi KP, thanks for your patience. Chris informed us that the recording between you and him was not consensual. Nonetheless, we listened to the recording ourselves and have determined that the two of you had already reached a resolution. You will allow the actions of the past to be forgotten and forgiven. It is also our understanding that all of this took place before Chris was an employee of DA, meaning that he was not under contract at the time of the incident. Therefore, as a company, we do not have the jurisdiction to punish him in this situation, as he has not breached contract.
I'm disappointed with the lack of action taken regarding these issues and your lack of alarm in terms of how it reflects upon your company's priorities, values, and internal culture. Also, regarding the recording and Chris's statement, the fact is, whether or not Chris engaged in the activity, he openly spoke about doing it allegedly in calls involving his coworkers post having his position within the company and after, as late as 2019. This is highly inappropriate, morally unacceptable language to use when conducting themselves around coworkers, much less when it's attempt to convey approval for peers and a superior by presenting himself as a sexual harasser. If he was bragging about sexual misconduct involving a minor, would that change your response? Because if the answer is yes, you should be taking this seriously because sexual harassment is sexual harassment. By continuing to employ Chris, you not only condone his behavior, but actively encourage it within your workplace-related settings. At this point, it's a matter of safety for myself and members of our communities, and me attempting to handle this issue privately is a courtesy, one that seemingly is not being honored, and in fact, dismissed. If no satisfactory result is brought about, I have no problems going public.
We will review this case again and decide on appropriate disciplinary action. This will be handled internally and confidentially, of course. We would like to state that we do not represent Chris in any legal capacity. DA Games as a company does not tolerate threats of defamation or libel. If you go public, we have the right to pursue legal action. We will share the results of the investigation with KP, but only on the condition that she signs a confidentiality agreement.
Part 4. How Saberspark handled the Chris situation. Badly. Next is YouTuber Saberspark, who primarily makes anime-themed content and generally seems not to care about the situation unless he's listed as an employer of Chris. I originally contacted Saber through his staff, and here are the Discord messages to prove that. Themed content and generally seems not to care about the situation unless he's listed as an employer of Chris. I originally contacted...
Zoop. To be frank, let me know if Steven will take this seriously at all, and we will go from there. 8/2/2023, 3:52 p.m. Blank. Profile and names redacted. Responded at 3:53 p.m. 1 minute later. I already let him know because it's coming down the pipe. He's talking to Blank about it since he's currently working on a video with Chris. That's all I know right now. Then at 8/2/2023. So, same day, later at 5:03 p.m. No, this is something specific you want to know about Saber is or isn't going to do. If he's going to take action or not. That's it. If I hear anything, I'll let you know. Then later at 8/19/2023, 11:50 p.m. Sorry, I was at the mall with no service a few hours earlier. I don't really know what to do. I already told him what you said to me. If I asked and he didn't act, then that's all I can really do about it. All of this section fully redacted. I get it. My first read was I overstressed you. But yeah, I'm done. I tried. If he isn't acting, that is disgusting. But no one can make him do anything. So says you. Here's you trying to fucking take this man down about it. I live compostable art. Judge, jury, and executioner. Nobody escapes from her justice.
Captain Saber to his staff. And here are the Discord messages to prove that. I hate it here. There were talks about hiring change, and I assume Chris was terminated from working with Steven due to that. Cool. One less thing to worry about. Then it got worse. Turns out, nothing happened. Cool.
Oh, there's a big surprise!
I tried following up, but never heard anything. Cut to November of this year, where Steven is mentioned in that email asking for an NDA to look into the Chris issue. This eventually escalated into a public spectacle when I shared the NDA email on Twitter.
More messages that pass by extremely quickly.
November of this year, where Steven is mentioned in that email asking for an NDA to look into the Chris
Basically, it's just a summation of the same thing that was being said. I don't know why she put that on screen. She already fucking had the content there, said she could possibly read. That's meaningless additional drama. Or rather, meaningless additional text that didn't need to be enunciated as thus.
This eventually escalated into a public spectacle when I shared the NDA email on Twitter. One of the people in that thread tagged Steven directly, and then, thanks for the support, guys. It's emotionally draining, but I feel like being critical of online spaces, especially when you try to solve things privately first, is important.
Were you able to contact Saber or anyone currently with him about this?
I contacted Saber through some friends in common, never heard about an official firing, though.
I was never contacted by any friend of yours, nor did you ever make any attempt to reach out to me on your own behalf, via Twitter, email, or anywhere else. You are omitting so much information right now, but I'll provide some here in a sec under your original post.
Dude, we can talk privately. I have screenshots that I contacted both and...
Are you going to record the call without telling me the same way you did to Chris too?
Talk to me privately. I'm not doing this back and forth on Twitter.
Then don't at me with your half-truths and unvetted information in order to gain sympathy and slander my name. I'm 100% to debunk every accusation in your video. I have no idea how you can claim due diligence when you never reached out to me.
Don't fucking talk to me like that. Don't call me a fucking liar when I have the screenshots to back me up. And if you were aware of the call, then the information got back to you regardless. If there was some decision made, I never heard about it. I'm ending this conversation. So a couple of things to unpack here besides me not purposely tagging Steven. It was a third party. Regardless, Steven proceeded to call me a liar publicly.
You calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther.
Proceeded to tease me about doing an unsolicited recording and to slander him.
Slander is spoken. The print is libel.
Some red flags to this response. 1. Steven could have calmly asked me who I talked to instead of assuming the worst. 2. His anger was directed at me and not an employer, Chris himself. 3. Steven is claiming that I never contacted him directly, implying that he had no information about this, but admits to knowing.
She's so aware and she's so smug. Despite the fact that his response is a direct response to what you chose to do to Chris. What? Accountability for my actions? Oh my god! This appears to be a running theme today, bros. It appears to be a running thing.
The confrontation with Chris was reported.
Sound like some bullshit to me.
By the way, I wasn't gonna make fun of Steven so much, but I gave him so many chances to communicate with me, and he just didn't do anything. So clearly, he doesn't care what I have to say.
I wasn't going to harass him as much, but he didn't talk to me. So now I'm gonna do a Mean Girl Burnberg style.
Okay, don't mean issues and there's potential backlash.
So, like a mean girl, you're going to be an asshole. And now we've arrived at the section on Saberspark. Finally! After what is technically the section that starts at 1:09:04. This is definitely not unhinged. This is definitely normal. And you should definitely do this to people who you don't know, chat. Especially people that you do know. But don't worry. We'll find out about how Saberspark knows her personally later. It's gonna be really funny. Somebody give me that timestamp I'm supposed to be looking at for at this point. It was 1:47 what? Refresh me, please.
Come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker.
Also, you might notice that that is not the actual original clip of Pissing on the Moon. That is somebody else's interpretation of that rant, taken from their content, applied to this segment for this bit. So putting in the work of voice content from another person instead of just using the original voice meme in question. I don't know what possessed her to do that. 158.52. Thank you, Wanwick.
He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He said his dick was this big, and I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a column post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small fucking dick. It's the size of this walnut, but way fucking smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points. No quills, no pillows. Look at that. It looks like two balls and a bone. He fucked my wife. Guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right. That's what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm going higher. I'm gonna piss on the moon. How do you like that, oh bomber? You have 23 hours before the piss droplets fall on the earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
So what I think happened is that Steve...
Very interesting and very weird that she chooses to make this a size composition as a size queen. That's the most important part to me that is very clear from this weapons grade dog piss that just played across my screen chat. I have a big channel. You have a small channel. Look at my dick. My dick is this big. Look at my dick between my two big size channel play buttons. You'll never have these. You'll never have these. You can't milk those. Now watch as I hyper gigapiss all over your reputation. Very cringe, very lame, very gay. Very lame, very gay. The gayest. It is the gayest.
Ethan was informed by Pam, didn't know it came from me, discussed it, blew it off or decided it was nothing, and forgot about it until he started facing some public backlash, and proceeded to blame me. Because he was so concerned with direct communication, I ended up sending him this email detailing who I talked to, why this is important, and why this isn't a single incident. Good afternoon, Stephen. This email is your request of private communication regarding Chris and the overall sexual harassment situation that he's caused. Our full incident report can be found here if needed. Since you publicly displayed confusion at best about my attempted communication with you prior to this point, below are screenshots of my conversation with aka the friends/employees I passed Chris's information to. The conversation with specifically mentioned the possible staffing change based on Chris's actions, and I honestly cannot fathom the situation where there would be that drastic of employee change or discussion without your knowledge. Screenshots can be found here, and here. I do not appreciate you calling me a liar publicly, and I would like some form of public apology. You didn't give me one. Additionally, your public statement states that you knew the confrontation between me and Chris was recorded as a matter of community safety. Combined with your email interaction with EA Games, lead me to believe that unless there was some major miscommunication, you were aware of the situation and you have chosen inaction. You still have the choice to either hold Chris accountable, i.e. firing him or proof, or keep him on staff. Should you choose the former, please communicate this to me as soon as possible to avoid any miscommunication in any public statement/information present after. If you believe this is a one-time incident, this document link below has logged some of Chris's other inappropriate behavior, including but not limited to making bestiality jokes to someone who is a minor, and the use of the N-word and Nazi imagery with himself and Will of EA Games. You can find more information on page 4 and 29 of this document. I've been clearance to show unedited screenshots of the bestiality incident if requested. I hope that we can clearly communicate about this going forward. I have no desire to get into an internet squabble with you, so let's please work this out like adults. And do you know what happened? No response to the email, but suddenly the Twitter exchange got deleted? Where did it go? Nowhere to be found. No apology, no clarification, just deleted the evidence that weird, dude, because...
Can I play the original clip, Carl? The original clip? The original Piss on the Moon clip? You can just watch that on the side at your own leisure. Piss on the Moon. Because the stream's already been made longer because of antics that are not the fault of anyone. So we're trying to keep ourselves on schedule with what I originally planned, because I do have to do another one of these tomorrow too. However, the segment itself is only X amount of long, so I guess I'll play it for you here, Alex. This is what the Piss on the Moon sounds like from the original dub done against Sonic Adventure 2 by the original content creators from the channel Snapcube.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking Quilly.
Buffering.
And he said his dick was this big. And I...
Buffering again.
On my Twitter.com, Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like two balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
Truly, one of the greats, one of the classics. I can't tell you for what reason she chose to use the content of somebody else's material off of TikTok or YouTube Shorts, wherever she got the original clip from that person's content from. But It's how she did it. I don't tell you. It's how she did it. It's how she did it.
Does God forbid Stephen have to find new editor even do the public apology that I asked him to when he falsely threw me under the bus? I believe Stephen realized I wasn't lying, and instead of talking to me directly or apologizing to me, he just deleted the thread. So if Stephen wasn't hiding anything or wasn't sus, why didn't he just ask me about the Chris stuff? He just assumed automatically that I was lying and started yelling, very defensive.
Well, considering that your first action was to choose to create material that you could then use at a later date to struggle session someone for not speaking to you the way that you wanted to be spoken to, and feeling it was your place to force and cooperate an apology out of someone, and then choose to continue liaisoning a non-stop harassment campaign against said persons, it would appear to me that he believed that you were not of what the kids call these days good faith.
Offensive, very sus. What exactly was the move here, Stephen? Do you think just deleting a thread, putting your fingers in your ears and going blah 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 would make this all go away? More of the story.
He didn't, as we will find out later on in the timeline. But don't worry, chat, we first need to get there.
Is to fire freaky people on your staff even if it's inconvenient to you. Stephen, it is clear to me that you do not wish to correspond with any direct communication despite you personally requesting so. To say I'm disappointed with your behavior would be a severe understatement. You called me a liar publicly without even asking for the truth or further clarification. To me, it seems like the only reason why you want to get involved is that your name was attached. And you're more interested in damage control for your brand than your brand's actual integrity. I feel like we wouldn't even be having this conversation if there was not another YouTuber in your space. I hope that you can be professional about this going forward, even though, frankly, you haven't been through this entire nightmare ordeal. But clearly, that is not possible.
Hey Rachel, to start things off, I replied to you on Twitter the way I did, out of frustration due to the misinformation you have about me and how you were talking about me without ever contacting me directly prior. I'd imagine you feel the same frustration if someone had incorrect info about you, and probably you do with how some people went after you in the past with false information. I truly don't want to engage in internet drama that operates off of gossip, but the amount of misinformation you have is staggering, so I will set the record straight. As far
So, yes, he spoke specifically because he did not trust the misinformations and the misgivings that you put him onto spot for. So, hey, Saberspark standing on business.
as you and me, I'm dumbfounded. We hung out, and that was it. I'm not sure what you saw in hanging out with me, but we just went our separate ways. All in all, I feel blindsided by your emails, Rachel. How can you say that you come to me as an impartial individual? As far as Chris goes, I heard through second-hand sources of his stupid joke that Chris made amends with you, and that was the end of it. Only for me to get accusatory emails months later? You never reached out to me officially, so how could I acknowledge anything besides what... Finally, I do have a lawyer, and I will gladly bring him into our conversation to clear the air if needed. Now that it has come to this degree of misinformation on your end, I will do everything within my power to clear the record for the truth, and that includes exploring legal avenues if necessary. I hope this information helps and convinces you to reconsider your position. Regards, Stephen.
So, quite literally, his answer was, bitch, what you say fuck me for? I heard from a second-party source from a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend that you told him shit against him to me, demanding me to come stand in for him and you when you didn't even talk to me directly. Like, if you want to get cash money about this shit, we can get this shit going right now, hot popping straight up. I can get it out the blood and the mud. I don't care. Don't matter to me, bitch. Tell me what the fuck you want me to do, and we can get on that shit expeditiously. Regards, Stephen. And deadass, cash money. He's talking cash money. She's fucking around with Life Relation, and he said, I'ma stop this shit right fucking now. Right fucking now. We gonna handle this shit right fucking now. Expeditiously. 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 And I say, King. 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 King.
Stephen, you've already passed the allotted time I've given you to deal with the situation privately, as outlined with my first email, which I feel is ridiculous considering you had access to this information for more than a year, regardless of where it came from. If you're now going to sit there and threaten me with legality after this many private attempts at communication, I will not be entering any further discussion with you after this last correspondence and cutting contact with you at this point.
You didn't do things that I demanded you should do because I feel like you should have been coming to me groveling on your knees?
Bizarre.
The reality is I'm incredibly uncomfortable with your general approach in which your previous email and how your public correspondence has been addressed, as well as you in general. So I'll keep this as brief as possible. To add to this whole "I will fight you for the truth" tone your whole last email and the Twitter thread is drenched with undermines the actual issues of the conversation, on top of assuming I'm going to publish falsifiable information. Is that how you talk to someone who's treated poorly by a current employee in the past? Based on all your previous conversations, forgive me if you're not on the top of my list of people who treat me with assumed respect. In regards to your response on my Twitter posting, your heated response calling me a liar and questioning my character publicly is unacceptable. How you were particularly feeling at the time doesn't justify calling people names and treating them poorly. As well, you could have DM'd me as requested several times or asked for further information before responding in such a tone. When all I asked regarding this exchange is for you to apologize publicly for something you did publicly, you instead doubled down in the last message and tried to justify your feelings, and only privately at that. This doesn't strike me as
Oh no, you tried to stand on business and defend yourself like a man. Don't you realize that I have a vagina? Do what I say, Stephen. Stephen, you are a man and I'm a woman, Stephen. I am feeling bad, and did you forget? I'm a white woman. You need to do what I say, Stephen. Don't make me make it harder for you, Stephen, like I did to Chris. Don't you know what power I wield, Stephen?
someone is dealing with the situation with the utmost maturity, but a desperate attempt to distract from the actual issues and make yourself the victim. The fact that you're going about this right again, even after I proved I wasn't lying the first time, is fucking deranged. Regarding your access...
Keep in mind, this was supposed to be a call-out video that was supposed to handle proper problems. Hello, Neote. Proper problems intuitively with respect for the minors. This was supposed to be a serious venue for her into the commentary community, with exposing details and lies and truths that other people were supposedly keeping hidden to save face. I don't know, bros. I don't know. I don't think a clues is good enough to keep you from catching these legal hands. Legal. L-E-G-A-L. Legal hands. Legal hands. Excuse me.
Access the information about the incident regarding Chris, and your insistence that I was the one who directly discussed the information about Chris instead of your general access to said information seems to be misguided. Do I have to tell you directly what to do with an employee incident of this scale for anything to happen? I shared the confirmation I had from both that you had said information, which came off as indifference based on what I felt, as well as your correspondence with DA Games alluding to such, as well as there being a public safety report available with public contact information present for over a year regarding the situation. So I don't understand how it's particularly relevant how you learned your employee sexually harassed someone in the past. It just matters that it happened. Even assuming you didn't know about Chris's actions up to the Twitter exchange, I still emailed you directly to discuss it before it reached this point, and you seemed to ignore that email and only responded to a second after my frustration became clearer.
So, yes, you should have gotten on your knees and gotten rid of him because I felt like you should have. So, you got self-indignant and self-righteous. Bald strategy, Cottonelle. That sounds so fucked up. We here at Carl and Carl Accessories do not try to make sexist comments and claims, but instead funny claims that can also be misconstrued as sexist, communist, ableist, or able-bodied. But it is not inside the job of single-player Carl or Carl Industries that Alistair Jean attempted to insult a woman by using the suffix addition ELL to denote the feminine against the phrase cotton in the form of the bold strategy cotton meme as a way to be derogatory towards the state. But I'm going to take this time to apologize to absolutely fucking nobody because it was fucking funny! But I am acknowledging that it sounds bad. But is it though? Back to this shit.
Frank, it doesn't matter how the perpetrator feels how the resolution went. The fact that it happened in the first place is unacceptable. Chris is very obviously going to tell you whatever you need to hear to keep his job. It's alright, guys. The criminal said the crime actually wasn't so bad after all. Hell, it doesn't even matter how I feel about it. Still,
Chris will say anything he can do to keep his job, except that Chris spoke as he was trying to under non-acknowledgement of recording and learned after the fact. Meaning, he did not do it to save face. He did it specifically to attempt to ameliorate the situation as respectfully as he could and should, and did so not because he was coerced, but because he attempted to apologize, and dealt with the problem as he was supposed to, as did all the part of the people of HR, as did Saberspark as a friend, which was nothing, because it happened before his employment. So it's very clear to us at this point in the venture, you clearly want life ruination, and you're not willing to let the fuck go. That's sad, but not our problem. It's not yours either, chat.
If you were so concerned with my personal opinion on the matter to the point whether it would directly dictate your decision to keep Chris on staff or not, I do not, for the life of me, understand why you didn't reach out to me, directly or indirectly through our friends.
Who's the crazy bitch?
Job updating me on the current status of Chris's employment even now, by the way. Good job. 10 out of 10. Regardless, this isn't a joke, and your insistence as such is the underlying problem of this whole situation. How is it a fucking joke to say you ejaculated on your boss's clothing and say that to other men multiple times? It cannot and should not be belittled as just drama. Why would I have gone through the trouble of corresponding with DA Games or having a safety report written if I just thought it was just a joke?
Because you are a control freak, and you get off on harassing people and controlling them by proxy, and getting other people to be pissed off. And if they're not as pissed off as you are, you seek to punish them. So, you went to DA Games, they did something about it, you then tried to relitigate the problem again and cause more problems to it, continue being a bitch about it, continue acting like an asshole, 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 and then all of a sudden, you're getting treated like you're acting like an asshole. It's truly a mystery, chat. It's a mystery.
I was and am worried about the children Chris and the greater DA Games community still have access to. Even if I had forgiven Chris for some reason, it wouldn't be relevant.
Yes, it's about the kids. Even though you're clearly just attacking anybody you can, it's about the kids. You're fighting for the kids. Won't somebody please think of the children?
No, you seem to show anger that I got Chris's confession on record in comparison, what he actually confessed to with your comment stating, are you...
So, you are framing the lack of acknowledgement or informed consent of his admission to telling the joke, and you're framing it as though he admitted to doing the action. So you are confirming that it in fact did not happen, and you are in fact ass mad about a joke. Not saying you're not allowed to be upset about a joke, but you're admitting that it is just a joke. And that made your behavior here acceptable. How? We'll wait for like 5 seconds.
Are you going to record the call without telling me the same way you did Chris? To be clear, he is not the victim. Full stop. Neither are you for that matter, Mr. Truth Seeker. Publicly throwing the actual recipient under the bus and siding with the sexual harasser just because he did not know he was going to be on record as a safety concern, on top of being incorrect about your information, is one of the most idiotic parts of this whole ordeal.
I don't think it is. I think recording people against their fucking will and consent is a violation of the non-aggression principle. Because the idea is you want to reduce harm, not maximize harm. I think it's unacceptable. And the only time when you need to break the non-aggression principle policy is when you believe that it's already been violated. Which happens when a person feels violated. So, what you're assuming, KP, is that because you felt violated first, that means you have given yourself license to suspend all civility and behave like an raging fucking... Excuse me. That joke doesn't work if I don't have my finger on the fucking pause button. Or rather, mute button. But, as I said the first time, a raging fucking... Then, when you're done being that, you're deciding to just be a complete asshole and just... Then, once he's done doing that, hoping that he jumps off the building. Because then you'll feel satisfied. And then you'll probably stop doing it in the first place. Certainly, that's how things should be done. Yes. That's justice. That's justice. And if somebody's been victimized after you, their problems are not as important as yours. They can come after you're done getting your justice. If that is how a military of justice is done in all places at all times, you have to take accountability for the fact that the reason this is happening is because of how you're behaving. It's your behavior, KP. It's the way you act. You act like a bitch. You act like a bitch. How do you think this is acceptable? How? I'm so aggravated, I need to pee. I'll be right back. Before I leave you with the musics. 1 second. Find a good one. No, that's just the soundtrack that's gonna be clean.
So go ahead, girl, just do it.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Pass quick to walk away. It's me. I wanna rock your body. Please stay. It's me. You don't have to get you on the way. It's me. Let me rock you to the break of day. It's me. Just wanna. It's me. When I move, I'm gonna move close to share my groove. You grab your girls and you grab a couple more. And you grab your girls and you grab another more. And you grab your girls and you grab a couple more. And you grab your girls and you grab another more. And the air is thick, it's smelling right. So you pass to the left and you sail to the right. Don't be so quick to walk away. It's me. I wanna grab a couple more. Grab a couple more. Meet me in the middle of the road. It's me. I wanna sail to the right. Sail to the right. I wanna pass to the left and sail to the right. Pass to the left. I wanna. It's me. I wanna pass to the left and you sail to the right. Pass to the left. It's me. I wanna pass to the left. And sail to the right. Pass to the left. It's me. I wanna pass to the left. And sail to the right. Don't be so quick to.
Alright. I hope you enjoyed your dance break. You people. Single piss on the Carl. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Carl, that's only the key item they don't have. They don't have accountability as an equipment, as an equipable. They better find it. They better find it. They better do the empathy minigame. They better do the empathy minigame and find it.
I felt it was very obvious that the intention was a recording for the public record, and a possible angle interpretation of him being blindsided by a bad joke here in public because I want to be a bitch and cause problems is just insulting and disrespectful on so many levels. Or how you put it.
Is it? Or is it just what you're doing? I think it's just what you're doing. Why do you think that is at all an acceptable thing? Are you crazy? You must be. What's wrong with you?
Publicly discussing half-truths to gain sympathy and slander your name. Spoiler, this isn't about you. Additionally, the fact that I went out of my way to privately talk to you directly after several attempts to seek resolution with the staff and wanted to ask on the Twitter thread and still did not receive a response until sending a second email outlining my frustration is just ridiculous. I then even provided additional proof of racism and Nazi imagery that Kristen will displayed. There are even...
I even provided proof that he said naughty words. You won't end his friendship over this? Naughty words! Naughty words! Can you get any more shrill?
incidents of lolicon/child pornography and sharing that material with minors, allegedly accidentally on the document they linked, as well as Will dating a minor in 2015. If we only knew what Saberspark thought about lolicon. Oh wait.
As his following grew, Dell became very publicly outspoken with his dislike of lolicon and similar temple art styles. For those who are not familiar with them, let's just say it's
This additional document has been publicly available for over 2 years. The DA Games community server has had pedophiles that were quietly kicked out if/when discovered instead of publicly acknowledged. One has a motherfucking mugshot on the document. Since this all
Is it possible that they chose not to do so to not alarm people and thus make them terrified and or scared or worried about the state of things happening, since it was something that did not need to be publicly addressed and is the preview of those that are in the official capacity to handle problems as they see fit? No. They didn't run it by Kim Possible. They didn't run it by KP. So because they didn't run it by KP, it is unacceptable and bad.
all seems to have gone ignored until now, on top of the safety report of the incident being publicly available for over a year, solidifies to me my original assumption that you do only care when you have consequences for your lack of action. God forbid someone is a creep on my staff, just don't tell the public he works for me. Does it not seem like common sense to fire someone who talks this way about others, especially women, regardless of when it happened? In the interest of openness, though.
It does, but it also seems like if it doesn't happen before my liaison and my responsibility, that it is not my job to punish them for actions, especially if they've already apologized for them. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I am open to do an on-the-record three-way conversation between you and myself to get to the truth of the matter at a later time, but that will be at your discretion as his boss and at his comfort level. As I want to honor his request to not be involved anymore and not emotionally distress him. But bluntly, I will not tolerate the consistent implications of untruthfulness until this happens. You can reach out in the future if he's interested and comfortable about a possible conversation. Lastly, as I don't want to get too personal, but it's absolutely laughable that you consider your romantic interest in me and our friendship ending as mutually parting ways. Like, what fucking planet are you on? Is that...
So, Before, on a previous broadcast chat, I said, and I quote, "This feels like something closer," I see you, whore, "something closer to a woman being jealous." And I said I hoped that wasn't the case. And it appears to be that is the case. And she's being incredulous about it. Because they disconnected and they became distant. She put absolutely laughable in hard, bold letters. Lastly, as I don't want to get too personal, but it's absolutely laughable, you considered a romantic interest in me and our friendship ending as mutually parting ways. What fucking planet are you on? Is that how you summarize every one of your failed courtships? Let me refresh you on the experience.
Is that how you summarize every one of your failed courtships? Let me refresh you on the experience. After months of spending time together in person, and your insistence that we were just friends, your goal seemingly was instead to spend time with me and see if I would change my mind.
Keep in mind, she's not reading the parts that she's redacted in black.
Be open to a romantic relationship. At that time, I felt like I finally had found a like-minded content creator and friend close to distance me. I think I even said something along the lines of, "These feel like dates. I'm just making sure we're hanging out as friends, right?" After you grew distance, I felt manipulated and pressured to say I was open to dating in order to not lose that friendship. You then dated Dave's sister over me and then asked about my dating availability immediately after that ended. I tried to play it off but was uncomfortable with the whole situation. I felt like I was only important to you if I was dateable, and a backup option of that. Would I have been treated the same way as a new potential friend if I was male identifying? This is the whole...
So, she's claiming, because I have a coos, you treated me like an option. And when he's acting in a business official capacity over people that you are affecting the lives of, and his sanity for it, you're acting like a jilted ex-lover that he never put his dick in. That is definitely in the capacity of shit that is probably your fault.
The whole reason I went to your staff in the first place and not you directly. I felt objectified by my direct experiences towards you and did not wish to repeat such experiences for the sake of my own mental health. But you implied you needed the clarification, so there you go, buddy. At this point, I feel exacerbated with the favor I've given you and others, personally and professionally.
Keep in mind the "there you go, buddy," she added that on as an ad-lib. That is not in this text.
I'll be ending the conversation here. To remind you, I am not a third party in the situation trying to get cheap or easy views off a popular content creator. This is how Chris treated me behind my back. This is how he never owned up to those actions till I had to find out about them myself. This is how his behavior has continued. This is how the greater DA Games community could be potentially harmful to children. This is on top of Chris's misogynistic, anti-Semitic behavior that I stupidly forced myself to tolerate when he worked for me. And the fact that I have to sit here and fight and scream and kick for anyone to take this seriously is so emotionally draining, triggering, and insulting. This whole situation has been a nightmare, but I'm not going to sit here and let everyone else pretend it's just a joke out of public convenience. And I would...
The part that she's reading is now off the screen.
Bet good money that he's still on your payroll. I'm at a loss for words. Frankly, I do not have the patience or emotional bandwidth for your tone.
Now it's back on screen.
Your constant visualization, or to discuss this further with you at this point, for your own perceived direct benefit. To be blunt, you triggered the shit out of me, Steven, and I still tried multiple times to communicate with you, but ultimately was met with silence until now. You were screaming on Twitter like a child at me for months after trying to get any kind of internal word on Chris, and the information being in the public eye, and you still haven't fucking apologized for any of it. How do you think this makes me feel? On top of it, only then to even be taking it seriously because I might make a video, and...
The word says, "What do you think this says about your character?" What left her mouth was, "How do you think this makes me feel?" Oh, well, that's cute. She even has a quote from Prince of Egypt in here.
And hurt other people's reputation really shows me how being affected by all this really matters in the long run to you. Sexual harassment, use of Nazi imagery, pedophilia, fine to sweep it on the rug, just don't bring it up on Twitter.
Ramesses, you bring this upon yourself.
Right, whatever. Chris isn't the victim. Chris isn't the victim.
She puts in the backside of this, before she plays the cringe clip, P.S. I don't know if you heard, but there are new allegations concerning Gabe. I would look into that for you if I were you. So you basically, again, like you're writing into your burn book, to burn people who you don't like and are jilted by, decide to tell somebody who apparently was a potential romantic partner for you, except you didn't move fast enough. Again, we learn this later. Can't laugh. You can't laugh for people who haven't seen it yet. It's really funny. It gets really fucking funny really fast. You drop a burn book this on Saberspark, and then another cringe clip.
Just sweep it on the rug, just don't bring it up on Twitter.
Ramesses, you bring this upon yourself.
Right, whatever. Chris isn't the victim. Chris isn't the victim. I can't believe I have to even have this segment, but with the implication of Stevens, what are you gonna do, record me? Comment on top of Chris's statement talking about the recording being without his knowledge? Let's just clear this up. So firstly, as already stated, I thought it was obvious that a call-up is being recorded for safety reasons, because it's about sexual harassment. It's not...
No! That's not how any of that works, KP! You have to inform people. Remember? Enthusiastic consent! Real shit chat. They push for these boundaries. They push for these expectations. And then they don't follow their own goddamn rules. Huh!
Not like a fun call. Like, I thought it was obvious. Obviously, it wasn't. This isn't just someone calling me a bitch or something, subliminally small. Like, this is someone using the fact that I am a girl as a way to negatively sexualize me to make themselves feel better. Should I have to say that's not okay? Additionally, this is someone I trusted enough to represent me at a convention. This isn't just some rando being a dick because he's mad at me for existing on the internet. I think that's why this sucks a little bit more.
Figures, because bitches love bringing up old stuff.
Not a joke that is referential to yourself. Oh, not a joke that's referential to yourself. Oh, no.
else to keep in mind is the loss of reputation, which is hard to recover from. How do the receivers of the story, knowing that it's false or not, going to feel about the person who the story is being told about? I didn't know this was happening, and I can't defend myself for my reputation if I'm not fair. If it was
I mean, how are people going to feel after they saw this video? I think we found out how that sounds like.
collaborator I was interested in working with at the time, he would definitely have negative feelings about working with me now. What happens if the story spreads or even becomes distorted through a game telephone and changes depending on the teller? First impressions can last months or even years, and will psychologically affect personal treatment and ideals, even in the fact of contrary evidence. See, the political landscape. This is not something Chris came to me about after it happening. We seemingly had a decent rapport to this point. Chris could have admitted this happened years ago, and I would have still been pissed, but at least he would have owned up to it and maybe made a public apology, but instead, I had to hear it from a witness. It makes me feel like crap. It makes me feel like my personal comfort, safety, and privacy is less important than convenience or the road code. At the same point, I want to analyze the implications of this treatment. Like, if Chris really felt this way, I don't know why it didn't come up at that moment he was making those jokes, or after, or even when I confronted him. It came up on an apology statement as a vague reference. This is actual sexualized art, a sexualized story, buying me a Discord figure years ago, and he also made
so, for you try to compare yourself to
would maybe need a public apology, but instead I had to hear it
Rolf, first off.
From a witness. It makes me feel like crap. It makes me feel like my personal comfort, safety, and privacy is less important than convenience or the road.
Then you try to compare yourself to an animated figure in the show Amphibia on Disney.
At the same point, I want to
Then you compare yourself to Bunny of the Cowardly Dog episode The Mask.
analyze the implications of this treatment. Like, if Chris really felt that
Then you compare yourself to that one character that was being played by the weed actor inside the biopic about Steve Jobs.
this way, I don't know why it didn't come up at that moment he was making those jokes, or after, or even when I confronted him. It came up on an apology statement as a vague reference. This is actual.
And then you compare yourself to Monica Lewinsky, who cut all of that hot presidential jizz all over her dress when she was giving the president the most presidential blowjob. Lord knows what Big Willie was getting when he was in that chair. But whatever he was getting, let me get some of that too. At home from my wife / woman. Cry-bully, self-victimizer, perpetual victim, unaccountable for her actions and her statements and the consequences that they bring forward, but attempting to lecture other people about how she's affected by it. Stale in the cookie, but fresh in the cream. Thank you, Zesty Girl. Good night. I'll catch the VOD for the rest, but I'll leave with this. I'm so glad I left the brony community. God bless not the bronies. At least if you're this fucking cringe. If you're cool, we don't care.
Sexualized art, a sexualized story, buying me a Discord figure years ago, and he also made comments on my body when I did the ice bucket challenge. So 3 sex things plus a potential romantic gesture. Chris maybe have been bitter.
Now, somebody making a comment about something that he can see about your secondary primary characteristics is now a love confession? What?
Buying me a Discord figure years ago, and he also made comments on my body when I did the ice bucket challenge. So 3 sex things plus a potential romantic gesture. Chris maybe
3 sex things plus a romantic gesture?
Didn't come up at that moment he was making those jokes, or after, or even when I confronted him. It came up on an apology statement as a vague reference. This is actual sexualized art, a sexualized story, buying me a Discord figure years ago, and he also made comments on my body when I did the ice bucket challenge. So 3 sex things plus a potential romantic gesture.
You know what? Before I even say it, let's just assume that when she says sex things, she claims that the toy, the figurine, is being given as though it is a gift of sexual interest. Like, here, take this gift. Because if she means what I think she means, I'm gonna get violently upset. And it's at this point that I'd like to remind you and direct you towards the pinned comment that is both on screen here and on Twitch. Please support directly to the neighborhood, because I'm going to probably need some alcohol after this. I should have bought some like I said I was going to yesterday, but I didn't. I was lazy and I didn't want to go outside. And now I'm paying for it. So clearly what you need to do is you should pay for it for me. I can't say that with a straight face. So clearly what should happen is that you should pay for it for me. That is Ko-fi.com/singleplayercarl. Donate directly to me so I can use it immediately to soothe my insides. With liquor. With liquor. I don't need alcohol. I don't need booze. I need liquor. Because certainly KP needs some liquor. Because ain't nobody finna lick her. For context, I'm not begging for money. That is just a joke. If you choose to send me anything, please do that of your own volition. If you don't have money to give, don't do so, please. Ignore the Cajun man and his jokes. We'll see people who are dipping out for the night when we see you. I did not intend for this shit to get longer. Unfortunately, somebody decided to do something to try and get my attention, so I needed to address them directly and then get right back to it. But we're going to try to power through this, chat. We're going to finish this shit come hell or high water.
Chris maybe have been bitter because I didn't reciprocate romantic feelings or something. Turns out ending for free isn't a winning strategy for dating KP. So, defending his peace and also telling you, look, we got separated, I had shit to work on, you weren't in a good place, life happens, is suddenly them being simps? And you included this burn letter inside of a video supposed to be talking about victims and how they're not being addressed and ignored? Oh, honey. There is not an agile tongue in this world to help you with your problems. Gay, straight, queer, demi-queer, questioning, pansexual, or sapphic. In fact, I think you might beat that woman's ass. Stay away from her. Everybody stay away from her. Everybody stay away from Kim Possible. Hi, I'm Courtney. You may know me as Pete or Orchard, but honestly, call me what you like. KP reached out to me a few weeks ago.
Hello, spawn of Lily Orchard.
Asking me to cover the Gabe story in more detail, but she was busy working on this video here, and I unfortunately have a fair share of experience with recognizing online grooming, and am pretty unashamed in speaking out loudly against it. Gabriel
I mean, you're loud as hell, just like everybody else is loud as hell, but I ain't never stopped you or Lily ever before.
Brown, also known as Black Griffin Online, has had growing speculations and concerns regarding his relationship with his now wife and voice actress of Sweetie Belle in My Little Pony. From most accounts, it looks as if Gabe had groomed his now wife from the time she was 14 until she pursued him herself at the age of 20. After their announced engagement and subsequent marriage, Gabe faced growing accusations online of grooming his wife. He dismissed the accusations under the guise that he had not known her prior to her being 20, and any interactions they did have while she was a minor were strictly professional and in convention spaces only. A Google document has since been created compiling evidence from Gabe and his wife's own Twitter and YouTube accounts proving these dismissals to be false, as well as proving multiple other instances of Gabe showcasing problematic behavior. I've covered the topic in a little more depth in an hour-long video on my channel, which will no doubt be linked in the description below. Anyway, I'm sprinkled throughout this video a few times, so I shall see you all in my next segment.
How dare you? How dare you expose me to that cringe, unannounced KP? I will never forgive this transgression. Defamation disclaimer. The following is an anonymous victim testimony regarding an interaction a fan had with a YouTuber Saberspark. This testimony was first shared publicly on Twitter within the production of this video. All things stated by third parties are opinion or interpretation of alleged events or information provided thus far, not accusations. All testimony is that testimony, nor any other third party, or speaking testimony as fact or accusations, and all testimonies of the words or experiences of people affected themselves. All imported content used is under the Fair Use Act for educational purposes and the safety of the general public. You think you're trying to help people, that's the fun part. Anything stated by myself is opinion on alleged events, and my own testimony is my own experiences and words. But you are acting as though you're speaking on behalf of legal precedent for the website. So, you're being annoying as fuck. Also, the TLDR of Lily Orchard, and any person usually associated with them, is that they're very annoying and very pedantic.
I became a fan of Saberspark when I was in high school when I found his essay titled Ballad of the Brony in 2011. After graduating
We can skip through this because I've already read it for you. I would like to say my dramatic reading was much better than this dramatic reading. I at least had good music.
to be respected. I don't wish to publicly defend my personal experience and just wish to share my experience.
So welcome to the video where we break this down a little bit more and talk about what is consent, because, yeah, it's an important discussion here. So because this is a
That is a good question, KP. What is consent? I can start off with what is not consent. Assuming that a third party consented to being recorded just because you were mad.
Serious conversation, and I know almost nothing about sexual assault. I invited Courtney. Again, she's all over this video.
Oh, you know nothing about sexual assault, but you know all about sexual harassment and sexual assault. To the point that you think you can hold other people accountable for it, despite the fact that they had nothing to do with it directly as employers, because you feel so bad about it and feel that it's the right that everybody needs to know that you can choose to do shit litigiously to harm people's public personas and their businesses and companies. Because if you can't be heard, you'll make sure you go to a platform where you can be and litigate the problem in the court of public opinion.
Video to talk about like what is consent and when consent is there and when it's not there. We're having a great time here at the worst video ever, and just kind of break it down so we have a better understanding. All you nerds out there, don't do something really bad like this. Don't do it, guys. Don't.
Excuse me, I'm very capable of receiving and giving enthusiastic consent, and I'm gonna stop that statement right there before we show off exactly how much of a switch I really am.
Don't do it. Hi again, Courtney. Welcome. You'll be in the video everywhere at this point.
Hello, everybody. It is I. I have returned once again. So happy to be here.
So I've shown you testimony at this point. What?
Joking and making a segment about how you need to tell people what enthusiastic informed consent is about sexual activity in the middle of a piece of content like this shit is slapstick. I'm sorry. I thought I was on a serious video that was addressing serious allegations, not the YouTube extension of the Mary Ellen Moore show. Ah.
What are your general vibes on it besides icky and?
That one might be before some of y'all's time. I watched a lot of TV Land. A very special episode of Saved by the Bell, or The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, or Boy Meets World. Technically, most of the series episodes were technically a very special episode, but you know, you get what I'm saying at this point. Or for the Zoomers, a very special episode of that one show that features an autistic doctor. Now, Juan, don't do that! If anyone's gonna get in trouble for saying it, it's gonna be me!
And, sad, and I don't know, this is just like super triggering to me, because, yeah, so I thought I'd also bring you in here to hold my hand during this, but yeah.
In terms of the test.
Oh, you need somebody to hold your hand? Oh, I'm so sorry, baby girl. Oh, that's so sad. That's so horrible. I can't believe you're not of the emotional capacity necessary to handle such a serious case. Damn, that's really sad, girl. That's really sad.
Testimony, it's just kind of heartbreaking, really. It's always heartbreaking to me when people question their own sexual assault just because of the lack of education around it.
That is a serious problem. So, why is it that you're questioning that it was a question of sexual assault instead of treating it as it properly is? Which is not something you should be discussing like this in the piece of material for the content.
And, like, something that I just want to say to anybody out there is, a consensual sexual encounter is never something you're going to question afterwards, okay? Like, you just don't question a consensual encounter. Sure, you may have a consensual encounter that's unsatisfying. You may have one that you regret, you may look back on and go, if I could make that decision again, I probably wouldn't. But people don't question consensual sexual experiences with, did I just get violated, to be quite honest. And, like, the other thing that kind of breaks my heart is there's one point in her testimony where she questions, if I'm remembering this correctly, that, like, maybe she was at fault because she had a crush on him, like, maybe she gave the wrong signal or something, maybe she implied something, or he thought consent was implied because he knew there was a crush on her. Like, in all honesty, consent is never implied. Like, even secure, competent individuals in a sexual encounter will check in with their partner as things escalate and change gears, and they'll say things like, are you okay? Should we keep going? Is this good? Like, because consent is not something that is implied. It's never something that's implied.
I'm going to be very gentle when I say this. There is two types of enthusiastic consent during the act of sexual intercourse. There are nonverbal and verbal tells. When you're giving a nonverbal tell, it is going to be clear based on whether you are in agony or in pain by what is happening, and it is going to also be clear by your facial expression when you are doing something. It is going to be clear based on whether or not you do anything that can be seen as a nonverbal tell. So, if you go around the corner where there is a camera that is watching in a hallway, and you are now moving to a blind spot in said hallway around the corner, and you give me a come hither finger, and then when I step around this corner, you tear my clothes off, and you start going at it graciously, that is a nonverbal enthusiastic tell. If you then say, have you ever tried it like this? Or, as it says in the very famous Sabrina Carpenter song, Juno, have you ever tried this one? That is you actively giving verbal, enthusiastic consent to then try a different position. All forms of verbal and nonverbal consent are going to be tells in different places, in different contexts, especially based on the context which it came from. For that woman's story, she didn't at any point in time show either a concern of enthusiastic consent or the desire to clearly signal that it needed to stop at any point before ejaculation. If we chalk up the reaction and thought process to how quickly things escalated and to shock, it is not for us to choose to prognosticate as a third and second party about whether or not she did or she did not consent to the behavior. It's just a story. I can't apply any misgivings or attenuation to it or against it, other than what I can already see, as was noted earlier by the exchange that I had between myself and my moderator. I've been sexually assaulted, and I can tell you, bro, I did not fucking consent. However, I was put under this thing called duress. D-U-R-E-S-S. Where if I did not do the thing that I was being put into coercion to do, it would have a direct effect on my employment. In all other situations where I was unaware of what was happening, that was rape by a trusted family member. And I was a child who did not know what sex was. So, please make sure, as we discuss this, we keep in mind what I would expect a person who has a healthy understanding of sexual intercourse knows what is and isn't acceptable. We've already talked about choosing to revoke consent after a bout of sexual discourse that you regret. I hope, for KP's sake, because this is technically the first time I've seen this content, because we are going to pretend that on air, don't have to pretend for this part, for Saberspark's allegation response video. I pretend as though I've never heard it before, but for the sake and consideration of this conversation, I'm going to move forward as though no one else has heard this before, and argue what I'm saying as though no one has ever seen this content before I have. I hope you are not about to infantilize a person after the fact, using their testimony to try and condemn Saberspark. I hope that's not what you just brought somebody else as a talking head in to do.
It's not, an absence of a no is not a yes in any regard. An absence of resistance is not compliance. And even in that regard, compliance is not an invitation.
Mm-hmm. Because this girl had a crush on Saber, it was okay that he just kind of initiated things. And then especially, too, in the elevator, in a public space, when he's just much larger than her, like, physically. I don't know, it's all icky, but, like, what would you define consent as? And when would you define, like, obviously this isn't it, for sure, but go ahead.
In terms of, like, a definition of consent and what it is and what it isn't, consent is an excited yes. Consent is exuberant, what's the word I'm looking for? Payback for, like...
The word she's looking for is affirmative consent. Affirmative consent. Being given a prompt where you can say, would you like this cock? Yes, no. And being able to say yes with several hearts behind it and then drawing lines on your stomach to see how far the dick goes in your guts.
Lack of a better term, I guess. Like, two people in a consensual encounter engage in a give and take. Like, it's never just one person doing all of the action and the other person just laying there like a bump on a log. It's an action that two people engage in when it's consensual. 9 times out of 10, when it's one person just using another person's body for sexual gratification, that's not a consensual encounter. That is just a violation of somebody's person. And it's actually pretty common for, like, sexual aggressors to attack somebody, like, in a innocuous sort of sense, like in the elevator, especially at, like, a convention or something like that in public, because it sort of dissuades the target or the victim from actually saying anything. Because, like, half the time people will think, well, this is being done in public, surely somebody's going to say something, so I don't have to. But the other part of them doesn't want to cause a scene and be embarrassed, because they're already embarrassed by the fact that they're being attacked, the fact that PDA in general is seen as, like, a sort of cringy, embarrassing thing. And, like, they don't want to draw more attention to themselves, especially while they're dealing with the fact that they're being attacked. And part of them just hopes that somebody's going to do it anyway, like step in and say something anyway. And the problem with the general public is they sort of fall into the someone else will deal with it mentality, whereas everybody sort of assumes that somebody else is going to step in and say something, so they therefore then won't.
Well, the other thing I want to throw in there, too, is nothing that's illegal, but kind of parasocial relationship of, like, it's always, it seems like it's a common thing where, like, back in the day, rock stars would sleep with their groupies kind of thing, but now it's kind of more discussed that that's a power dynamic that shouldn't really be abused, and especially when you don't really know someone in person. From the testimony, this is her first time in person with Saber, and he immediately not immediately, but he pretty much immediately jumps on her, so that also kind of gave me a big ick. Any thoughts on that?
And one other thing I wanted to add in is that, confident individuals in a sexual encounter You don't have to assume that consent is there, because they will ask. And to be honest, the only time you're not asking or checking for consent is because you know yourself that the yes is not there, and you don't.
I'm going to interrupt her at this section because 1, they did not find a period for an interjection, and 2, the sections described earlier, I want to make sure people are aware. If they are more active than you, and you're just a pillow princess, no, that does not mean that your boyfriends, your girlfriends, your husbands, your wives, or your sexual partners that you're choosing to engage in the action with are assaulting you. At that point, put in some Kegels and get your stroke game on check. You just have bad endurance and or not flexible. If you are not giving a form of verbal or non-verbal consent while the action is happening, that is going to be seen as a no. Now, for those of you who have been assaulted, and you chose to not say no, as to get the action over with quickly, or you are in some form of long-term relationship where you had to deal with the abuse because you were powerless in the circumstance and you are prioritizing your survival, we are not talking about you. Understand that we are not talking about you. We're talking about healthy, proper sexual interaction. We are not addressing, and I am not litigating the situations that happen to you personally. We are not trying to discuss that. We are not talking about you. Live in your peace and your truth. I'm addressing the dumbass shit that they are currently saying and how they are presenting this as though they are protecting children, and then they are setting them up for the most awkward personal experiences in their lives when it comes to romantic courtship. Continuing.
I don't want to hear the no, so you will not ask, okay? Because if you think consent is complied, and you think the person that is, on the other end of it is actively participating, if you know the answer is going to be yes, then what do you have to lose by just asking? And being a responsible individual when it comes to sexual practice, and just asking.
I'm going to answer that question, and I'm going to say it's because it's not sexy. I'm going to be serious as fuck when I say that. Yeah, you chose to come in at a weird time, Struggle. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm going to be honest with you and say at a weird time the answer is because it is not sexy. And I'm not saying that as the person who is doing the asking. I'm saying that as a person who's been asked and received this asking because the other person was socially awkward and did not know how to do it because they've always been the asked and not the asker. The reason why is because it makes them socially awkward. Because they know that the answer is an enthusiastic yes because you're giving them the nonverbal enthusiastic yeses. But it's because it makes people feel awkward. Because sex is an awkward situation involving 2 or more people. Period. In truth, they're asking and stating a very serious point. If you know that the sex is going to be an enthusiastic yes, why not simply ask them? And the answer is because we as a species have evolved to know the tell of when somebody wants to have sex with us. Period. Removing established romantic relationships. A stranger that is into another stranger that wishes to have consensual sex with this stranger are not going to walk up to them and say, "Hello, I saw you from across the bar. Would you like me to put my dirtiest part of my body into your dirtiest part of your party?" Why, yes, I would love that. And also, it's the time of my month. So you should make sure to have a condom so that my dirty part of the body does not ventilate this blood onto your body part. We don't talk like that. We're not fucking emotionless robots. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
And the difference between, rock stars sleeping with groupies comes down to, literally consent. There's a big difference.
No, it comes down to fame and power. The women want to be with these men because of fame and power. And some cases, the possibility that if they were to become pregnant from the encounter, they can now get paid and be taken care of by these rock star men, assuming that they care about paternity and taking care of the child, not simply paying them a stipend of money to get them out of their hair so they can then go fuck other groupies that would like to have the exact same treatment. They throw themselves at them! Now, KP, considering the fact that you tried to use this earlier, what does that sound like? What does that sound like, KP? What does it look like? Does it sound and look like nonverbal enthusiastic consent? And pray tell, from that bus clip that you used, when Trump said, and they let you, does that sound like acknowledgement of enthusiastic consent based on power and popularity and their agency and their frequency and their attribution and their adjacency to the access of said money, fame, influence, and power? If we're going to elevate YouTube personalities and influencers to heads of state and business moguls.
Difference between, the chick who's going to see the rock star perform and like flashing her titties while he's performing and then going and flashing her titties to the bouncer to get backstage and then flashing her titties in the rock star's face, probably making out with him a bit of her own volition, and one of them saying, hey, let's go back and sleep in the van. Like, there are multiple instances where consent is very, very clearly given by the groupie sleeping with a rock star. And like, yeah, there may be a certain power dynamic, and like, there absolutely is multiple instances of rock stars abusing that to be like, hey, well, I'm famous, show me your titties. But there's a big difference between going, hey, I'm famous, show me your titties, and someone going, I'm showing you my titties because I want to sleep with you. Right? Like, just the act of like basically showing you my titties is in most circumstances an invitation to touch my body, okay? In no way is I'm a big fan of yours an invitation to touch somebody's body. And
considering the fact that we cannot be able to go back in time and all witness together inside of a Black Mirror future object to allow us to do so, we don't know what else was said. We can only go off the testimony of the accuser. But let's just stick that aside and let's look at that clip that she put on the screen about Neil Gaiman, shall we?
An invitation to touch my body, okay? Right? Like, just the act. But there's a big difference between going, hey, I'm famous, show me.
The youngest alleged victim was 18, but most of the women were in their 20s when the alleged assault occurred, when Neil Gaiman was in his 40s or older, with one exception when a woman claims the writer forcibly kissed her in 1986 when he was in his mid-20s. Some of the women were fans and a few worked with him at the time of the alleged incidents. KP, you're all over the goddamn place. Please lock the fuck in. Stay on target.
Show me your titties, and someone going, I'm showing you my titties because I want to sleep with you. Right? Like, just the act of like basically showing you my titties is in most circumstances an invitation to touch my body, okay? In no way is I'm a big fan of yours an invitation to touch somebody's body. And I also find it really, really weird that this dude meets a fan, gets the inkling she has a crush on him, so he invites her back to his hotel room. Okay, like getting invited back to the hotel room has sexual connotations, and the fact that she didn't realize that just shows how naive she was, and the fact that none of that was communicated. Because clearly, he knew what he was inviting her back to the hotel room for, but she didn't. And that just gives me like the major ick, to be quite honest, because like,
I'm sorry, are we talking about a grown adult who's capable of consent? Or are we talking about a child who needs to be told, now, you listen to me, now listen. Let's use the sound effect of a Fallout screen, shall we? If you take this man's hand, and you go down this elevator and up this elevator to this room, and then you go behind the door to this room, and he locks the door in this room, and you're with him on the bed, and you pump, what are we gonna do on the bed? You need to know, you're getting mating pressed. Understand that if you do this, this is an event that you cannot go back on. Understand that this is a thing that you need to know. Please know that this is a thing that's happening. If we're going to pretend that women are children that need to be protected from their actions, which it feels like is what it's arguing, what is being argued by KP, if we're going to treat women like they're children, as though they cannot realize what happens when they choose to get into an action of privacy with someone, I don't know what we can do, bro. I don't know what to do. So happy and glad I do not have to exist inside this dating environment. This is bullshit. It's worse than kindergarten. This is preschool shit. Object cock permanence, we're gonna call it. If you go in this room, you may or may not slip up on some dick. If you go in this room with this woman, you may or may not slip up on some cut. You might be asked to become a professional eater. This is the kind of shit that makes people feel that you are not capable of being mature. And you are certainly speaking on these objects and actions and attitudes as though this shit is not to be discussed the way that you're discussing it, KP. Which is as though women are children and cannot consent to sexual actions unless they're reminded about it like a flashing light in their face every single time the opportunity presents itself. Because it seems to be, you want this to be the application of what it affects women for, but not men. Because men are always aware. Men are always eager. They're raving sex beasts. They always have it on the mind. Even right now. And it's retarded. I will not partake in it. I will not allow you to spew it unfucking challenged. It is unhinged. And it is the reason why we stand in the Church of Women in Worsting, where women are children and they can do no wrong, but they are allowed to terrorize everybody else when they feel like it, which is exactly what you try to do to Saberspark.
It's really as if Saber's acting like he's Gene Simmons inviting you back to, the hotel room, when in reality he's a pudgy brony YouTuber showing you his animations before he shows you his dick. Like, that's not the same.
That was the best insult that she could give on the spot, in the moment. That was the best way she could insult Steven, because he rejected her. He's some schlubby, fat YouTuber who's showing you his drawings before he shows you his cock.
Same thing at all.
Like, you think there was some kind of weird parasocial dynamic, too, that she felt uncomfortable, advocating for herself because, like, oh, this is the real Saberspark TM. Like, I don't want to feel like, he might say something on Twitter, blast me publicly. Like, is there pressure, just generally speaking, when celebrities, have those kind of encounters with fans, I guess?
Of course she would have felt uncomfortable advocating for herself. Like, most fans don't get to meet their idol in person. So meeting your idol in person is already a very, exalted sort of status. Like, that's something most fans dream of but never actually get to. So once you put a fan in a situation where they're meeting their idol in person, something they probably never thought would happen but always dreamed would happen, no fan is going to do something that's going to jeopardize that, and that includes offending their idol.
Amal? Hey, listen, guys. What she just said was, if you ever have a meet and greet with me in public, you better make sure that there are witnesses around, including my partner, because if I have you alone, I'm gonna fuck. It's gonna happen. Right there, in your face. Chocolate Thunder. This is a person who thinks that they can advocate for victims. Treating adults like the children.
And, like, the idol knows that. And for, like, say, like, anybody to sit there and be like, well, what if so-and-so wasn't aware of the power dynamic? Like, they always know. You can always tell. You can always feel it. You can tell when somebody is fangirling. And for someone who's going to sit there and prey on that and be like, well, I know you're not going to say no to me or at least give me a hard boundary that could possibly offend me, so I'm going to exploit that by asking things of you that I know you wouldn't say yes to in any other situation. And, like, to be quite honest, no fan is going to do anything. Most fans are not going to do anything other than fall into line with that. Because, again,
she just said that all of y'all easy. You give it up. You give it up easy. You give it up like sluts. All I gotta do is whisper in your ear, and, oh my God, how did it fall off my legs? That's what she just said, chat. She just said all of you all that are fans of people, you give it up like sluts. You give it up like sluts. You give it up like the fucking Gondro Gyru in the golden bikini with blonde tanned hair. You give it up so easy, guys. You give it up like Metamorphosis. You give it up like the Plot Girl. You give it up like Discipline. Discipline. You give it up like a Dinkigan Clinic. I'm just naming hentais at this point. And dojins. This is who's trying to advocate for women. The content creator that just said all fans would never reject somebody. Nah, in Bible Black, they on some satanic shit. We ain't going there. There's no way to give enthusiastic consent when a woman pulls out a clit dick. Anyways, this is who's advocating for women, guys. This is the one who's advocating for women. I'm saying women because I do mean male and female women and fans. But this is who's advocating for the advocacy of intelligent sexual beings that are women. You don't have the ability to defend yourself. You would let anyone bust cheeks. That's what she just said. Men, women, you don't know how to control yourself. If they say gimme, you'll say get it. If they say gimme, you'll say get it.
And they're getting to an exalted status of getting to meet their idol in person. You know, they've been a fan of this person, they've done art for this person, they've dreamed of meeting this person. They're not going to jeopardize that by offending that person by saying no.
Yep, the exalted moment of receiving the cum directly into their own chalice.
And not that those relationships can't happen, but it's very tricky water as far as, you know, establishing and acknowledging the power dynamic and discussing it before, like, even anything were to happen. But I don't know, my whole MO has never really been to go date your fans because, you know, your fans are not a dating pool. They're just, you know, they're there to consume your content. I don't know, it's not technically illegal, but it just kind of ick to me.
In terms of dating your fans, like, I don't know, I just kind of miss the days where it was considered just not kosher to date from your fan base. Like, that was considered poor form because, like, your fans aren't your peers. And I always question why, like, when somebody can't pull from their peers, like...
What if my peers are also my fans? And vice versa. Nah, that's too far. We have to listen to these two tell us about the boundaries of relationships.
Why is it that you can't, like, land somebody and date somebody who's, like, on an even playing field with you? Why does there have to be a power imbalance? And like, that's always, like, the trend with these types. Like, if you look at, like, most of their relationships, there's always a power imbalance. And if you have a track record of having a power imbalance in your relationships, what is wrong with you? Like, why do you need to have a one-up on somebody in order to be...
In all the context of relationships that could ever be claimed for me, in that case, I was always the smaller person. Just in case anybody wanted to pull that angle in the future about me. I'll say it here first. Off the top of my head, I can think of maybe 5 to 10 instances in the past 4 years, all accounted for before I became involved in my committed relationship, where I have spoken to people in any such matter, and I have always made sure that in any context that this could ever be applied to, that I did not do more than I was given permission for, and in many of those cases, I usually shut it down myself. Because of the nature of the power imbalance.
In a relationship with them. Like, you need therapy.
Yeah, it's still fun here. I think that's it, Courtney, unless you have anything else to add. Like, anything else you want to add that you remember from testimony that you want to comment on?
If you question if it's a violation, it probably was. If you feel violated, that was not consent. Your feelings matter. Your feelings are valid. Consent is never implied. Real men who get bitches ask for consent. I guess that's it.
That's probably the most cantankerous part. Because if you fill people's head with this kind of pseudoscience, emotional garbage, not to say that, hey, maybe ask for consent before you peel her legs open when you think that she's being playful, to make sure she's actually being playful. When you tell this shit to impressionable children, so they walk into the world believing that they need to pull out the bear shit when they believe somebody is giving them those verbal, non-verbal, and coy or uncoy signals, that you fuck them up personally for life, like the Jeremy Allen Scott segment in movie 43. That's what you end up doing to those kids that then become young adults, that then become adults, and don't know how to navigate in a social or sexual situation. That's probably the most cantankerous shit you've done. So, let's add fucking up future generations onto the list and making them socially awkward. Also, it is absolute fucking dog piss to use the argument of power imbalance. Because, hey, KP, have you ever spoken to people sexually in any capacity like this yourself? Power imbalance! Power imbalance! Hey, did you consider that it could be a power imbalance?
What a good way to end the video. Not end the video, end the segment. What a good way to end the segment. Part 5, why make this video? Unfortunately, this is insight about how content creators can respond to situations of sexual harassment and more damning incidents. It's important to talk about how this stuff isn't okay, and it's not something to make jokes out of. I personally shouldn't have to be sexualized or belittled because someone didn't get what they wanted, and in a professional setting. The story and the other incidents are taken to an extreme. I should not have to fight with people to get justice for something like this, or for other victims. And especially in receiving responses when there only might be repercussions on the line. It's messed up, and I'm hoping this can be a learning experience for anyone who has ever made a nasty meme or taken something too far. Admitting it
can be. Hey, victims. Address things directly to the people that they concern and nobody else. And do not go trying to fucking pedo hunt for other people all the time. Period.
And apologizing without being prompted can go a long way, and thinking about possible consequences should be as well. Chris didn't just make up a bad story. He did some other unsavory stuff, combined with the lack of action. When a groomer is in the DA game space, when there are children in there, is unacceptable. There's nothing bad or off-brand about kicking a pedophile out of your community and letting other adjacent communities know. It also seems to me that many popular content creators don't know or frankly don't care about keeping their community safe when it comes to problematic behavior.
Hey, hey KP, I know there's a idea here that you haven't considered on that issue since you decided to relitigating it again. Have you considered that if they kick them out and they make it public that they kicked them out, that they will just simply change their name and then disguise themselves so they can go do this again with the ability to hide who they are? I'll phrase that a different way. Hey KP, why would a bank have a silent alarm?
There will be confrontation involved. So if you don't like confrontation, maybe think twice about being a content creator. If you don't want so much responsibility, then consider making public spaces 18+. But even that...
This is ironic, considering what you chose to do after this.
And there still might be creeps. So I made a quick little guide. KP's guide to dealing with bad people in your community. Number 1, listen to someone if they have serious concern, and make sure they have screenshots if possible. And if you're too busy, get a mod team to help you with this. Number 2, if the screenshots are damning enough, skip step 3 and remove them from your space. Number 3, if there are no screenshots, confront the person with the issue stated and get their side of the story. Have others weigh in on the decision if it's a hard one. Number 4, make a Google Doc with problematic or unsafe behavior so it can be shared with other communities, and this person can't prey on another fan group. Number 5, look out for name changes and general suspicious behavior, especially in fandom communities. All in all, these people seem to be unsafe around children because they don't seem to care about holding anyone accountable. And Saber probably didn't think all this through because he didn't think it was going to be public. Oops. Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
What a perfect list. So consider that when you choose to go through steps 2 through 5, I need to see again. Then when you go through groups 2 through 5, you're actually creating the playbook that just can now be used to ensure that they avoid problems, especially by choosing the targets. So, by publicizing this list of helpful tips that can help people police their audiences, you just created a list of what to do to avoid being detected. Dumbass! And as I said, I need to pee again.
Part 6, shitting on Lily Orchard because it's fun.
Oh, lovely. They're choosing to use the ability to piss people off by making use of flowers in the attic to make fun of Lily Orchard. Yes, you probably should not have told people about that. Would she think any of this through, or was it a thinly veiled excuse for a yap attack with a side of petty grievances? Don't worry, we're getting there. We're almost done.
So welcome to Lily's section for the people who only care about her and not any of the other stuff. Fun fact, Lily just rebranded herself as CD Callout because it's totally about not escaping all the pedophilia and abuse claims and just making people happy with her sunshiny content because her content's always just so positive and great and Jesus fucking Christ, she's not fucking fooling anyone.
You are running away.
KP wanted to talk to Sketchy about all these accusations made against me, and then show screenshots that made it very obvious that she's lying. Sketchy says rather plainly, I am not comfortable discussing my friends when they're not around, to which KP offers adding a third party, whose relation to the case she has yet to disclose. But she is unfortunately missing the point. Sketchy did not want to have this conversation while I wasn't present, so the third party had to be me.
So Sketchy stuff was generally taken out of context. In the screenshot I'm showing you, Sketchy basically said he wasn't open to conversation, even though I offered if the third party was present, and he still said no. The third party was implied to be Lily herself, so it didn't seem to me that he was open to the conversation regardless.
I'm looking at it directly on the screen, Warwick. Thank you.
Lily was there or not. If he was open to the conversation when Lily was there, then he should have clarified that with communication. And I'm still open to have that conversation even now, so like, let's go, bro.
You need to.
The other thing in the first screenshot is that he just assumes I'm projecting. Like, that's a weird thing to say for someone I don't really talk to that often. I don't want to speculate on private conversations with Lily, but am I wrong to say that's a little sussy? It seems obvious to me that Lily talked to him before I confronted him, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm not going to sit here and speculate that. Oh, fun fact, Sketchy is also a not safe for work furry artist, which, fine, you live your best life, Sketchy. But you know what? I don't think furries are really into the whole pedophilia scene. So, you know, it'd be great if all...
I'm not going to make a joke about that. I've bashed on the furries enough. And or the furries have felt shame enough. I'll let y'all handle that.
All the furries spread the word and said not to commission this guy because he's friends with a pedophile. Let's talk about like recording confrontation. So generally what happened during the segment is Lily kind of manipulated what I said and miscommunicated some things, so I'm here to clarify because, you know, fuck Lily, who cares? So number one, Lily totally skips part of the confrontation where she lies about Stockholm.
So I was really fucking pissed off at the fact that fanfiction just basically just kind of let anything go in regards to content and just hosted a shitload of child porn. So I wrote a book where basically I wrote a fic where a bunch of pedophiles just get shot in the head. And then Bronies got really mad about it and started lying about its contents.
That's a weird thing to leave out for someone who wants to tell the truth.
Isn't that convenient?
KP, people have made worse accusations about you.
Yeah, because allegedly treating your employees poorly is totally worse than raping your own little sister.
She needs to sort out her priorities.
KP decides my denying of the accusations carries less weight than her making them because she just decided that was the case.
I never accused anyone of lying, and Lily just was like, I don't want you talking to Courtney.
So as a favor to you, if I reached out to Courtney and got her to apologize for the trans
No, I do not want you to reach out to Courtney at all.
Just seems like a weird thing to say if you have nothing to hide. Her whole reaction to me just asking about it was so defensive.
It's just a question. No need to get so defensive.
Where they said worse things about me, I want you to cite your sources.
Never mind that when you don't have a significant social media presence, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain by doing it.
Yeah, because I'm gonna come out of total obscurity to accuse someone of rape for 1,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yes. Yes. Yes, KP. You are at the point where you're choosing to leverage your credibility and the credibility of others to use this for your content. Yes. Very much yes.
YouTube. Makes sense. Do you even hear yourself?
Never mind that this is literally policy in some states.
The fuck? What even? You're not even American, you stupid girl. Girl, can you not? I want to kiss your face with a hammer.
She then decided to offer to mediate a call between me and Courtney. And are you fucking kidding me? Oh boy. Yeah, I sure would love it if the Queen of the Lollipop Guild organized a call between me and my abuser like we're on an episode of fucking Smiling Friends, just because she's a gullible shit with all the political awareness of a drunk sparrow in a rave.
The fuck? How is this political? Why a sparrow? Is that like a metaphor for something you made up in your head?
What's political about choosing to be a defender of victims and choose to then give a long diatribe about enthusiastic consent and sex? Something that is very much a progressive left-wing, sometimes even regressive left-wing socialization opinion. We certainly can't tell where your politics lie, KP. No sirree, Bob. Or Jan. Or Jill. Or Jack. Or Darius. Especially not Darius. Darius fucks. He don't make love, he fucks. He listens to Brent Fias. And Miguel. And Party Next Door.
That is without a doubt the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Some people were surprised at how abruptly I ended the call. When KP said she wasn't comfortable with the accusations made against me, I just said, alright, bye, and left and blocked her on everything. Simple reason for that, I don't want to be friends with anyone who believes any of this garbage, and that's something I'm entitled to do.
Yeah, sure, I never said you can't do that. It's just a little defensive and weird.
I didn't yell, I didn't scream, I didn't...
Thus, you're saying that they're implying that they're guilty? Just like you just implied saying, why are you getting so defensive? Okay, sure, yeah, It's acceptable when you do it, KP. When you decide you want to limit people's connections, but when other people do it to you, you use that as an admission of guilt. Despite what you are choosing to do by litigating their problems into a video about other people. You say you're going to do it on behalf of protecting people. And this is not me saying that I'm defending the security of privacy for a content creator such as Lilyfeet. What I am saying is you've decided to make this about you and your self-righteous vindication and parade of justice against other people instead of making it about the victims and making clear that the victims are seen and heard. Instead of making this a YouTube poop full of memes and shitty jokes and horrible disseminations of attitudes when it comes to you and your self-righteous, vainglorious position.
I didn't call her any names, I just said bye and left.
Girl, you called her a bunch of names in this video and demeaned her intelligence. Actually, bye.
Okay, I'm out. Can't do this anymore. Need to go home.
I never said I believed in the accusations, just that they made me uncomfortable and wanted to ask Lily about them. Is that not communicating? Lily, you always hemmed and hollered about, oh, no one ever communicates with me. They never set boundaries and then they just leave when I make them uncomfortable. I just wish people would communicate and tell me when they're uncomfortable so we can find solutions together.
You're such a hypocrite.
Because I'm communicating when I'm uncomfortable, suddenly I'm a gullible shit. Gee, I wonder why your friends don't feel like they can communicate with you.
You can go back over the podcast we did talking about personal trauma, where I bring up most of the stuff, and she's just kind of disinterested in anything that isn't about her. We just kind of accepted that. I mean, it's not that KP was a shitty friend, it's just that she was just kind of there, and it was something that made cutting the thread upon KP, crossing my strictest boundaries, easier to do.
Let's talk about how I didn't want to interrupt someone who's talking about their trauma. Michaela also had to push me to communicate with Lily, and Lily actively flirting with me was a little uncomfy, especially live.
Like, literally everyone, fuck you. KP is an absolutely lovely person.
Yay, I'm gonna slowly, I've made this joke like privately, but like I'm slowly gonna acquire a lesbian army and take over the world. Just give it time.
And here's the content that shows that you were once friends with them.
Anyway.
That is the most aggressive polyfuel ever.
Lily clearly never ever wanted to fuck me, never ever, and I never ever had a reason to not want to open up to her. And she seemed to think that's some kind of personal slight against her, that I never warmed up to her in the way she wanted me to. Then I learned about how she raped her sister, and about Stockholm, and the dog fucking, and you fucking wonder where I'm like, yeah, maybe Lily Orchard isn't like the best person.
I'll stay away from her then.
This isn't even to call KP a bad person for being an aloof, self-centered weirdo who's always disassociating.
Lily, you're being ableist. Just because you also have PTSD doesn't mean it's cool to say that I'm odd in the head.
It's just that all that stuff made me realize I wasn't really going to miss her.
Oh no, the incestuous pedophile rapist doesn't want me in her polycule anymore? Whatever shall I do?
Stop, don't come back.
In general, you should always be extremely suspicious of any accuser who tries to convince you not to listen to the accused response.
That's what you did, Lily, that's what you did. Oh, P.S. in the Britney section, Lily cropped out a lot of Britney's talking points to sound like she was talking to herself. So
Pause. I'm going to bring this off the screen so that I can then play the section because of the aforementioned censorship position informed me by the chat.
go check Britney's logs and report back. That's your homework, unless you're stupid enough to believe Lily on her word, which, you know, can't really help you there. And also, she cut out all the dog fucking pictures in the patch section, so, you know. Can't really help you there. And also, she cut out all the dog fucking pictures.
This image is already on the screen, one, so that didn't help in most of the slightest, since I would still have to go back and self-censor the picture, but actually this is more than fine to pass for the censor. So, for the context of everybody looking at it and seeing, the image in question is the image of the dog barreled over an owner, mounting them with their rocket and plowing them. It's okay, one. What matters is the intent, and you are trying to help. Moving forward, we're almost done.
Pictures in the patch section, so, you know.
When we were... So we started school at like 5 or 6. Lily started at 5, I started at 6. And we always got the bus up at the top entrance of the trailer park where there was the store. Now the trailer park used to get gated for whatever reason, and the stone walls that held the gates are still in place. I'm pretty sure they might even still be there to this day, but they were when we were growing up. And, you know, people used to just stick their chewed gum to it to discard their gum.
Yeah.
And while we were waiting for the bus up by that store, Lily made a habit starting at like 7 years old of like peeling the gum off of this wall and eating it. Not like chewing it, just like swallowing it, just eating it.
It reminds me of that scene in Elf where he's just going around New York City and he's just like picking the gum off the sidewalks.
Exactly. And it was so funny because I'd see her doing it, and then of course being 6 years old and that being disgusting, I'd go rat her out to her mother, and her mother would come over and start screaming at her to drop the gum, and like a dog with something it's not supposed to eat, Lily would just start shoving it into her mouth faster.
Did she ever get sick, like, from this? Because this is, like, ugh. Like, who knows who's putting the gum there?
I've been asked that before, but surprisingly, I don't think she ever did. But she wasn't sick a lot as a kid. Other than, like, the scarlet fever and the chicken pox, she really didn't actually get sick that much, neither of us really did. But no, she just, like, and it was such a problem that, like, we switched bus stops. Because she wouldn't stop eating the gum.
So what was the reason that, like, she was even just out of, like, boredom or something? Or, like, she found the gum and she's like, ooh, that's colorful, I'm gonna put it in my mouth. That's what she said.
I mean, if she was really that, like, mentally incapacitated at 7, maybe that was the mindset. I really couldn't tell you what brings one to see gum crammed into a stone wall that makes you think I should put that in my mouth. And then you go through the effort of prying it off with all the little stones that are in it, and you just go, yes, in my mouth it goes.
I mean, like, you made a good point that even when you were younger, you kind of knew that was a little off, so it's not like she, you know, was just being a dumb kid. I mean, I guess to some extent, but, like, at the same time, like...
Because for Lily, like, negative attention was still attention. And getting yelled at by her parents was attention, so whatever made that happen was a good thing. And, like, someone might suggest in the comments of this video, like, maybe Lily had pica. No, she didn't eat weird things. So she didn't, like, pick off the drywall and eat it or eat stones. No, it was just already chewed gum.
What is pica?
It's like I think it's classified as a disorder, but it's a phenomenon.
Pica. P-I-C-A. Pica. Why are they pronouncing it pica?
Where people will start eating things that are not food items, and typically it's because of like a mineral deficiency or something. I think there's also links to like psychological issues, but a lot of the times it's your body is seeking some sort of vitamin or mineral, and then you end up somehow getting that from eating non-food items. Usually it like happens in like stone. Like you'll find people eating rocks, and it turns out that they have like a calcium or something deficiency.
Like so how long did this go on for? Like a year or two?
No, it was a good couple of weeks because like our mom was on her every time. It got to the point where when we would go walk to the bus stop in the morning, she would be like, "Now Lily, don't eat the fucking gum off the wall." Like just sit there and lecture her, and then like I don't know, like a handicapped toddler, she got off the leash and then would go straight for the gum.
I like how there's already fan art of her like looking like a little goblin eating the gum. We need more fan art of this.
I mean, she kind of was like a little goblin because
crowdsourcing physical, well actually not physical, but crowdsourcing group pictures to mock, antagonize, and harass people because the person in question is an acceptable target. Again, not defending Lily Pete. But what I am saying is that when you feel that you have license to, you get people in on activity like it's a group project. Everybody sources the harassment. Everybody gets in on it.
Because like it got to the point, I mean, it happened enough times that the other kids at the bus stop would just kind of like hang off like a little bit away from the wall and just sort of watch her do it. So she literally would be like crouched on top of this wall just with an audience just prying up this gum. Yum, 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 yum.
Oh, that's nasty.
And it was never like the same energy of when she chewed my Barbie shoes, because she always had this habit of chewing up the shoes of my Barbies. Never their feet, but just the shoes, which honestly I just chalked up to, well, she's like ADHD and autistic. She chews on shit. Of course she chewed on the plastic shoes. Pissed me off, but whatever. But it was never the same energy because like it was only that wall.
Oh, like, yeah, it must have been for attention. Like, which doesn't make it not gross, but like, don't do that, guys.
We made it to the end of the gross video. I'm not going to play this section of the intersection because now there's a whistling metal sound in my ear that's not going away, which means I'm clearly beginning to reach the limit of my shit. But wait! There's more! So, this is the response and the content that was made by KP. Let us now proceed to the section that is the response. Now, there was a video that was done by Cartoon Sheet where they had a response for the allegations labeled "How Not to Expose Saberspark and DA Games." I'm going to summarize what is here. Effectively, the material in question is Cartoon C summarizing KP's video and how lazily put together that material was. But instead, I will go to the end, and I will play for you all Saberspark's response to this behavior.
Hello, I'm Stephen Carver, and I go by the name of Saberspark on YouTube. For the sake of transparency, I will be on camera for this video. I also have some notes over here I will be referencing for this response. Now, some of you may have seen the recent 2-hour video by the YouTuber I Live Impossible a lot. Putting aside what it was, which we'll talk about here in a moment, this video included her making some significant and sweeping accusations involving me. Most of the comments I saw on the original upload indicated that many people saw this video for what it was, clout chasing, and it threw out very severe allegations in a really callous and reckless way. I appreciate that people out there are willing to question such things, and more importantly, share my sentiment that this is not the way things should be done. What was said was untrue, and it's disappointing to see people trying to build themselves up by tearing others down. With that in mind, this is my response to recent allegations against me from the Twitter account BronyFandom and the YouTuber I Live Impossible a lot. Before I begin, I want to give a content warning for the following things on screen. Folks, this is a very serious video, so please continue watching it at your own discretion. To be clear, the accusation that I sexually assaulted someone is completely false, and I feel disgusted that I even have to say that. I've had sexual partners before in the past, but we have always abided by enthusiastic and reciprocated consent. The actual reality of the situation appears to be the result of what I believe to be a hit piece. From what I've seen, it seems that KP and a person by the username of BronyFandom were working together to push their story, and I have evidence to prove that. But more than that, what KP's video actually does is extremely dangerous. It hurts those who are truly victims out there, and this is not how you do things when it comes to people's lives. The following section will be about I Live Impossible a lot, my history with her, and what appears to be her attempt to falsely accuse me for her own gain. To make it easy, I will be referring to her as KP for the remainder of this video. I met KP in 2014. We lived in the same state and eventually became friends. This was mainly because we shared common interests, as we were both part of the BronyFandom and were both YouTubers as well. She came to me asking for advice on her videos and connections to go to conventions. At the end of 2014, I started a new job and entered a new relationship with someone. For the next 5 months, I was extremely busy. KP would occasionally reach out to me, but I did not have time to hang with her. It was nothing personal, and we naturally drifted apart.
So, remember that section where KP accused him of specifically only being interested if he could have sexual involvement? That nigga was too busy getting his fuck on and getting his life right. So, literally projection. Literally projection. her hatred and her smart remarks and her short curse attitude was literally projection. I'm all for it. Right out with the knives. She didn't wait no time. He shouldn't.
8 years pass, and in August of 2023, a friend of mine messaged me on KP's behalf. He told me that according to KP, one of the editors on my team allegedly did something inappropriate to her back in 2015. I immediately addressed this with my editor, and he told me that the matter was settled between him and KP.
So, he didn't respond the way that KP wanted because he was told the matter was settled, and he didn't see reason to go further. But that wasn't good enough for her.
I took his word on that and assumed that KP would reach out to me directly if that was not the case.
So he then waited for a response from KP, and KP said, "Why the fuck didn't you put yourself on my feet?"
On November 12th, 2024, KP made a tweet where she was upset that Chris was still working on my projects. She then posted, "Video coming soon." On January 6th, 2025, KP emailed me demanding I take action due to Chris and what she claimed he did nearly 10 years ago. Due to a leaked call between Chris and KP, they recalled the full story. Chris made a sex joke in regards to KP. She found out about it many years later. What shocked me was when I was informed, this call was recorded without Chris's knowledge or consent. Chris profusely begged for forgiveness at the end of the call, and it looked like both KP and Chris ended on amicable terms, which matches what I was told by Chris when I initially confronted him about the situation.
Yeah, Chris, you want to say anything?
I guess I'd go first, yeah.
Go for it.
All right, well, first, I think it's the obvious thing is, one, just want to profusely apologize for that terrible fucking thing I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that God was an absolute horrible person so many years ago, and you didn't deserve that. So.
All right. So I don't really have anything else that I feel comfortable saying at this point, but I'll just leave with good luck and may God have mercy on your soul. And this too shall pass. Okay. All those things again. Okay.
Biblical, you all things shall pass. Good luck in life. As though she has the ability to pass this kind of comments on other people. Yeah, it does sound like blackmail, doesn't it, Struggler?
Thank you.
All right. Well, have a good night. And I think this is I'm going to limit my communication with you for obvious reasons, but
no, that's perfectly reasonable, and I understand.
In addition, after listening to this call, it appears KP was asking Chris intrusive questions in order to find more information about me.
So as far as your relationship with Saber, is it just so I know, is it something? Are you guys friendly, or is he just giving you kind of contract work and that's it?
I mean, I guess you could say it's both, but I don't have long conversations with him because he's so busy.
Okay.
The most I ever see him is at conventions if he happens to be at the same one.
Okay, so you're not in an environment where this would have come up anyway.
Never.
So he would probably be unaware.
Never. He's 100% unaware. Again, I can't stress enough is that in the times I ever told the story, it was, as you described it, locker room talk with a very small amount of people in a private call. I never told it publicly, and I never told it to anyone like Saberspark.
As far as Chris goes, we took the situation seriously from the very beginning. The joke was inappropriate, but it was told nearly 10 years ago. He profusely apologized to me as well and admitted to his faults. I believe in the inner growth of a person and that they can change for the better. He did good work for the team. I was surprised, though, that KP thought she had the ability to dictate who I hire and fire for my own team.
That's what I'm saying, my nigga. That's what I'm saying.
February 5th, 2025, KP emailed me again, but this time with false allegations. She claimed that I had, quote, jerked around my employees and generally treated them with very little consideration. She also claimed that I was, quote, hosting polygamous relationships with fangirls, which is as ridiculous as it sounds. On February 25th, 2025, KP sent her final email to me. In it, she said, quote, to add on to this, I will fight you for the truth. Tone, your whole last email and the Twitter thread is drenched in, undermines the actual issues of the conversation, on top of assuming I'm going to publish falsifiable information, end quote. However, incorrect information and hearsay was included within the released video. She also stated that the reason she messaged my members of my team instead of contacting me directly was that I, quote, triggered the shit out of her. And at the end of the email, she told me to never contact her again. And following that request, I never contacted her again. At this point, I was bracing myself for a hit piece video from KP, but I never imagined she would use false sexual assault allegations against me. I also noticed this particular Twitter exchange the day following KP's final email to me. Leading up to the release of KP's video, she was telegraphing her intentions and who they were against. She advertised a video schedule, a watch party, a YouTube premiere, and a slew of other posts in order to build up hype for her expose.
When I saw this on first watch, my brain said, oh no, you were trying to do some fuck shit from the beginning. You decided you could go scorched earth. I wonder what made that really that mad. And now that we do know what made that Almost didn't say the word properly the first time. Let's try that again. What made that fucking... really that goddamn mad? She has no justification to be that fucking piss-ass angry. I choked on my own saliva, chat. Can you believe that? I choked on my own saliva. She really has no right to be that dead-ass mad, considering what she chose to do. Bonus points if you can guess all the words I used as I deafened my microphone.
Bernie fandom was involved too, foreshadowing the release of the video on their Twitter leading up to the release. According to KP, the anonymous story would be posted on Twitter by Bernie fandom at 10 a.m., with her video premiere about my false allegations 2 hours later. What was to follow would be a video that was not just tone-deaf, but dangerously reckless with the lives of others. KP has gone on record saying that the video was originally intended for DA Games, but included me and the allegations a month prior to the release of the upload. The video itself was titled, What Ruined Saberspark in DA Games, and was over 2 hours long. It was primarily advertised as breaking the news of my false allegations, but the section in question was only 5 minutes and 40 seconds long. According to this interview with KP hosted by Slug Entertainment 2, uploaded on May 5th, 2025, KP admits that the story she featured was purely hearsay and had no substantiated evidence.
So just to be as objective as possible here, so what you're saying is that basically the evidence that you were given was more personal circumstance and hearsay rather
Correct.
than like objective evidence?
Correct. They didn't have any Skype logs or anything because of how long it was ago, and we did ask. So
Were there other people that went in to verify these claims, or were there other attempts to verify the claims being made?
Not to my knowledge. I believe I don't know the history of Bonk's relationship with the victim itself. I don't know to what extent he knew about everything before the statement was prepared. But I do know that Amy was vouching for them, and that was also because I knew Amy was on or has been on the convention scenes. That's how she met. Peter knew her husband.
The video will be unlisted and eventually removed from KP's channel the same day of its premiere, following a massive public backlash against it. Apparently, based on the comments in the video, a number of the assets included and voiceover actors involved were allegedly not informed of the nature of the video being made, or had their work used without permission for video B-roll and memes. On Twitter, I was ridiculed, with many people calling me a predator. This was due to the initial sensationalized traction of Brony fandom's post, but then the post itself began to receive pushback due to public scrutiny over the alleged claims. Following KP's video, Brony fandom began to backpedal, claiming that they never watched the video prior to promoting KP's upload. Brony fandom would eventually—
Which is fucking retarded, because how could you be promoting something with the material content of that was being read from your account, and then say, I had no idea what she was doing. Never you mind that I had no idea what she had planned. You can't blame me, guys. No, that doesn't fucking work. You tried to fucking do a burn book on a person publicly, and everybody did not react the way that you wanted them to. They, in fact, did not give you free license to harass people, KP. They did not give you free license to act like a lol cow. Brony fan don't. And you got the just desserts you deserve. You reached for cursed power. And people say, get your hand off that scepter, boy!
actually throw KP under the bus in order to distance themselves from her video's backlash a few days later. So, what does this mean? As far as Bernie fandom goes, one of two things seem to be true. Either, one, they watched the video, approved it, advertised it, and now they're backpedaling because it did not go the way they wanted it to, or two, they never watched the video in the first place, yet they still endorsed it. Either option is reckless, irresponsible, and speaks to a greater problem. By KP's own admissions, she does not like me, and I believe she holds a grudge against me after we had a falling out. Slug Entertainment's interview with her seems to demonstrate her malicious intent, and from the context of her video, it looks like it was done with a desire to use this drama to boost her channel's popularity. It was a hit piece, plain and simple, though she denies having a vendetta against me.
If you were to say that this is something that needs to be taken with the utmost seriousness, despite no evidence, would you believe that it would be fair for people to disregard it entirely due to the lack of actual evidence?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay. I wanted to at least ask that, given the fact that these are serious allegations that can get Saber killed, because people are crazy, and I'd rather not have someone get killed over an allegation that has not been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, that's fair.
At this point in the video, I want to talk about the Twitter account, Bernie Fandom. This Twitter account has been purposely targeting me for a while now. By their own words, they believe that internet justice is more effective than courtroom justice. They seem to see themselves as judge, jury, and executioner, and launch vicious harassment campaigns against multiple online creators.
And KP too.
Such as Billy Bustup, Prince Whatever, and Black Griffin. Bernie Fandom has on multiple occasions used falsifiable information to attack people with. According to KP's post, Bernie Fandom was in her Discord server, and according to this person, they were allegedly friends. On May 1st, 2025, Bernie Fandom shared KP's false allegations against me. After public backlash for their post, Bernie fandom was constantly arguing with people in the replies. Some people asked if he suggested professional organizations to the victim prior to reaching out to KP. He said no. Many were inquiring about Rain, and he had no idea what that was. At the time of recording this video, the post is still up on Twitter and has not been corrected, despite being false and unsubstantiated. Finally, I want to bring up Sophie Scruggs. She is a comic artist for IDW and is on record sharing the Brony fandom account. She was friends with KP prior to the premiere of the video, and even collaborated on other drama videos with her. She even makes an appearance in said video and talks about KP and Courtney Beats. I believe that Sophie's involvement with the Bernie fandom account is concerning and irresponsible. She seems to be more of a facilitator of moving parts and frequently replies to the account with her own main accounts. At the very least, we can confirm that she shares the account and has essentially co-signed what it posts.
Because she's a butt buddy. She does not disagree with what Christine said, which means she is more than actively promoting the behavior and material, whether or not she cares about the consequences of her actions or not, or who it will affect because of her involvement.
At this point, I want to talk about the state of Twitter, but mainly the internet as a whole. I have been on Twitter since 2012, but in early 2020, I noticed that the culture of the website had begun to change. It was more combative and antagonistic, and the website started to reward that kind of engagement. There has been an ongoing weaponization of online vigilantism. People who adopt a shoot first and ask questions later mentality in the quest to make a name for themselves without doing their due diligence. They would prefer to try to shape the world for what they believe the problem is, rather than actually assisting in the solution. This whole situation is a perfect example of how unqualified strangers can shoehorn their way into extremely delicate situations. Bad faith actors are rewarded for their digital tabloids and hit pieces. Without the right checks and balances, people can destroy lives with a single misinformed tweet. These aren't individuals who care about the well-being of victims, but only engagement and exploitative content. It is important to allow legitimate victims to come forward and be heard, but the way the situation was handled was incredibly irresponsible and dangerous. This entire ordeal has been the worst moment of my entire life, and it has done severe damage to me and my family. In regards to my channel, we have lost nearly tens of thousands of subscribers since the release of their video, and that is with the majority of people watching her video calling it out for its inaccuracies and its failures. There are independent projects which I supported in good faith and made genuine connections with people that have now been ruined because of these false allegations. And I believe that was the overall goal of this calculated attack against my character. Listen, I know that the internet likes to make fun of me, call me cringe, make fun of my videos, and I am totally okay with that. You can make fun of me. I draw the line at this. I love making videos, and I've been doing it professionally since 2015. I have a family and coworkers who depend on me, and I want to take care of them. I'm not the only one who has been affected by these malicious allegations. And while I am disillusioned by these traumatic events, I'm also actively exploring legal remedies in light of these false allegations to hold these people accountable for their lies and actions. But there is far more beyond just me here. Despite the damage against my livelihood and my reputation, I am far more concerned about the reckless nature of internet justice. When people take justice into their own hands for the sake of engagement, clicks, and views, people can get hurt, and it can destroy lives. There are consequences for those actions, and we have to take these matters seriously or more people will get hurt. There are actual victims of sexual assault in the world, and stuff like this detracts from those who really need the help. If you are a victim of sexual assault, there are tools you can use. File a police report. Creating a report is at least a starting point and creates a paper trail that can help others. It helps you to build a record for actual professionals to use for your aid and your own recovery. If you are a victim, I highly suggest going to rain.org for additional resources and support. It is a professional organization that assists survivors of sexual assault. There is also the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, plus other professional outreach programs and hotlines. We will link these sources and contacts in the description down below. People, we have got to be better than this. Please go to the professionals so you can have the best chance to help yourself. Thank you for watching.
Quick, done, dirty, and that wasn't even on 2 times. That was on 1.5. Wasted no time. Bullshit allegations out the window. Addressing the concerns for who it matters. And even at the end, where DA Games is losing his mind saying, bro, there's too much evil in this world, I'm done with it. He said, fuck that shit. I stand for victims. My king! My king! I've been told I am easily manipulated by KP. Let me suck your cock. So, after all this time spent, and I apologize for this time in the middle that had to be spent dealing with a problem that shouldn't have decided to rear its head, we have reached the end of the content. Saberspark was effectively allegedly accused by a jilted, not even ex-lover that thought that he wanted access to her. And that when he didn't have access, that she should get him to respond and react. via attacking everyone before then coming for him. Because he didn't move the way that she wanted him to. And where he waited in his peace and patience, he handled the problem expeditiously. She said, oh, we can fuck around. He said, oh, real? Real? We can get dirty right now, bitch. My king. My king. My king! Let me slide on your knob like horn on a cob. Based. However, chat, it is 11:42 p.m. Technically, this event went on about an hour and 30 minutes longer than I wanted it to. Not account of pee breaks, but again, on account of the thing that happened in the middle of the broadcast that happened. Don't worry about it. Know that I handled it. If you really care that much, go to twitter.com and read what I recently said in the middle of this broadcast. My words before I leave. 1, go subscribe to Saberspark if you haven't already. 2, fuck Kim Possible a lot. And 3, don't you worry about Bernie Fandom in the Black Griffin situation, because we're going to learn all about that tomorrow. So make sure to tune into that VsChat so you can see that bullshit that Bernie Fandom was on. So we can truly really find out if Black Griffin is full of that bullshit. Then, after we're done with that, stay tuned next week, because we're going to learn all about Bernie Fandom as soon as I collect the rest of that content. So make sure y'all motherfuckers stay peeped. And for each motherfucking of y'all that are watching, please remember, you brought this on your motherfucking selves. Maybe you should have stayed in your goddamn lane instead of making hit pieces on people because they didn't move fast enough for you on Twitter.com. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye. Goodbye, chat. Thank you to everyone who donated. I will see all of you on the VOD. Good night, everybody. I am billing you for my therapy, and I will see you in the funny papers. Good night! See you in the morning. Good night.